The war progressed in a way no one expected. The Abyssals were much stronger than humans imagined, yet the humans weren't crushed as the Abyssals initially hoped. What was supposed to be a quick extermination turned into a prolonged war that stretched on for weeks. 12 days had passed since the war began, and the future was becoming clearer. The human army continued to insist that the war was not beyond control. This is just like every other war so far, only a bit bigger and longer. We will survive. The Abyssals couldn't defeat us for centuries, don't think they can now. Contrary to reality, the leaders lied. Their actions proved the opposite. The Federation had already initiated a program to preserve the human race. Experts from all domains and the finest genius awakeners were chosen to be pioneers. Equipped with the latest technology and some very precious life-saving treasures, several spaceships containing survivor groups would be sent out of the solar system. If even a single group managed to find a new home and continue the civilization, it would be considered a success. With everything they could do already in motion, the army was given the order to kill as many Abyssals as possible. There was still hope for victory in the army, but it usually surfaced only when the soldiers were drunk or drowsy. All the talented individuals were either fighting or being trained to fight. Surprisingly, all the planets had held up so far, even those expected to collapse quickly. Of course, the loss of planetoids was inevitable. More than 10 planetoids had been lost in the past 12 days, but it was considered an excellent result given the circumstances. However, things were reaching a tipping point, and everyone could feel that they were just a few days away from the point of no return. The Abyssals came for the cluster cities once again. The paramilitary forces that had protected them earlier were already reduced to ashes. Apart from a few scattered soldiers, the cluster cities had little defense. The new commander of the cluster city's defense was only a level 7, recently emerged from the ruins. He had no experience leading thousands, let alone protecting cities with millions of inhabitants. But he was a renowned genius. At the first sign of trouble, he contacted headquarters and requested help. The vice commanders in the meeting room, all peak level SXS, looked at him with anxious expressions. A peak level 6 like them would typically be in the middle of the command hierarchy. Protecting an entire city was far beyond their capabilities. They had plenty of foot soldiers, and with the citizens volunteering, they had enough people. But they lacked powerhouses. It's ridiculous. Everyone thought Neptune would fall first. Who knew it would be the cluster cities? The commander sighed and looked at the vice commanders with a serene gaze. Let's go. Despite an ominous premonition in the back of their minds, the vice commanders followed him without a word. The commander gathered all the soldiers, totaling just 5,000, and the volunteering and qualified citizens, totaling 50,000. With this army of 55,000, he stationed them in the city of Orion and waited for the enemy. The troops grew restless, whispering among themselves. Since most of them were not properly trained soldiers, they couldn't keep their nerves. Even the trained soldiers were panicking, staring at the commander with lost gazes. "Give your best," the young commander said, his first words since the gathering, as he stared into outer space. A small fleet of Abyssals rushed toward the cluster cities. The Abyssals numbered 20,000, less than half of their forces. But each soldier was at least one level higher. What's worse, 3 level 8s, along with a couple of level 7s, led the fleet. Even though they were just low-level 8s, they were capable of crushing the entire defense army by themselves. As the soldiers feared, the 3 level 8 Abyssal leaders noticed them and ordered the Abyssal army toward them. In a few seconds, 20,000 Abyssals disembarked from the ships and leaped into the city to slaughter the defense forces. The soldiers held their breaths, and even the vice commanders felt their hearts stop. The defense barrier, which was supposed to stop them, was destroyed before it could fully manifest. In the next moment, 20,000 Abyssals landed in front of the defense forces. The Abyssals stared at the humans playfully, while the humans went pale and shivered. The 3 level 8 Abyssal leaders scanned the humans for any traps but found none. Then, with a grin, they slowly raised their arms. The tension in the air stretched to the limit, and time seemed to slow down. The moment the arms were fully raised would be the moment the Abyssals attacked. Just as the Abyssals shot out from their positions, the human commander roared, "Die!" The world shook at his words, and the sky trembled. Everyone couldn't understand what was going on, but a terrifying fear crept into their hearts. The next moment, the giant city exploded. Space was painted bluish-red, and a destructive shockwave spread from Orion, hitting the other cluster cities. They were almost knocked out of their orbits and experienced a dangerous earthquake. The dozen or so police forces present in each city, anxiously observing the war, collapsed into their seats. The commander had sacrificed the entire city to stop the Abyssals. It was a gamble that paid off. But to ensure its success, he couldn't evacuate the citizens, lest the Abyssals become suspicious. He couldn't inform his own people, lest they grow restless and object to this high-casualty tactic. "Madman, he's mad to the core," Kyle muttered as the explosion settled and he stared at what remained of the city. Millions died in that single blast. But it did save the rest of the cities. However, the Abyssals wouldn't fall for the same trap twice. If another group of Abyssals came to attack, then what? With that fear in mind, Kyle returned to his lab and locked himself up. After 5 days, another fleet of Abyssals arrived. This time, they split up and attacked. The defense barriers lasted only a few seconds before they were cracked apart. The citizens were defenseless lambs to the Abyssal army that descended into the cities. But before the killings began and the cities turned into purgatory, a few shining humanoid robots landed in front of the Abyssals. A few were level 8, a couple were level 7, and the rest were between level 3 and level 6. This burned up all the savings of the Shadow Order. Kyle sighed as the battle began. These days, Boo had gone around and found all the secret and hidden treasures of the Shadow Order. Since they were destroyed so suddenly, many of their vaults were never discovered. After a lot of hacking and searching, Boo gathered enough materials for Kyle's robot army. But thankfully, the cluster cities would be safe, for now. Neptune was the hottest target of all Abyssals. The army was able to hold back the Undead in the beginning. After all, they were just a few thousand and weren't overwhelmingly strong. But as time went by, more and more Undead began to rise from the corpses. Of course, the number of Undead rising from the corpses was much less compared to the last war. There were no death strands or death crystals to convert all the dead, so the efficiency plummeted. Still, the gradual conversion eroded the defenses of the planetoid. The first planetoid fell after 9 days. The second fell after 6 days. The third after 4 days. The fourth took just 3 days. Even the conversion couldn't have accelerated the falls to this extent. In fact, for any planetoid to completely fall, the powerhouses must be defeated. On Neptune, most planetoids had level 9s. So, the reason these planetoids fell so quickly was the rapid death of the level 9s. The trigger behind such quick deaths was the Undead Sovereign, who had now crossed the threshold of peak level 9 and was hovering just below the Sovereign state. His strength seemed unstoppable, even more so than his army. But on his 5th planetoid, a man stood up to him. Boom! The clouds in the sky split apart, and the ground cracked into two for 100 miles, followed by a shockwave that swept the entire planetoid. The Undead looked at the fist blocking his own with a half-serious, half-amused smile. "I thought you went into hiding and committed suicide." His other arm blurred and shot toward the human's head. Why does a zombie even speak? Evander caught the fist that was dangerously close to his head and hissed. "Zombie, heh." She used the same word. "Your dead daughter." The Undead grinned and kicked up. Evander shielded himself with his shoulder but was kicked back several miles. The mountains in the way were destroyed, and a huge cloud of dust formed where he crashed. Before the Undead could even take his eyes off him, Evander shot out from the dust and punched him in the gut. The Undead staggered back, his feet digging into the ground. He didn't stop until he had retreated a whole mile. This power isn't normal. The Undead clutched his abdomen and stared at the reddish hue around Evander. "You're burning your vitality, aren't you?" Don't speak about my daughter with your filthy mouth, you zombie. Xander kicked the ground and reached the undead in a blink. The reddish hue around him glowed, and he punched with even greater strength than before. The undead responded with a punch, and to Xander's utter surprise, the undead was able to match him. I'm growing stronger with all this death, the undead pointed to the endless corpses strewn across the battlefield. Xander wanted to burn up all his life and end the damn bastard right there. But unfortunately, he was still a bit away from achieving the strength of a sovereign by burning his vitality. Come, let's fight. I'll let you realize the growing gap between us. With a roar of laughter, the undead attacked. Xander managed to engage the undead for the next 15 days. But he couldn't stop the undead army. Kyle spent all his treasures to defend the cluster cities and was positioned to offer assistance. However, his help clearly allowed the movement of crucial medicine, treasures, and reinforcements to Neptune, prolonging what seemed to be its inevitable collapse. But the inevitable arrived. Under the assault of the growing undead forces, which coordinated with the strengthened abyssal army, 70% of all Neptune planetoids fell. By this time, other planets typically lost 30 to 40% of their planetoids and were already in a precarious situation. However, Neptune had it the worst. The remaining 30% of its planetoids grouped together and withdrew to Neptune's moons. If they stayed, they would have been taken out one by one, and Neptune would have been slaughtered without any resistance when the time came. So, they rushed to Neptune and decided to defend it together. Still, there was no hope of winning. In the current situation, there were no chances of mass migration to the inner planets. While Kyle managed to keep the cluster cities from collapsing, he couldn't ensure the teleportation formations were perfectly safe. Only a few teleportation formations were operational, and they lacked the capacity to transport millions. Any migration attempt by spaceships would fall prey to the Abyssals, who now controlled the space beyond the planetoids and planets. As Neptune faced its end, Sovereign Ares was drawn away by the Thunder King, while Xander was held back by the undead leader. He. Look. That planet is going to fall right before your eyes. Look. Far away in outer space, the undead leader pointed to the blue planet and laughed while dodging Xander's attacks. Xander continued to punch him, burning his vitality. A glance at their bodies, Xander with multiple injuries and the undead leader with only a few bruises, showed the stark difference in their current powers. Ares, the planet you protected with all your heart and soul is going to turn into a purgatory. Billions of lives will be sacrificed for the greater good. This was always meant to happen. Even farther away from Xander and the undead leader was a spherical golden field. It was actually heavy lightning mana solidified into something tangible, resembling a golden field. Inside, Thunder King, with several injuries, chuckled at Ares, who had significantly more. Over the past few minutes, Thunder King had even stopped attacking, only dodging. But Ares wished his enemy would attack instead of talk. How do you feel now, Ares? All your life's work is about to be destroyed, Thunder King laughed, and thunder roared with his laughter. Ares' body blurred, and he instantly appeared a few hundred miles toward Neptune, seeming to reach it in just a few more seconds. But before he could take another step, a lightning hammer struck him in the chest, shooting him back toward Thunder King and away from his planet. Ares raised his bleeding hand toward Neptune and materialized a lightning bolt, aiming it at the undead. But just as it was released, a lightning shield blocked and neutralized it. Give up, you can't win, Thunder King's voice sounded behind him. Ares stared at Neptune with bloodshot eyes, not caring if Thunder King took the opportunity to sneak attack. His clenched fist continued to bleed. No. No. Don't. I can't hear you. Thunder King gave a harmless smile. Don't, kill. Ares growled, like an injured beast. Are you begging? Requesting? Ordering? The Lord of Thunder Abyss showed a puzzled expression. Ares turned around and met his archenemy's eyes. His own, burning with hatred, reflected in Thunder King's. Looking into those chilling eyes, the abyssal ruler's heart shook. But clicking his tongue, he smirked. It's over, Sovereign Ares. Your planet is only the first. Humanity will fall soon. We made even more preparations, but it seems they're not necessary. Ares' heart grew cold as he watched the undead and abyssal army reach Neptune's moons. The huge swarm of ash-colored dots was overwhelming compared to the much smaller human army. Even with all the defensive treasures, the human army wouldn't last 10 minutes. And once they were breached, the abyssals would reach Neptune and... Imagining the carnage that would soon be unleashed, Ares closed his eyes. The Thunder King and the undead leader stared at the planet with grins, while Xander looked on with grief. The 7 billion citizens from all the cities of Neptune looked up at the sky and saw their impending deaths. No media coverage could hide this truth now. Families hugged each other and cried. Entire streets were filled with wailing. Only desolation seemed to remain in the once bustling cities. Please. A mother cried. Please, a father begged. Please, a veteran whispered. Someone, a little girl, clasped her hands together and wished. Something, an old scientist closed his eyes and hoped. Somehow, a soldier facing the endless horde of undead muttered. Save us. Boom. The space between the abyssal army and the human army ripped apart, and a huge space door appeared. A handsome young man walked out in calm steps. Even though he hadn't uttered a word yet, the abyssals began to shake. Even the undead army took a step back, driven by instinct. The Thunder King's laughter had long stopped as he stared at the familiar nightmare with shock. Ares rubbed his eyes and opened his mouth in surprise. Xander froze like a statue, staring at one of the girls who silently appeared behind him. The undead leader opened his mouth to speak, but his chest felt heavy, and his throat was clogged. An emotion he had longed to forget sparked inside him again. The crowd of Neptune, too, saw this man on the giant screens on the buildings. That familiar face, the face of the legends. In an instant, the depression of the whole planet seemed to vanish, and a burning hope raged in the hearts of every man, woman, and child. The soldiers stared at the back of this warrior, whose exploits could only be described as a miracle, and raised their hopes. Varian stared at the silent, dumbfounded, scared, and hopeful crowds and waved his hand. Yo! What exactly did I miss? Varian's words jolted the dumbfounded crowd out of their shock. The abyssals looked at him as if he were a ghost, while the humans regarded him as a hero. W.I. The Archduke of Neptune, a powerful peak level 9 and one of the few who witnessed Varian slaughtering entire abyssal planetoid armies by himself in the last war, stepped forward and asked in a voice nearly close to despair. His peculiar question resonated with all the abyssals present. After all, he didn't ask the obvious question of how Varian returned after his presumed death. How did you not only escape certain death but also manage to return? Even if Varian survived by luck, it seemed impossible for him to find his way back to the solar system after being lost in distant space. But they couldn't deny the reality before them. Why? Varian raised a brow, and his lips slowly curled into a devilish, icy yet strangely serene smile. His smile sent chills down the spines of the abyssals, and their bodies screamed at them to flee. You are destined to lose, and that's why I returned, Varian declared with such conviction that his words felt prophetic. Destined to lose. The abyssal army's morale dropped noticeably, and a seed of doubt was planted in their hearts. Varian wasn't invincible, but his words made them feel as if they were facing an insurmountable wall. A wall so tall and tough that they couldn't climb it, break it, or pass it. No matter how much they tried or what they did, they were destined to be blocked by the wall. What a joke. As the morale continued to plummet, a resounding roar sounded from the distance, like a thunderclap. A bright golden light appeared and formed a golden sphere, as if it were a second sun. Varian, you think you're lucky to return. But that very luck will ensure you witness the destruction of your race. You'll wish you had died instead of having to watch what's about to unfold. The Thunder King's words shook the space, and the golden sphere grew even brighter. Even though they were almost a few hundred miles away, the Abyssal army could feel their skin tingle from the lightning sparks. That slight pain crushed Varian's fear. The Archduke also noticed this and continued, "Well said, my lord. What can Varian do with so many High Awakeners? He's just level 8. The reason Varian was able to fight the undead leader was that the latter hadn't fully recovered by then. Now, he's almost fully recovered and is just a step away from the sovereign state. What can Varian do? He can't stop the inevitable." The Abyssal army's morale soared and returned to its former state. The eyes of the warriors burned with excitement and a frantic desire. They stared at Varian again, but this time, in addition to fear, there was surging killing intent. Varian crushed them every time they fought. But this time, he wouldn't be able to do anything. This time, he'd lose. And this time, he would be helpless to stop them. The tall wall that had stopped them seemed full of cracks at this moment, giving glimpses of the road ahead. "Descendants of Daular Plains, arise. Let the blood of our enemies bathe our lands. Our destiny is victory." The war cries of the Abyssal legions shook the space and echoed throughout Venus. Each of these war cries was considered sacred in the Abyssal tradition, used only during the most important wars of the Abyssal race. According to even the most knowledgeable Abyssal in the solar system, Sin King, these war cries were only used 4 times before. This should be the 5th, but it's actually the 6th. The 5th time was when the Abyssals in the Emperor Abyss used them since the fairies began their assault. Kill. Destroy. Conquer. War is the holiest ritual. To protect, we destroy. As they slapped their weapons against their chests and chanted the war cries, the Abyssal's morale soared to a fanatical level. Thunder King smiled with relief, watching this, and ducked down. A lightning needle, thinner than a hair, passed by. If he hadn't dodged, it would have struck his eye and pierced all the way to his brain. Ares gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. Without hesitation, he summoned a lightning spear and charged at his archenemy. He was worried about Neptune. The heightened morale of the Abyssal army only increased his concerns. But that boy will do something. Ares trusted Varian. A few months ago, Varian had wreaked chaos on Pluto, teleported to the Thunder Abyss, and was chased by Thunder King. He would have been in trouble if Ares hadn't stopped Thunder King. After that incident, their relationship grew, and Ares was able to speak with Varian on several occasions. Ares was impressed by Varian's character and his track record. So, even though the situation seemed dire now, Varian's presence had the highest possibility of creating a miracle. It wasn't just Ares who thought this way, Xander felt the same. Ha 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 ha, cough cough, he coughed out blood as punches landed on his body, but he couldn't stop laughing. Stop. Your laugh, the undead leader growled, attacking Xander at a rate of 100 punches per second. His arms blurred, and each punch hit Xander like a speeding truck. Xander was pushed back again and again, proving he was significantly weaker than the undead. But he kept taking the punches and occasionally managed to land one of his own. The undead kicked the ground, and his figure shot toward Varian. But his foot was grabbed by Xander, who ruthlessly yanked him back into place. Fuck off. I need to kill him, the undead growled. No, Xander replied, squaring his shoulders. He glanced at Sarah, Sia, and Varian with a loving smile before turning his full attention to the undead. You shall not pass. Not today. The sounds of bones popping resounded as the undead clenched his fists and attacked Xander with his full power. The dynamics reversed in just a few minutes. Instead of holding back Ares and Xander, the Thunder King and undead leader were now being held back by them. The Abyssal leaders didn't panic too much and remained confident in their army. However, a subtle unease began to creep into their hearts. The source of this unease was the smile on Varian's face. It remained the same from the beginning, a devilish, icy, and creepily serene smile. Kill. The Abyssal army, numbering in the millions, charged forward. For Xander, who was now fighting far away, it looked like a light gray sea was about to flood the blue planet and destroy it. Facing this flood was a small red group, the human army. If a comparison were to be made, they were like a river against an ocean, impossible to win. Between this gray ocean and red river were 3 dots about to face the brunt of this massive flood. The citizens of Neptune held their breaths as they watched the abyssal army rush toward Varian. Just as the gray ocean was about to drown the tiny dot, something unexpected happened. The ocean split. The citizens gasped in shock as the screens showed a scene that could only be called ridiculous. Varian stood firm, and the ocean of abyssals rushed toward him at high speed. But when they reached him, the ones in front were sliced apart. Their limbs flew up, and the green blood of the abyssals sprayed out like a water fountain. The citizens watching the live battle on the screen gasped at the unending gore. Varian stood his ground like a butcher. Thousands upon thousands of abyssals that reached him were sliced into pieces, and their remains sprayed the space green. For Ares and Evander, it looked like the gray ocean was being cut by a green sword. What the hell is happening? Thunder King retreated and roared at his Archduke through his communication ring. Don't waste the soldiers' lives. Kill him yourself. The Archduke's voice came a few seconds later, significantly weakened, hurried, and panting. Lord, she, arg. Thunder King turned on the video function and almost flinched when he saw the pair of tricolor eyes on the screen. Enigma, no, it was a younger girl, staring at the Archduke with fierce killing intent. Her sword emitted a black aura as it reached him like a python. The Archduke hurriedly used a lightning net to block the sword. But he couldn't block an arrow of light that grazed his neck and pierced his shoulder. A beautiful blonde in a white army dress, with a very cold gaze, stared at the Archduke. Then, all of a sudden, their gazes turned to the communication ring on the Archduke's finger. The tricolor-eyed woman snorted derisively, and the ring exploded, turning the screen in front of the Thunder King blank. These bitches. He gnashed his teeth, his hatred toward Varian growing even further. They had arrived with that boy and wreaked havoc. How dare they? Archduke Samarin. Archduke Yasok. Pull back our soldiers. Kill that bastard yourself. He yelled into his communication ring again as Ares chased him with lightning bolts. There was silence on the other side for a few seconds before the sounds of despairing howls, bodies being sliced, torn, burnt, and exploded rang out. Lord. The second strongest Archduke of Thunder Abyss, Samarin's voice trembled. We are. The third strongest, Yasok, wasn't any better. Fighting me. Varian's mocking voice sounded. Thunder King, do you like the music of these screams? I hope you do because they aren't going to end anytime soon. The Archduke stopped talking, and only the screams and howls of the dying soldiers could be heard. Arg. Lord. It who, RTS. Basta, arg. Key, stop. Thunder King's face paled as he shook violently. He wasn't too concerned about the screams. Varian was strong enough to kill soldiers. But the Archduke's. Try harder. Varian grinned as he held the spear of Archduke Samarin in one hand and the sword of Archduke Yasok in the other. Their faces turned purple, and their palms bled as they tried to push down their weapons. But Varian easily handled 2 peak level 9s and created a special field of space and time around him that killed any soldier that approached. The Archdukes gave up breaking through his defense and fell back. Fall back. Regroup. The abyssal army, whose morale had soared, scrambled back like a bereaved dog. All the morale plummeted, and a sense of defeat rose in their hearts. The abyssal army fell back as if they were fleeing from Varian and regrouped a few miles away hastily. Unlike the previous time, no one wanted to be in the first row facing Varian. In the end, several disputes broke out, and the weakest members were pushed to the front. Varian stood calmly, making no move even as they rearranged their formations several times, hoping to find the right one to take him on. In front of the army were nearly 50 level 9s, including the 2 archdukes. You go attack Neptune and crush the human army. We will take care of him, Archduke Samarin ordered. The abyssal army rushed to Neptune at their fastest speed, fearing the order would be withdrawn. In their minds, even though Varian was a devil, more devilish than a Zion, he was still just one person. They rationalized their loss, believing he had somehow become a level 9 and a level 9 so strong that he could fight both archdukes by himself. But even he can't win against 50 level 9s. There's a limit to what an individual can do. That's why armies even exist. Sure, Varian slaughtered millions. But their levels were much lower than his. The abyssal army downplayed Varian's victories, which boosted their morale. Of course, their hearts didn't accept the explanation. But they were only going to face a much smaller human army. So, it would be fine. Varian, I will slice each and every inch of you and make you an example for our enemies, Archduke Samarin said, waving his hand. The 50 level 9 warriors, led by the two dukes, shot forward. While we kill you in the most painful way, our army will slaughter your weakling race in Neptune. Archduke Yosak raised his sword and laughed menacingly. The 50 level 9s moved ahead of the army, which was about to reach Varian, and drowned him in their lightning attacks. The space around Varian burst with a blinding golden light, and a terrifying shockwave spread from the explosion. The abyssal army sighed in relief as they reached Varian and were about to pass him by. But before they could take a step forward and cross that line, the golden light vanished, and a horrifying red light, almost like a mist, spread out from that position. This red light dyed Neptune's moons and the surrounding 500 miles of space red, as if it were a sea of blood. The first row of the abyssal army, which was about to pass Varian, collapsed on the spot as they felt a terrifying pressure press down on them. It was as if their lungs were being squeezed of air and their throats were choked by invisible hands. Worse still, the eyes of all the abyssal soldiers who entered the bloody mist shivered as their minds were filled with a terrifying fear, causing their bodies to tremble, obeying their most primitive instinct to recognize an apex predator. The 50 level 9s surrounding Varian also looked at him in shock as the bloody red mist oozed out of him, stopping the entire army in its tracks. The reason for their surprise was not that this was a treasure, but a thick, heavy, and tyrannical killing intent. Mommy, why are the moons red? A little girl pointed to the red spheres in the sky and swayed her mother's hand. Mommy? She looked up at her mother and realized that she was covering her mouth, gasping, her eyes fixed on the moons. And it wasn't just her. What the hell is that? A young man pulled at his hair in disbelief. This couldn't be happening. Illusion. It must be an illusion, the non-combatant officers observing the abyssal army from the defense rooms shook their heads. This is the sign of the end. The ultimate verdict has arrived. Humanity will pay for its sins. Let's all die together. A lunatic cheered for the end of his race before he was punched in the face, his 5 limbs crushed. The old veteran pulled his bloodied arms back and kicked the unconscious lunatic away, staring at the now red sky. Spineless cowards. Life can't be given up without a fight. Red blood. The old veteran, in his twilight years, could barely use his powers. His senses were growing dull with each passing year, but he sensed an unmistakable familiarity in the redness in the sky. It pulled him back to a place he left decades ago, a battlefield. The iron and sweet taste of blood stung his tongue, and the smell of burning and rotting corpses soured the air, yet felt just right and normal. The sounds of elemental explosions, space crunches, and heavy collisions were familiar. The tip of his fingers felt wet, warm, and sticky as they broke through an invisible resistance, just as if he was slowly piercing into an abyssal's chest and dipping his fingers in their blood. Oh dear, the old veteran gasped, stepping out of his trance and looking at the sky with tears pooling in his eyes. What have you gone through? There was a mix of pride in his deep, disturbed tone as he stared at the figure exuding scarlet mist on the screen. How many millions? 1? Too little. 5? Not enough. 10? Maybe. 20? Possible. 30? His words ended in a deep sigh as he realized that a mere number of kills couldn't be responsible for something like this. This unadulterated, pure, and almost sacred killing intent that oozed from death shouldn't emerge from a living person in the first place. The abyssal army, about to pass by Varian, had frozen, and most of them fell to their knees. Gritting their teeth, they tried to move but failed spectacularly. Most of the army was composed of mid-awakeners. Even a level 6 abyssal found it suffocating to face the killing intent. While this killing intent caused little physical harm, it gnawed on their minds like a rabid dog, refusing to let them fight. It's not a pure killing intent, of course. It's Varian's intense killing intent mixed with his psychic power, forming a tangible mental field. Even so, combining these two shouldn't have this much effect by itself, or the other mental awakeners would have long figured it out. The key difference was the perfect fusion of something as intangible as killing intent with very tangible psychic power. The magical ingredient for this process was the profound experience of death. Only those who have been killed can feel killing intent to the fullest. And Varian did once. Under this tyrannical killing field, only high awakeners could function properly. In fact, even level 7s had problems. Only level 9s and level 8s remained mostly unaffected. This created a bizarre and horrifying scene where Varian stood silently while hundreds of thousands of abyssals kneeled around him as if paying him homage. Compared to moments earlier, when he split apart the entire abyss army by himself, this was even scarier. The 50 level 9s facing him hesitated to attack. The hundreds of level 8s following them took a step back, while the tens of thousands of level 7s retreated several miles. You use some purification arrays. This must be one of those cheap illusion treasures. Psychics, telekinetics, find that formation and destroy the cursed thing. Archduke Samarin roared. Like mosquitoes fleeing, groups of abyssals spread across the space. A group used blue beads that invalidated illusions and tried to soothe the minds of the abyssals. The groups of psychics tried hard to cancel this illusion, while the telekinetics racked their brains to search for the treasure on Varian's body or elsewhere. After multiple failed attempts, they began building a barrier around his body, hoping it would block the killing intent. Varian smirked at their efforts and raised his fist. "Dear uninvited guests who overstayed your visit in my realm," he said, and then punched down. "You're given an eviction notice." The barriers around him cracked like fragile glass, and a shockwave of multicolored light swept through the groups of abyssals. "Archduke! Save us, ple! My body!" The hundreds of abyssals touched by the colorful shockwave froze and turned to their source of support with blank eyes. What happened? Archduke Samarin reached one of his disciples and grabbed his shoulder to run a check. But the moment his fingers touched his disciple, the disciple burst into a multitude of colors and dissolved into a mess of blood and bones. As if on cue, hundreds of abyssals lit up like dying stars and imploded. Varian. The Archduke's eyes grew bloodshot as rage consumed his fear of Varian's mysterious methods. With a wave of his hand, all 50 level 9s who were secretly channeling their power attacked Varian. Facing such a large and elite crowd wasn't easy, even for Varian. As expected, he was hit by 15 psychics and fell into an illusion. 10 abyssals locked up the space around him, holding him in place. 30 abyssals attacked him with their lightning weapons, while the remaining 5 charged behind the attacks, smashing their fists. The redness spread across the space, and moons began to quiver before it shrank by half. The abyssal soldiers dazedly rolled to their feet and gripped their weapons tightly. "Kill!" Archduke Samarin's words were an order to both the army and the level 9s. Despite the terrifying experience they had just been through, the army charged forward. From the corner of their eyes, they saw Varian, illusioned and frozen in place. Thankfully, he allowed them to attack together. Sighing in relief, the vast abyssal army moved closer to the Neptune moons, where the human army awaited them nervously. Seeing Varian freeze like that drained their morale. The 5 human level 9 defenders wanted to help Varian, but the 5 undead, who had been staring at them from the start, acted and stopped them in place. "Ha ha ha. No one can save you now. The Abyssal army landed on the moons simultaneously. Their momentum was so great that the moons shook, and the continents cracked apart. The human army braced themselves for death as millions of Abyssals marched forward. This was it. They were the last line of defense. If they lost, the Abyssals would reach Neptune. It was nearly impossible for them to win against an Abyssal army 10 times larger than theirs. Moreover, even if they won, they knew the sheer number of level 9 and level 8 Abyssals could escape their encirclement and destroy Neptune. They hoped Varian's presence would change the outcome, but the hopes they raised were ruthlessly crushed. Why do you have to give us hope? For the last time before they clashed with the Abyssals, the human army commanders glanced at Varian. He was frozen with a neutral expression, about to be engulfed by the attacks. He's going to be so dead. As the lightning attacks reached him, the Space Awakener Abyssals loosened the space around him, so it wouldn't obstruct the lightning from striking him. Then he disappeared. The human army commanders blinked twice, thinking they might be hallucinating. But no, Varian was really gone. Where did he? Boom. Gotcha. The smooth hum of a sharp metal slicing through abyssal flesh, along with the sizzling sound of grilling meat, came from the level 9 Abyssals. The human commanders moved their eyes as fast as they could to the source of the sound, but they only saw the 15 level 9 Abyssal psychics split into two along a thin red line on their bodies. The Abyssal commanders froze, witnessing the gruesome scene of bodies sliced in two. It wasn't just one or two, it was 15 level 9s. Before their hearts could respond, their eyes instinctively closed as a blinding golden light flashed across the space. When they hurriedly opened their eyes, they saw the corpses of 10 level 9 lightning awakeners, 3 with holes punched through their chests, 2 with their necks twisted, and 5 with their heads frozen. The roars of thunder echoed through the space, followed by the sounds of fists smashing flesh and bone and the chattering of teeth in the intense cold. The sounds of battle reached them a few seconds later. The Abyssal commanders looked at each other in anxiety, then turned to the human army. Both sides realized it was Varian. The human army cheered, their hopes rekindled, while the Abyssals felt the tremors of fear spread through their ranks. The only way to deal with this near-paralyzing fear. Attack. Kill these bastards. They're the only ones standing between us and peace. To peace. To glory. The Abyssal commanders rallied their troops and led them into battle. But before any real clash could occur, the familiar red mist spread again, slowing everyone. Since he was far away, it didn't freeze them, but the fear of death in their hearts intensified, making it difficult to fight. You really want to die that much? Varian's voice echoed from afar, yet it seemed to whisper in their ears. The Abyssals shivered as his devilish smile surfaced in their minds. It didn't help that Varian had just escaped the encirclement of their 50 strongest warriors and killed 25 in a single breath. Stay down. Varian's growl further crushed their courage. The Abyssal army looked at the humans in fear, their minds racing with gruesome scenarios of their own deaths. The human commanders seized the moment and ordered the elementals and others in the fortress to launch an attack. Despite their great numbers, the Abyssals struggled to block these attacks as their coordination faltered and their power waned. Some soldiers disobeyed orders and strayed, and most couldn't muster their full strength, performing poorly against the human onslaught. Although the humans weren't winning, neither were the Abyssals. For an army that expected defeat, this was a complete reversal. The man responsible for this reversal faced 25 level 9 Abyssals. The archdukes glared at Varian, their eyes filled with a desire to drink his blood and feast on his flesh. Varian did fall into their surprise attack, but he fell into it willingly. The tricolor woman, perhaps Enigma or someone else, had teleported him away when their lightning attacks should have fried him to death. As a result, the 50 Abyssals focused on him were caught off guard. Varian took full advantage of the opportunity and killed the physically weaker psychics with a single sword slash. Then he slaughtered 10 lightning Abyssals before being attacked by the remaining Abyssals. Carefully dodging their attacks and ensuring he wouldn't be frozen again, Varian led them in a certain direction where they approached two people fighting, an undead and a handsome middle-aged man with a scar. Although the middle-aged man was holding the undead leader back so far, his injuries were already very serious. If the battle continued without intervention, there was a significant chance the undead might kill him. Varian detected this hidden danger and reached Xander just as he was punched in the chest by the undead, coughing out blood like a fountain. Bloodied and weakened from hundreds of injuries, both big and small, his healing powers couldn't keep up. Fatigued from the long fight against a significantly stronger enemy, Xander raised his arms weakly and prepared for another move. His lips trembled lightly as he said, "Move away, it's dangerous, here." He couldn't even turn to glance at Varian without risking his life. Even when he spoke, he had to dodge multiple attacks aimed at his vitals. Contrary to him, Varian was relatively relaxed, though still cautious about the 25 abyssals. His eyes flashed across the undead leader, and he cursed under his breath. This guy wasn't anything like a peak level 9, he was much stronger. If it were during his dead period, Varian was confident he could kill 100 such zombies. But after he returned to life, the death strand was essentially sealed, and his powers had fallen from peak level 9. Even though he was strong now, he didn't feel strong enough to kill the undead. Not yet. But he didn't have much time either. Varian could feel the undead growing stronger with each death, whether enemy or ally. That's why Varian didn't attack the abyssal army and kill 1,000,000 or 2. Still, his killing of those 25 level 9s was already pushing the undead to a higher power. Just this improvement might push them to a strength where they couldn't be held back by Xander at all. I need to drive him away and grow stronger faster, Varian thought, his gaze shifting to the 25 abyssals in front of him. His way of growing stronger was straightforward: fight strong enemies. Among those 25 abyssals, there were 2 very strong foes, 2 of the 4 archdukes of Neptune, Samarin and Yasok. Come! Varian shot forward, lightning rumbling. The archduke's instincts tingled as Varian shot forward. The 10 level 9 space awakeners in their group didn't take any chances and blasted the space around him. It was as if someone was throwing powerful, invisible bombs around Varian. The space around him cracked apart like a broken mirror, nearly opening dangerous space cracks. Varian felt like he was moving through a dozen broken mirrors. A single touch would cut his skin, and if he bumped into the broken space, he'd likely lose a limb or 2. It was tough terrain to navigate, but Varian moved like a fish in water. Roach that won't just die. The Archduke signaled for the 5 close combat awakeners to be ready while they and the remaining lightning awakeners charged their attacks together and struck at Varian. The red space briefly turned golden as lightning arrows, spears, swords, and harpoons trapped him from all directions. Each attack had enough power to destroy a big city spanning hundreds of miles. Now, nearly 100 such attacks were aimed at him alone. Even staying close to the explosions would injure Varian severely. To make matters worse, the space around him was blocked, preventing his escape. This time, the Abyssals were smart enough to prevent Enigma's intervention and decided to keep the space chaotic until the last moment. Die. The Archdukes felt Varian could dodge their lightning attacks. So, they did what any sensible warrior would do. The lightning attacks surrounding Varian quickly inflated before exploding. The sky lit up with golden light, and for a brief moment, even the sun was overshadowed by the brilliant golden sphere. The golden shockwave swept like a tsunami, sweeping the soldiers on the moons like a fierce wind and tingling the skin of humans on Neptune. "This is the end," Archduke Samarin muttered, staring at the fading golden light in front of him. "No. This is the beginning of the end," Varian replied as the curtain of golden light tore apart and he stepped out. His entire chest was burnt black, with some chest bones visible and blood gushing from cavities like a broken tap. His left arm was twisted at a strange angle, and a large chunk of burnt flesh fell off his right leg as he moved. Despite his severe injuries, Varian stared at them and smirked. Even the archdukes felt their hearts sink for a moment. What was his deal? He was so injured that they could kill him in a blink. Wasn't he scared at all? Archduke Samarin waved his hand, and the Lightning Awakeners began retreating while preparing for another round of attacks against Varian. The 5 Body Awakeners stepped forward to block Varian, preventing him from pursuing the Lightning Awakeners and engaging in close combat. The space around Varian began to twist violently as the Space Abyssal worked diligently, once again blocking his teleportation. Facing the most elite group of High Awakeners in Neptune, Varian knew he couldn't easily kill them. The reason he had managed to eliminate 25 of them earlier was that he had set a trap and caught them off guard. But with them being extra cautious now, there was no such opportunity. He had to do it the hard way. Varian's right eye shone golden and the left blue, stabilizing the space immediately around him. While it wasn't enough for him to teleport out, it could barely transport his elemental attacks, provided they were smaller than a medium dagger. The restraints didn't end there. To teleport an elemental attack, the elementalist must understand the complexity of space teleportation while creating the elemental weapons. The Space Awakener should know the inner workings of an elemental weapon to teleport it without collapsing. Dual Awakeners had the best chance of achieving this, but due to the complexity, even they rarely succeeded. It was hard for Varian too, but he had mind paths to help smooth the process. His mind paths were strong enough to make a difference. Thus, he easily summoned a dozen ice daggers, which vanished with the space. The Lightning Abyssals charged up another round of explosive attacks against Varian and were about to strike. The Space Abyssal stood behind them, preventing Varian from teleporting and setting up an ambush. But their senses suddenly tingled, and they reached out their hands toward the Lightning Abyssals in an attempt to save them. They were fast enough to save their comrades, but the time flow around them slowed down. It wasn't much, and they were only slightly late. During that tiny duration, ice daggers appeared behind the unsuspecting Lightning Abyssals and shot into their necks. Only 4 were quick enough to dodge, the rest died on the spot. Bastard! Archduke Samron's Lightning Phoenix reached Varian and exploded. The golden light engulfed him, and this time, the Archdukes did not assume he would be dead. They led the remaining Lightning and Space Abyssals to attack Varian relentlessly, even as the golden light did not subside. But history seemed to repeat itself, and after a few minutes, Varian stepped out of the golden curtain again, with almost the same injuries as before. This time, it only caused the Archdukes to panic. Varian's previous injuries were healed, and then he was injured again. His healing speed, whatever the reason, was just ridiculous. Varian's strength compared to earlier remained the same. But on their side, only 10 Space Abyssals, 4 Lightning Abyssals excluding the 2 Archdukes, and 5 Body Awakeners were left. The Undead leader fighting Xander had noticed this situation and increased the pressure on him. Despite accumulating more injuries, Xander managed to keep fighting. The Archdukes tried to attack Varian again, but since most of their firepower was taken down, Varian decided to go on the offense. A wing of lightning and another of ice sprang from his back. The wings were coated in telekinetic power. The space around him loosened to facilitate faster movement. Their time flow was altered to speed up his actions. Varian's wings flapped once, and he shot forward, leaving behind a streak of blue and gold. The Space Abyssals exploded the space around him again, trying to injure and take him down. But Varian was much faster and more agile than before. To them, it felt like shooting at a mosquito. Except the danger level was that of a dragon. Under the dumbfounded gazes of the Space Abyssals, Varian reached the Body Awakener standing in front of the lightning remaining Abyssals. With his fist coated in lightning and ice, Varian prepared for close combat. The Archdukes covered themselves in glowing lightning armor and punched out, meeting Varian head-on. The Body Awakeners joined the attack, and they all clashed. Or at least, that's what was supposed to happen. Suddenly, 2 different psychic powers attacked the Space Abyssals, distracting them from obstructing Varian. Varian took the opportunity and teleported right behind the Space Abyssals. Oh fuck. The Archdukes created lightning wings behind their backs and attempted to rush him. But it was already too late. Or rather, the time flow of Varian's sword accelerated just enough to take them down before the Archdukes could rescue them. 7 Space Awakeners died just like that, while the 3 lucky ones escaped. But they were no longer enough to stall Varian's teleportation. The archdukes grouped with the 3 space, for lightning, and 5 body abyssals, staying as close to them as possible while they stared at Varian. There was anger in their eyes, pure hatred. But there was also fear. Let's finish our business. I still have your army to slaughter, Varian said lightly, unsheathing a thin sword. The archdukes glanced at the wars on the moons and gritted their teeth. With Varian's attention diverted, the abyssal army had improved significantly and could now fight more effectively. The human army was losing continuously and would fall within less than 2 hours. But if they fought for 2 more hours, this devil would kill them and then slaughter their army. Despite being archdukes, the 2 had no assurance of fighting Varian. Retreat, a hoarse voice reached their ears. The archdukes looked at the Thunder King in the distance and clenched their fists. No, how can we retreat? This was supposed to be our victory. An easy victory. Today should be the fall of Neptune. Archduke Samron's gaze grew heavy. My lord, after all the slogans we chanted, if we still retreat, our descendants will spit on our graves, Archduke Yasak said bluntly. Blockheads, the Thunder King's irritated voice echoed in their ears like a thunderclap. The winner writes history. We need to win before debating about honor. Even though he reprimanded them, he sent a message to their bracelets that eased the frustration rising in their hearts. After giving Varian a few vicious glares, the archdukes called for a total retreat. Varian wanted to slaughter the fleeing army but had to support the heavily injured Xander against the undead leader. The 2 clashed for a few minutes before the undead leader withdrew with his troops to the planetoids. The army on the moons roared in joy as soldiers hugged each other and wept. They thought they were going to die. They were prepared to die. Now, it was like gaining an extra life. They wouldn't have to leave their families. They would still have the chance to pursue their dreams. They could still live. Compared to the military, the citizens went even more extreme. People cheered in the streets, hugged strangers, and cried like little children. Age and status didn't matter, everyone needed a catharsis. Neptune as a whole cried, laughed, and gave thanks. When the people came to their senses and watched the big screens, the hero who saved them was no longer present. He had taken his father-in-law and entered a military building. The people inside had long been evacuated, and the vast building was reserved for their use. Xander silently looked at Varian. The 2 of them hadn't exchanged a single word yet. Varian seemed angry, his gaze showed he was pissed and almost ready to beat someone up. Xander thought it was because Varian was still angry about what he did to Sia. But he didn't hate Varian for that. He was just relieved and surprised. The young man he had seen just a few months ago was now holding his shoulder and supporting him. Xander could still remember the guy who entered his office and not so humbly stated that he was the best genius humanity had. Varian had grown, not only in strength but also in character and temperament. Walking beside him, Xander didn't sense a cadet who'd still be in his first year but a warrior who had made the battlefield his home. Compared to his old self, Varian now had a composure and temperament that was hard to describe. Even though he remained silent, he inspired awe. I am really getting old. Xander let out a deep sigh, prompting Varian to check his condition. After confirming for the 6th time that he was fine, Varian took him to a room and gave him some precious herbs from his inner world. During the whole process, neither of them uttered a word. Xander didn't object and took in the shining blue leaves. Varian didn't even stay for a minute and stormed out of the room, making Xander wonder how much Varian actually hated him. But he couldn't think more as all his serious injuries healed in a few breaths, and 2 girls stormed into the room. Sarah looked at her father on the bed and covered her mouth. Tears pooled in the corners of her eyes as her body shook. Xander's face lit up seeing his daughter. She's safe. The daughter he thought he lost was perfectly fine. Even though he had seen her during the fight earlier, seeing her up close put the last worry in his heart to rest. Xander opened his mouth to speak for the first time, but after noticing Sia and remembering Varian's anger, he sighed and lowered his head. To his surprise, Sarah rushed into his embrace and started crying. Father. Evander felt his heart melting, but he didn't cry. He didn't want to show his daughter his weak side. He just let her hug him and cry while he stroked her hair gently. They didn't talk much, but the daughter and father felt at peace. Thank heavens you are fine, Sarah said as she sat on the side of the bed and held Evander's rough hand. No, thank heavens that you are safe after falling into a space crack, Evander shook his head and sighed. And you too. Sia and Varian too. I'm really glad you're all safe. Really? Me too, Master, Sia's reply caught Evander off guard. I was worried about you after we disappeared. Evander stared at Sia, unsure of what to reply. It's fine. It wasn't you back then. I forgave you. Sia shook her head. Or I wouldn't have sent the potion. Evander stayed silent for a few moments before his shoulders slumped, and he smiled. Thank you, he said, looking up at her. I still want to make it up to you. Is there anything I can do? Sia looked at Sarah, who rubbed the corner of her eyes and pouted. But she eventually relented. Sia took Evander's hand and gave him a bright smile. Then I have something to ask for. Something you can do. Evander sat up straight in the bed. Yes? Walk me down the aisle, Sia smiled. Yes? Evander blinked. Sarah will have her father with her to walk her down the aisle. Not me. So, I thought I should ask my master for help. You'll help me, right? Of course, I will. I'm glad to, but Evander stuttered, glancing at the door with regret. Wouldn't Varian mind? The girls were surprised. Why would he? He's angry with me, Evander sighed. He's very upset, almost like he wanted to attack me. I wonder if he'd even want me at his wedding, much less walking down the aisle. Sarah and Sia looked at each other before they shared a laugh, leaving Evander dumbfounded. He's angry, yes, Sia said, clutching her stomach and bending over as she tried to suppress her laughter. He's angry about his new tomb. He went to demolish it. Exactly at that moment, a neighborhood on Mars was shaking as a man shouted at the top of his lungs, "Bitches, stop building me tombs." Varian stared down at the huge, extravagant tomb that practically screamed, "Notice me." It was a pyramid, with a holographic projection of him smiling atop it, heavily inspired by the ancient tombs of pre-Blink Earth. What really infuriated Varian were the scribblings at the bottom of the structure. The best genius of humanity still couldn't get laid. The man who never sowed any fields. We have many fertilizers that can help you. Contact our fertilizer company. Love. The constant celibate. Writing such things on a martyr's tomb warranted a death sentence, more so considering it belonged to someone who received the highest funeral honors. But these words were painted on the tomb with a special nanopaint. They were non-erasable, and even if you broke that part of the wall, the paint would sink into the tomb and reappear elsewhere. The only way to remove it would be to destroy the tomb, which was even more outrageous. The mayor could only seal the tomb for now. Still, it leaked and made quite a few rounds in the news before the Federation intervened. At the bottom of all these lines was another piece of text, handwritten and smelling like blood. If you feel an ounce of anger, come get me. You mongrel, why do you keep dying all the time? Can't you stay alive for fuck's sake? Come beat me if you dare. Get your dead ass out of the tomb. Come back to life. Death is for losers. Varian clenched his fist. The sturdy tomb folded in on itself and exploded. The city security was alarmed, and despite the lack of manpower, whoever was in charge rushed over in seconds. You bastard. How dare you? You'll be hanged for this. Disrespecting our martyrs? The martyr's sacrifice, which is the reason you and I are alive today. I'll make sure you suffer before you die. You deserve all the pain, sick bastard. The officers, 2 women and a man, were only level 3 and seemed like new recruits. If such an important tomb had only these officers responding, it really showed how scarce security was. This was understandable, though. Every level 4 officer was participating in the war, and even level 3s were rare. Crime had skyrocketed as criminals took advantage of the weak internal security. Even more concerning, people who were once law-abiding were being twisted by the harsh war and turned into criminals. Many cops died trying to maintain law and order. Against this backdrop, whoever could destroy the tomb like that must be at least level 5 or higher. Yet, these officers still rushed over, knowing they couldn't win and would be risking their lives. But they didn't want to shrink from their responsibility. When they arrived at the scene, they were even more dumbfounded. The entire tomb was gone. They saw the back of a young man standing on the site and swallowed in fear. He's strong. To erase the tomb so easily, he must be. But then came the anger. Get on your knees and put your hands over your head, the youngest officer, a petite young woman, instructed, pointing an aura gun, barely lethal against mid-awakeners, at him. Backup will be here any minute, the most experienced officer on the team, appointed last year, a lean man, stepped forward and glared at the young man's back. Don't make it more painful than it should be, the third officer said menacingly. However, all of them knew they were just bluffing. They saw fear in each other's eyes. What they were doing was essentially seeking death. Whoever this criminal was, he could easily kill them. But they asked themselves if they could live with letting him escape. Their answer was clear. Varian had been wildly idolized and romanticized over the past few months, becoming the most inspiring role model for young people. Now, his only tomb was destroyed. If they let him go, they'd never be able to raise their heads again. Aware of the danger these young officers were in, Varian smiled lightly and turned around. Gunshots rang in the air, and a dozen bullets bounced off his chest and face. The petite cop dropped her gun, gawking at the man in front of her. Her colleagues were no better, frozen like statues. I really appreciate your bravery in trying to protect a dead man's honor, Varian nodded at them. But as you can see, the man isn't really dead. Thank, no, are you? Are you for real? Sir Varian? Which psychic is causing this illusion? The young cops stuttered like a broken radio. Varian laughed at their antics. The itching anger in his heart mostly dissipated, and his mood calmed down. Kyle must thank these three, otherwise, he'd have to spend a year in bed for the treatment he would have received. Check the Neptune news. The battle ended a few minutes ago. Due to the war, communication must have lagged. As if on cue, the comms of the officers lit up, and a critical news notification appeared on their screens. They swallowed hard and read the news with dumbfounded gazes. Soon, they turned to Varian with scorching looks. There was no doubt. This man was the man. The cop stared at him with reverence, and the one who shot him covered her mouth in shock. Did I just? I apologize, I'd never. Varian waved his hand, indicating it was all right. The petite cop sighed in relief and then stretched out her hand, confusing Varian. An autograph, please, she said bashfully. Even though she was a few years older than him, she behaved like a little girl. Her words were the trigger for her colleagues. Please, me too. The lean man tore his shirt and showed his shoulder. The third cop, the most enthusiastic of the lot, almost tore her shirt. Thankfully, Varian's telekinetic force stopped her in time. Realizing her mistake, she stuck out her tongue and showed her nape while pleading in a gentle tone. Please, just once. Varian stared at them in exasperation and shook his head. My autographs aren't worth shit. No, sir. They're worth their weight in diamonds. If I sell my hand with your autograph, even just the skin, it'll fetch a fortune on the black market, the petite young man stated with conviction as he rubbed the letters on his palm with a smile. A thought flashed in his mind, and he waved his hand. Of course, only fools would sell your autograph. I won't sell this, sir. I'll take it to my grave. Varian felt weirded out and wanted to argue that people who bought his autographs for so much money were stupid. But he knew better than to debate with his fans. He was frustrated by the situation. He didn't want to be martyred, idolized, or romanticized. The frustration needed an outlet, and Varian's eyes lit up as he cracked his knuckles. A few minutes later, Valos was filled with the screams of a young man. One outlet reported seeing a naked man being beaten across the street. Another stated that the young man was beaten black and blue, healed, and then beaten again. It didn't stop there. Words such as, brother, forgive, time out, and don't kick my ass anymore, echoed across the city. No one could find the source of this madness. But all the criminals in the city surrendered out of fear. And Varian was now meeting someone, or something, special. Woo, 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 stop crying. It's been 10 minutes already. Varian patted the cute little ghost hugging his chest. But, master, you don't know. It's so scary. Boo was alone, and it's scary, so scary. Boo's wails continued. Varian couldn't bring himself to scold it for crying. It felt like he was consoling a child. And Boo was like a child. So, he just glared at the young man wrapped in bandages on the bed. Kyle flinched before he groaned in protest. I had to take care of the research. Besides, Boo kept roaming, didn't spend time with us. Maya, resting on the couch, nodded lightly and dozed off to sleep again. She had been exhausted from all the work in the past few weeks. Kyle wasn't much better. But when your body gets beaten enough, it's easier to stay awake. You write that crap on my tomb once again, and I'll bury you in the same tomb. Varian coaxed Boo and snorted at Kyle. Kyle was bandaged all over, but he wasn't really that injured. It was just a show so Varian wouldn't beat him more. Varian knew this perfectly but didn't really want to injure Kyle. He wanted to beat, not torture him. How about you just don't die every other Sunday? Kyle rolled his eyes. Varian reconsidered not beating him badly. I don't try to die, he replied. Yeah, sure. You don't try. You just do. I won't be surprised if you drop dead one day. I mean, come on, dude. If the Earth is in danger and you had to sacrifice yourself, you will. Nah, I'm not a hero. Yeah. Kyle imitated Varian's voice and replied with a serious expression. I'm not a hero, but I will put my life at risk for people. There isn't anything more to a hero than that. They're as human as you are. No one is perfect. Some just rise to the occasion, even at the cost of themselves. Kyle shrugged, and the bandages came off. Panicking, he put them back in place. Sounds too serious coming from you. Varian crossed his arms and ruminated on those words. Guess talking with your father-in-law for a few weeks did the magic. Oh shit. Only then did Varian remember that he had practically spoken no words to Evander and just ghosted him after providing the emergency treatment. What was that? Your enlightenment that you were a hero all along? Kyle raised a brow. No, I ghosted my father-in-law. Didn't speak a word to him since I was so pissed at you. Varian glared at Kyle, and his eyes shone with a light gold. No, stop, ouch. Kyle hissed as an electric current ran down his spine. He shifted on the bed, writhing from the wild tickling. Ha, stop. Ha 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 ha. Varian ignored his friend's pleas for mercy and let him laugh like a madman for the next 5 minutes. Ha, Kyle groaned as his body spasmed lightly from all the movements earlier. I'd rather get beaten up than laugh so madly. I felt like I died and came back to life. Fuck. Varian smirked. Nah, you didn't. I did. You did what? I died, and then I returned to life. I want the same shit you're smoking. For real. Me too. I mean it. Everything went blank after death, my senses were clouded, and then I suddenly returned to life. All the memories flooded back. It was a weird experience. Sounds like you smoked some strong stuff, Kyle said. Again, I wasn't smoking anything, Varian replied. That's what every smoker says after getting caught. Kyle. Alright. So, you really died? Kyle opened his mouth and glanced at Varian from head to toe. Holy shit. What the fuck happened? It's a long story, but this is roughly it. Varian transmitted the details through telepathy. Kyle froze for a few minutes before he got up from the bed, removed all his bandages, and punched Varian. Varian let the fist connect with his chest. It didn't hurt, he didn't even move an inch, and his skin didn't ripple. You idiot. Kyle punched a few more times in rage. Throwing away your life like that. After a few minutes, the exhausted Kyle wrapped himself back in bandages and said, Anyway, I'm happy it worked out somehow. But don't risk your life like that. It's Sia and Enigma. Of course, I'd risk my life, Varian said. Kyle didn't argue with him anymore and explained the events that transpired over the past few months. Varian was surprised by their modification of the potions. He hadn't expected that. The bottleneck advancement potions are the reason so many level 9s and level 8s advanced. They're the central reason why humans could defend the planetoids for so long and didn't collapse in a few days, Boo added. It's all thanks to you leaving me with such a precious thing, Kyle said. Not much. You went above and beyond and scaled it up, Varian said with a genuine smile. Looks like the world owes you too. And your father-in-law too. Without him giving detailed explanations and using his network to help us understand the intensity of the bottlenecks, the new elixir wouldn't have worked out the way it did. He's something, all right. I didn't really think in that direction. And I don't think I would have, even if I hadn't vanished. Kyle just laughed. If you hadn't vanished, there wouldn't have been a need for this potion. Before the Abyssals launch a war, you'd be burning their homes. You bet. Humility is not your strongest forte, eh? Never was, Varian smirked with pride. Kyle shrugged. Well then, congrats. There are crazy stories, comics, and movies going around after your supposed death. They made you out to be a crazy super genius, insanely hardworking, and a hardcore patriot. None of that sounds crazy though. Varian pointed out, because I'm all those things and more. Right. Kyle facebombed before he started chuckling. A few hundred women appeared, claiming to be mothers of your children. They all produced some video evidence, made documentaries, and all sorts of stuff about their romances with you. Fuck. Kyle's lips pulled up as he punched the bed and burst into laughter. There's a granny with a son as old as my father. She said you liked the older ones. Fuck. Varian unsheathed his sword. I can definitely use some sword practice. Give me the granny's address, Boo, and I'll see if I can't shave her head with my eyes closed. Boo actually started giving addresses while Kyle rolled on the bed laughing. Wait. It's not over yet. Kyle grabbed his arm and stopped him from leaving. It gets more absurd than this. Oh, it does. Kyle wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. Your football team, no. Your football team's cheerleaders, oh. Their mothers, their grandmothers all said they were part of your harem. Crazy bitches. Varian spat and slumped into his chair. Suddenly, I don't want to save humanity anymore. Come on, these claims are easily refuted. Then why bother? Fame, even if it's short-lived, is a potent drug, Kyle said. Sort of like how battle makes you happy. Varian made a mental note to change these things once the war was over. No, once the Abyssals were defeated, they'd be finished soon. With a snap, Varian unloaded a pile of precious, almost glowing herbs into the room. Their scent alone healed Kyle's injuries completely and filled him with energy. What the hell are these? They're precious. Try making potions with them to break the bottlenecks. Varian said. We're fighting now, so I can't give you blood. But if you need more herbs, just ask. I have plenty. Oh, Kyle studied the herbs, holding his breath. He was new to this, but with the rigorous work he had done for the previous elixir, he felt confident about working this out. And these are a couple of famous recipes from the home world. Good for reference. Kyle glanced at the wooden scrolls and clicked his tongue. They really are good. They should be. Varian stood up and stretched his arms. He was very depressed when he realized the state of Neptune and the solar system. The guilt was gnawing at his conscience. Thankfully, Kyle brightened his mood. Even though the war was still at its peak, Varian was ready to tackle it without any mental burden. After repelling the abyssal and undead forces in a tough fight, even Varian needed rest. Once his mental burden was lifted after talking with Kyle, it became apparent. So, he rested with Sarah and Sia in a warm bath, while hundreds of screens lit up in the large bathroom, which was as big as a normal house. With Boo back, Varian once again felt like the world was in his hands. Every piece of news was listed, covering all developments from Mercury to Neptune and beyond. The girls fell asleep after a quick but intense session that calmed their nerves. Refreshed and in a contemplative mood, Varian studied the news carefully. He quickly gained a deep understanding of the origin, development, and current status quo of the war. I can push things and increase our odds of winning this war, Varian muttered before shaking his head. Nah. We'll win. Whatever it takes. Period. He willed away the news portals and was about to close his eyes when his perfect memory lingered on a single piece of news from the middle of the war a week ago. It was something he had neglected while taking in so many news items. But his intuition was screaming. Varian raised a finger, and the news screen popped up. It was a very private piece of news from a very elite club accessible to fewer than 100 members. The hypervenom is needed by Sovereign Irene. We know it's being stocked, but if you continue to do so, she'll die and so will you. Die? Varian raised an eyebrow. Why would she, of all people, die? She's weaker than the Despair Queen, sure. But her artifact gives her high defense. Oh damn. An artifact. Varian vanished from the bath and stormed out of his room. His clothes flew up and covered his body as he called the 3 sovereigns he could trust. Sovereign Irene didn't reply. Shit. Sovereign Ares' call was answered by a beautiful woman. Varian wanted to ask her to pass the call, but when he saw the unconscious blonde man in the healing container behind her, he hesitated. The battle had been brutal, and the man had fallen into a coma that could last for a full day. Forcing him awake would interrupt his healing. Even though he hadn't known Ares for long, Varian respected him enough to politely apologize to Ares' wife and end the call. Varian then tried calling Bali, but the butler who answered the call showed his master's condition, which was even worse than Ares. Sighing deeply, Varian called the remaining sovereigns one by one. Though he didn't trust them entirely, he had no choice. None of them answered. If the calls were answered, the response was the same, too injured to speak. Varian realized that the Abyss Emperor had gone mad, providing something to increase the strength of the Abyss rulers. It shouldn't be too high, or the sovereigns would be dead by now, but it was definitely significant. Increasing the strength of all level 9s, level 8s, and level 7s, what madness is this? Varian's eyes turned toward a distant red crack in the space, the Demon Abyss. During his time as Prince Var, he had learned about the Emperor's character. A man who avoided a full-scale war to prevent loss of life, if you're going all in like this. Varian drew in a sharp breath. The Zyans, no, the fairies are at your door. The situation was direr than he had imagined. While the Abyssals would have withdrawn after their advantages were neutralized, as in previous wars, that luxury wouldn't be possible this time. The Abyssals were going to fight to the death. Varian was confident in his powers to win any battle, but he had no confidence in stopping a war. Even if he was strong enough, he couldn't be in multiple places at once. They needed a strong army, particularly a strong base of High Awakeners to fend off the enhanced Abyssal High Awakeners. I hope Kyle can do something. Varian typed a few messages to his friend regarding the urgency and necessity of the situation before turning to the sovereigns again. From Neptune to Mars, no one was available. Varian skipped Earth and called Venus, with the same dull result. Even Sovereign Albert, the strong military man, had his hands tied. He wasn't too injured and resting like the rest of the sovereigns, but he certainly had no room to talk to Varian. In the end, Varian called the one person he least wanted to address. A white room came into view, focusing on a handsome middle-aged man sitting barefoot on the tidy, shining floor. Watching the young man on the other side, the sovereign's eyes flickered with disbelief before settling into amusement. His lips curled up slightly as a calm but deep voice sounded. "To what do I owe the pleasure, Mr. Genius?" "Genius? The same pest you tried to kill in the ruins?" Varian sneered. "There is bad blood between us, I agree," Julius admitted. "I was interested in your secret back then. And now? Even more so. Your strength is now touching the peak of level 9, and all this happened in just under a year." Julius gazed bored into Varian's face like a scorching gale under the summer sun. "Do you feel any responsibility in withholding such crucial information? This is the problem with power in the wrong hands. You refuse to share what can be shared. Look at what it has brought us today, millions dead and billions of lives at stake." The words were carefully chosen, and the tone was full of admonishment. If Varian didn't have a strong mind, he would have been overwhelmed by the guilt. But for better or worse, after causing millions of deaths on Mars, Varian no longer felt guilty. He still grieved for the losses, but when considering the bigger picture, he became very rational and indifferent. Julius was surprised to see the calm expression on the young man's face. He knew Varian was emotional. The young man he had chased back in the ruins, he didn't let go of that girl even when his life was at stake. What happened to that guy? It had been only 3 or 4 months. But Julius belatedly realized that the person standing in front of him today was a very different individual. "There are things that can't be shared," Varian snorted. "Not because I don't want to, but because I can't. Or how about you share your heavens will quota?" It was Julius' turn to be silent. "I apologize for being petty. While you might think my actions were wrong, I believe it will benefit the majority to share your secret. But now isn't the time to settle our differences. We are at war. And I'm glad you're back." This Julius was so different from the one Varian knew. Varian didn't understand why this bastard was acting this way. But he didn't care much about it and got to the point. Sovereign Irene's artifact was stolen. "Correct," Julius nodded with an expression of rage and pity. One can only wonder why a sovereign does such things. But again, I'd rather not stir the issue in this sensitive time. "You know exactly why the artifacts are missing, Julius." Varian's eyes narrowed dangerously. "You're the one stealing them." Varian ran his psychic power to the fullest, carefully observing Julius' expressions down to the minute details. A heavy silence filled the room. "I'm sorry?" Julius looked at him in confusion. "If that is an accusation, then save it for later. As I said, we have a war going on." Varian glared at Julius, but the frustration in his heart boiled like magma. "There's nothing. Not even a single change in his facial expression." If it were only that, Varian wouldn't feel very confident about his judgment. The point was that Boo had hacked into the device Julius was using and measured the man's heartbeat and blood flow the whole time. "Master, he doesn't seem to be lying." Varian stared at the Sovereign for a bit longer as the uncomfortable silence continued. "Sovereign Irene's life is in danger without her artifact." "Indeed. So, I hope we win this war and do something about it," Julius said lightly, then asked offhandedly, "Where did you disappear to, and how did your power increase to the peak of level 9 so quickly?" Varian cut off the call and slumped into his couch, clutching his head. He had confidence in pushing back the abyssals but couldn't shake the feeling that the traitor sovereign was just as much of a problem. "Too late," Julius chuckled, rubbing a silver slate. On it were ancient sentences that roughly translated to, gain all artifacts and reach the apex of mortals. Become a celestial ranker. The slates had roughly the same meaning, as enigma gathered from all the towers. It was the state he accidentally found in the ruins, which kickstarted the loss of the artifacts. Neptune's demon sword was taken during Pluto's war, and Uranus' crystal armor and Jupiter's nature seed were taken from Irene Nile in the last war. Mars' ether pendant was snatched from the dead Creo. Earth's blink ring remained with him. Only one artifact, Mercury's blood gauntlets, stood between Julius and Celestial. And it's so close. So close. Whatever Varian was hiding now wouldn't remain hidden under the light of a celestial rancor. Only then would their debt be settled. You're very clever, I'll give you that. But experience will triumph when it should, Julius smiled. Silly boy, why should I steal when it's all rightfully mine? Mine. All mine. The lie detection would only work if someone thought and knew they were lying. But when a person genuinely believed what they were saying, none of the usual methods would work. Varian had been careful enough to consider the ticking traitor's sovereign bomb, but he was deceived by a man who fully believed in his actions. While the war continued to be the biggest challenge threatening mankind, an unforeseen danger lurked around the corner, waiting for the perfect moment to surface. Why is your face so scary? Wait, are you still angry at him, like Master is worried? Sia asked as she walked beside Varian toward the military command center. The highest order meeting in the human army was about to begin in a few minutes. Although a few key figures couldn't attend due to their condition, most managed to make time for this. Varian was naturally invited. Even if his track record was ignored, the fact that he possessed strength comparable to a peak level 9 was reason enough. There were only a few guards around the crystal red building. What was truly captivating was the special garden behind the building. The roses, lilies, and all other types were made of crystal. Under the sunlight, they glittered. But the highlight would be at night when these flowers would start shining. These flowers were too expensive, and there was only one such garden in the entire Federation. Varian thought it would be nice to take a small walk with Sia here. She liked flowers, after all. The guards in the area looked at each other in confusion. A few wondered if they should tell Varian that this was an important meeting concerning the fate of the human race and that he couldn't just bring a girl and stroll around as if it were a date. But his face. His eyes were cold and indifferent, and his expression made them wonder if he was a devil. Is my face really scary? Varian patted his cheek and wondered. Where did you go after you met Kyle? Sia asked. Julius, Varian didn't hide it from her. He said he didn't steal the artifacts. From my readings, he really wasn't lying. Then he went on to explain the reasoning Julius had given for his actions. Sia didn't say a word and walked forward silently. But the turbulent emotions in her eyes expressed more than any words could. Varian gently patted the small of her back and said softly. It doesn't matter if he's morally right or wrong. Maybe his intentions are right, a stronger human race at any cost. But it doesn't change what I will do. Sia raised her head and looked at her boyfriend in surprise. Are you serious? Huh? Why not? Varian asked. You're the type of person who blamed yourself for what happened to that girl, Vin, when we were on vacation, Sia responded. Varian's expression froze for a moment before he shrugged. I still feel bad about what happened to her. I still feel somewhat responsible. But I'd still take the time off. Think about it, I can't be working 365 days a year, 24 hours a day. Then if you're clear about what you'll do to Julius, why are you still? Sia gently pressed his shoulder. Tense? Varian felt his body relax under her touch and sighed in contentment. It felt like a weight had been lifted from his shoulders, and his mind, which had been on the verge of chaos, began to cool down. You didn't even notice how tense you are? It's like you're about to fight. Sia exclaimed. I didn't want to bring it up directly, in case you really attack someone here, Sia explained. Fuck, Varian cursed and closed his eyes to calm down. I just can't. Can't what? I'm pissed off. At? Julius. He seems happy for some reason. You know, he used to look at me like I was his enemy or at least a potential one. Sia rubbed Varian's back to help him calm down. Varian's clenched fists loosened, and he spoke in a calmer tone. But now, he stares at me like I don't matter. Like he's beyond me. I don't get it. Why is he like that? So I want to beat him down. That son of a... Sia covered his mouth with hers, stopping him from swearing. Varian released his tension and kissed her back passionately. The guards looked at each other and then at the couple. They couldn't take it anymore and were about to step forward, and the huge clock on the crystal-red military building emitted a beep. The two were gone. The war room was filled with virtual figures from all over the Federation, including the chief generals of the planet armies, the best adjutants, and the top scientists. Every person in the room had enough influence to shake a planet during ordinary times. The goal of the meeting was to discuss the development of Save Humanity, sending the seeds out of the solar system. However, with Varian's arrival, the objective shifted to how to win this war. Those in the room who didn't know Varian, especially the scientists, were dumbfounded by this sudden change. How could one man, no matter how powerful, shift the entire objective of the Federation? Yet, here they were, the influential figures gathered around a long table, waiting for the man in white to start speaking. I will provide enough treasures to make potions that will push every level 9 one sub-level higher, Varian declared. His words sent shockwaves through the room. The previously silent and solemn atmosphere filled with chatter in an instant, resembling a noisy market. Varian raised his hand, and everyone fell quiet, surprised by their own sudden silence. But I'll need the best of the best to support the development of the potions. I have the recipes, but my resources are limited. We cannot afford to waste them. All the scientists in the room stood up and nodded. We'll do our best, they chorused. Produce the potions in 36 hours, Varian commanded. A heavy silence followed, then a few old men and women nodded in agreement. Contact this person and get started. The senior scientist caught Kyle's contact and disappeared from the room. Then, he gave the level 8 recipe to the veteran scientists and the level 7 potions to the youngest scientists in the group. Of course, even the youngest one was over 70 years old and very influential. Waving off the last group of scientists, Varian took a deep breath. The recipes he gave to Kyle were the easiest but also used the most precious resources. The price-to-performance ratio was the worst for these potions. Given the value of the ingredients, using them to improve just a sub-level of level 9s was an insult. However, if he wanted to push human level 9s as quickly as possible, this was the only way. If he chose an efficient recipe, even if all the scientists worked together, it would take at least a month to create the potions. While Varian earlier admitted that he wasn't losing sleep over the deaths, he did feel responsible. Even though his actions would deplete Hortus resources for the foreseeable future, as long as they could save more lives, he was willing to do it. Now, his second objective for the meeting. I have defensive treasures, not many. They can keep our planetoids, which are in danger of falling, safe for a few days. By then, the level 9s. His words were shocking enough, but when Varian alone produced defensive treasures equivalent to the collections of 3 planets, even the most solemn of generals couldn't stop staring. The rhythm of war changed. It wasn't the reversal humans had hoped for, but the change was enough to anger the Abyssals. This shift first began on a planetoid of Uranus, which was about to fall to the Abyssals. Humans were pushed to their last base, with only 10% of their original army remaining. Meanwhile, the Abyssals, standing strong at 60%, were poised to crush their enemies. As the Abyssal army of 100,000 marched toward the giant fortress, the last stronghold of resistance, the sky lit up. Then, a red barrier enveloped the fortress. It didn't seem like a normal defense barrier. It gave off a different feel, something that made the Abyssals in the vanguard uneasy. Another barrier? Do they seriously think they can stop us? Ignorant humans. Give up your struggle and meet your fate. The Abyssal Army chanted with vigor and valor as they roared. The Elementalists, Space Awakeners, Long-Range Beasts, and Plant Morphs all attacked the barrier with their full strength. For a moment, the sky was covered in a sea of attacks. And the next moment, the attacks fell onto the barrier, and disappeared. The barrier didn't shake, nor did it even ripple. There wasn't even a response, as if throwing a pebble into the ocean. The noisy battlefield fell silent in an instant. Forget the Abyssals who stared at the barrier with huge suspicion and a hint of fear. Even the humans standing on the fortress's thick walls, ready to counter the attacks, were dumbfounded. Was that small disk that reached them a few minutes ago really this powerful? But the surprise was yet to come. The red barrier turned white and flooded the sky with tens of thousands of attacks. These were the same attacks that had reached it. The Abyssals thought they would destroy the humans with little resistance and were fully on the offensive. However, as they scrambled to defend themselves, many couldn't react in time and fell prey to their own attacks. Screams echoed across the battlefield, and lives were lost in seconds. Commander. They have a magical tower. It's not only shielding them, but it's also absorbing the attacks and bouncing them back, the adjutant screamed before being slapped by the commander. I can fucking see, the burly Abyssal growled and signaled to the level 9s beside him. Every barrier has its limits. The level 9s shed their hesitation and launched their attacks on the barrier from the sky. The ground split, and the sky shook. The entire world seemed to come to a standstill as the attacks reached the barrier, and disappeared. The level 9s stared intently at the strange barrier, which once again turned white and spat their attacks back at them. Fuck. They dodged their own attacks and cursed. Due to the wide-ranging effects of some of their attacks, like fireball explosions and ice bullet rains, the Abyssal Army suffered. The level 9s didn't give up and kept firing, but the barrier responded in kind. Even the commander joined the attacks, but the same scenario repeated. After losing a few thousand more to these rebound attacks, the Abyssal Army retreated. Only the level 9s continued to fight relentlessly, with the sole aim of pushing the barrier to its limits and destroying it. But even the level 9s had limited stamina. When the barrier bounced back the same force it was hit with, a tired Abyssal couldn't take it anymore and collapsed. The commander came to his senses and realized that most of the level 9s were exhausted. His gaze turned to the barrier, where he saw the human level 9s looking at them hopefully. It's as if they were asking him to attack the barrier more, tiring themselves out so that human level 9s could finish them off. Fall back, the commander growled, unwillingly. As the Abyssals retreated, the human level 9s put away their hopeful expressions and gathered around the small disk responsible for the barrier. More than 30% of it was already cracked. The Abyssals were right. Even the barrier couldn't hold on forever, it'd break sooner or later. But we should use this opportunity to assassinate as many as we can, the human commander said. But our safety. What safety? Without this barrier, we're dead meat. And this barrier will fall sooner or later. Rather than worry about the inevitable death, it's better to kill as many Abyssals as we can. His words stirred the hearts of the powerhouses. Even though the Abyssals now had 3 times more level 9s than they did, so what? A few minutes later, the human level 9s used some treasures to sneak out. The Abyssals weren't expecting the cornered humans to have such courage. The assassination ended with the human level 9s losing a third of their numbers while taking down 2 Abyssals each. Suddenly, the unimaginable gap between the two sides seemed to have been narrowed to a manageable scale. This result not only horrified the Abyssals but even surprised Varian. However, once this operation was known, the Abyssals on the other planetoids became cautious, and such miracles didn't repeat. However, the change was unstoppable. The numerous planetoids that were about to fall suddenly got a defensive treasure and blocked the Abyssals. For at least 2 days, they would be safe. While this change rocked the Abyssals, a bigger and more fundamental change was being engineered in the top laboratories. The potion was developed in 30 hours, the fastest in human history. The price was the death of 3 level 9s, 10 level 8s, and 30 level 7s. All of them knew the risks but were more than willing to gamble their lives for the benefit of humanity. Thanks to their selflessness and the relentless efforts of the scientists, all the level 9s, level 8s, and level 7s received the potion. As the High Awakeners prepared for the advancement, Varian reached Neptune for a cleanup. Varian's presence brought hope of a stalemate to the army, and with the amount and quality of treasures he rolled out, they were certain that the war would end soon and in their favor. However, they had no idea that Varian himself was uncertain about the outcome. The Abyss Emperor loomed over them, and heaven forbid, if an even stronger version of his clone arrived, it would be game over. Even if the Emperor didn't come, if the undead were left unchecked, humanity wouldn't be able to bear the wrath of the ninth Abyssal Sovereign. The undead were the biggest existential threat to humanity. They left? Varian rushed into Neptune's military headquarters and checked the monitoring of the planetoids. After retreating, he hoped the Abyssal and Undead armies would also retreat to the planetoids. Yes, one of the officers sitting in front of the giant virtual screens nodded slightly, pointing to the barren planetoids. The last regiment left 8 hours ago. Our bots showed they crossed the asteroid belt and headed for Pluto. As he finished, the officer turned back and bowed his head. Thank you. Because of you, they finally left. Neptune is safe now. We're sending reinforcements to other planets that desperately need them. So many lives are being saved. Corpses, Varian said. What about the corpses of the dead? He zoomed in on one of the virtual screens and swiped. The screen quickly showed the landscape across the planetoid. The war had already caused much destruction to the human defense buildings, and now, they were all either razed to the ground. The land itself was dyed a scarlet red. Eerily, many places were filled with red lakes, pooled by the blood that just wouldn't dry up. The image screamed the agony of the dead and caused even the usually calm Varian to lower his head for a moment. Collecting himself, he asked again, the corpses. The Abyssals burn them every time and sprinkle the ashes across the planetoid, the officer replied, pointing to the smoke clouds on the screen. See? We know there have been cases of Abyssals taking away the bodies of our martyrs, but the amount of smoke we measure matches the number of the dead. Varian frowned. The undead had grown strong during his fight with Xander. There was no denying it. And it was due to the level 9s dying. Why would he burn the human corpses, then? Varian had a strong feeling that the undead was using them, but there was no evidence. He needed evidence. Otherwise, the exhausted army wouldn't just march with him to Pluto. There would likely be many traps set up on Pluto to counter him if he invaded. Even the Abyssals would learn that much after being fooled by him not once, but twice. Under such conditions, leading Neptune's army, whose current size was less than a quarter of the Abyssals, would be like pushing them into a fire pit. What should I do? Unlike the last 2 times, Varian didn't want to barge in alone. The way the undead had looked at him last time gave him a strong feeling that they were waiting for him to jump into the trap. Soon, the undead leader murmured, caressing 4 coffins. Soon. From a bird's eye view, the coffins were at the center of giant concentric circles covering all of Pluto. Lying on these concentric circles were the corpses of millions of humans. These were not just the bodies from Neptune, but also from the planetoids of other conquered planets. There were enough treasures to trick the humans and their machines. Although he despised such tricks, the undead leader knew that winning came first. Any price was acceptable. Even the Emperor agreed. While it's a pity he couldn't send them another death strand, which would have already won them the war by now, the 2 coffin artifacts weren't bad. Soon. Invisible to the naked eye, the death energy from the millions of corpses rose into the air and dispersed. A small part of this energy was attracted to the coffins and converged around them. Meditating in the middle of the 4 coffins, the undead leader grinned as he felt his strength grow with each passing second. Soon, he said in a low voice, but it sounded in the ears of every Abyssal and undead stationed on Pluto. Most of the level 9s were operating the special formations, originally intended for Julius or Albert to take down, but now used early on Pluto for Varian. The boy will come soon, seeking his death, and I shall grant him his wish. The undead leader's voice was filled with incredible joy. The lids of the 4 coffins next to him creaked, and more of the death energy gushed into them. The undead leader arched an eyebrow. This was quicker than he thought. With a chuckle, he muttered, "The stars are on my side. This is destiny indeed." Varian blankly walked out of the monitoring room and headed down a restricted hall that led to the planning room, or as they called it, the war room. As the door creaked open, the arguing old men and women turned to him in surprise. Sitting in a corner around the table was Evander. Surprisingly, Sarah and Sia were also there. Their faces were pale, and Varian's senses detected the healing injuries on their bodies. They had fought on Uranus recently and were currently resting. But it seemed they couldn't just sit still and had come for this meeting. Shaking his head, Varian grabbed a chair and sat beside Evander. "We have a situation." Evander looked at him in surprise. "The undead leader. He was growing stronger while you were fighting. How long do you think it will take him to reach the sovereign state?" The room grew quiet as everyone stared at Evander. At the moment, everyone was arguing about how to allocate Neptune's army for reinforcements to different planets. The undead were dangerous, yes. But they weren't an urgent concern, at least, that's what they thought. "Months, at least," Evander answered. "The gap between a peak level 9 and sovereign is greater than the gap between a peak level 9 and level 1. With his current rate of growth, right?" Evander nodded. "If the growth is sped up." An unease filled the room as the experienced strategists looked at each other and murmured. "We can either send our planet's army to support our forces on other planets, reduce casualties, and possibly even draw the Abyssals to a stalemate. The consensus is that the Undead and Abyssal armies won't attack. You know the deal, they simply don't have enough level 9s. And you?" The old man straightened his back and stared at Varian with a smile. "You are enough to take care of all the level 9s. The rest of our level 9s can handle their army." Everyone nodded with an assuring smile. However, Varian felt uneasy. His current strength was that of a peak level 9. But when his paths reached peak level 9, he would have the strength to rival, no, to crush possibly any sovereign. To progress there, he would need a week or possibly longer. If the undead really didn't attack for that long, then there would be nothing to worry about. But if they do attack before that and somehow the undead reach the sovereign state, I'll try to convince them, and if they don't, then I have to force them, Varian decided. Sarah and Sia grabbed Varian's arms, and he told them what he was thinking. Sarah patted his hand to reassure him and asked for a few minutes of time. Tapping the table to draw attention, the blonde spoke. "This consensus could be wrong. Since the Abyssals managed to eliminate all the strange treasures at the start of this war, there's no assurance they don't have a treasure to boost their undead leader. But that's just speculation," a female strategist shook her head. "The situation on our planets is a reality." Correction, Sarah raised a hand and glanced at everyone. "This speculation, if true, would lead to our total destruction. Varian or not, if the undead leader returns as a sovereign, it won't even take a week for him to overrun the entire Federation." Varian looked at Sarah in surprise. "And there's a strong basis for this speculation. The same undead leader that Varian severely injured during the last war gathered corpses to grow stronger. All the other Abyssals did the same to build their undead army." Sarah's voice took on an authoritative tone. "It's not a baseless speculation but a grave possibility." The expressions of the veteran men and women grew solemn. They were persuaded. Even if they didn't really believe this to be the case, it was worth checking. Sarah also understood their position and said, "Send the reinforcements to other planets, but have them make a trip to Pluto first. We don't need to fight as long as the undead aren't doing what we think they are doing." The veteran strategists nodded. "But treat it as a war." The horn of war was blown, and the army began gathering. Meanwhile, Maya, along with other accomplished scientists in the formation field, rushed to the secret realms near Neptune. A couple of secret realms between Neptune and Pluto had teleportation formations that the Abyssals used last time and were destroyed by Varian. Maya and the others repaired the teleportation formations. In less than 30 minutes, the human army of Neptune gathered and set out for Pluto. Varian and his team used the teleportation formations and reached Pluto. What greeted them was exactly what they feared. Millions of corpses were systematically arranged in concentric circles across Pluto. At the center of these circles stood the familiar undead leader and 4 coffins. This was the bizarre scene that greeted the human army upon reaching Pluto. The Level 9s exchanged dismayed glances and simultaneously turned to the young man standing at the forefront of the army. Varian took a deep breath and reined in his impulse to order an attack. Boo! A few white lights flashed on Pluto, and the ghost ship appeared before him. Master, there are formations. Lots of them. Invisible, but deadly. If the army or any High Awakener goes in, they'll... Multiple dark red dots lit up on Pluto and swelled to the size of a city. Without delay, they launched at the army. These laser-like attacks moved so fast that only Level 7s and higher could react. Block. The Level 9s roared and clashed with the red lasers. The defenses they set up, firewalls, space blockage, nearly crumbled before they barely stabilized. The red dots lit up again, and Varian growled. Everyone below Level 7, retreat. The bulk of the army retreated into the secret realms, leaving only the High Awakeners with Varian. He turned to them with a grave expression. I can feel those coffins. If we let them be, they'll give birth to someone like that undead. Every High Awakener's expression grew serious. Knowing them, they won't come out. Not when they can stay in their nest and grow stronger, Sarah said. And going inside is dangerous, Sia added. So we attack without going in and try to destroy their formations, Varian said. No formation can hold on forever. The close combat Awakeners took on the role of stopping the laser attacks while the psychics, telekinetics, elementals, long-range planti, beast morphers, and space and gravity Awakeners stepped forward. Then, the attacks rained down on Pluto. Giant fire phoenixes, massive space cracks, hundreds of small plant bombs, acid columns, and gravity crunches all began targeting one particular section of Pluto. In response, a mass of thick fog rose from one of the formations and soon covered the entire planet. The High Awakeners kept attacking, but all their efforts disappeared into the fog, unable to disperse it. Varian tried to use his space sense to check beyond the fog, but it felt like his senses hit an iron wall. Without warning, the red lasers shot out again. The close combat Awakeners blocked them while the others continued their attacks. 2 minutes later, one of the red lasers faltered and disappeared. One of the formations was destroyed. It's working, a Level 9 exclaimed, but then brought up the question, but what now? Varian looked at the fog with vigilance. The Abyssals and Undead Level 9s on Pluto didn't come after them and just let them destroy that formation. It didn't feel like incompetence. It was a trap. Now that they knew formations could be destroyed, they would desperately try to destroy more. But with fog all around and no clear targets, their options were limited. Varian's perfect memory did recall the locations, but with the fog, those locations likely changed. Their choices were to either attack indiscriminately or go into the fog and destroy the formations. Both were dangerous. If they attacked indiscriminately and exhausted themselves, they would become easy prey when the Abyssals eventually attacked. On the other hand, if they flew into the fog. That's what they actually want us to do. Varian knitted his brows and contemplated. Even if you know it's a trap, sometimes there's no other choice than to jump right in. Destroy the formations, Varian nodded at Sarah and Sia, then his body blurred. He shot through the fog like a missile and came to a stop. The sound of applause rang out as the last 2 surviving Archdukes of Neptune smiled at him. Behind them stood about 15 Level 9s, 10 Abyssals, and 5 Undead. We were waiting for you. Archduke Samarin rubbed his hands with an eager expression. Once you get in, Archduke Yasak grinned, you can't get out. They simultaneously pressed their bracelets. The ground lit up, and a formation activated. Before Varian could even think, the space around him solidified, and the gravity around him tripled. As if solidifying his surroundings and making his body feel like a log weren't enough, a searing pain filled his head, as if someone was scraping his brain with a hot knife. The air around Varian lit up and burned his skin. Fire was followed by lightning arcs, and after the lightning came ice bullets. In just a blink, Varian was attacked dozens of times. He began to bleed from the eyes, mouth, and nose. His skin was first charred, then torn, and blood began to leak out of him even as he tried his best to control the bleeding. Humph. The Abyssals felt a heavy pressure and glared at Varian. Varian's eyes lit up with a tinge of silver, and his body blazed with aura. His spatial power loosened the space around him, his physical strength resisted the gravity, and his telekinetic power assisted in his movements. A layer of lightning and ice covered his flesh, repelling the fire, lightning, and ice attacks. His psychic power constructed a mental wall, stopping the searing pain in his head. In just a few seconds, Varian was able to move freely, almost as if these formations weren't affecting him at all. The level 9s were shocked, but the archdukes were smart enough to realize that Varian couldn't use those powers against them. At most, he could use them partially. While they were surprised that he really had so many paths, they attributed it to the legacy of the Devis. We must get the legacy. The archdukes nodded at each other and summoned lightning dragons. Varian used time power on their attacks and retreated. However, the other level 9s quickly realized his predicament and contributed their own attacks. In the blink of an eye, Varian was bombarded with dozens of attacks, causing him major injuries. What's worse, there seemed to be no solution in sight. Varian was pushed to dangerous limits as his injuries piled up. Even with the formations severely restricting him, his strength still exceeded that of a mid-level 9. However, facing 2 peak-level A9 archdukes and 15 high-level A9s left him helpless against the flood of attacks. Every passing moment, his body was struck by another lightning weapon, a spear, a bullet, a bolt, a sword, a net, and broke down a bit more. From the bird's-eye view, Varian was engulfed in an almost blinding golden light. His silhouette was dark, and bits and pieces of him, the dark tidbits, broke apart and melted away in the flash of gold. His entire body was suddenly riddled with numerous holes and gaps. Even the most resilient of level 9s couldn't stand a minute under this torturous onslaught. But somehow, Varian's damaged body was regenerating. The broken, torn dark silhouette in the golden light was recovering quickly. However, the rate of destruction was higher, and as time went by, the gap between the two widened. As they kept attacking him relentlessly, realizing he was still breathing, even the archdukes felt their stomachs churn. Their hearts screamed in fear as they kept their gazes locked on the young man who was quickly breaking down. They didn't feel elated. Only fear lingered in their hearts. Monster. You're the true undead monster. Even though no one said it explicitly, they all understood that if they let Varian go now, even by accident, they might never have another chance to slay this monster. Forget 2 archdukes, even if 10 of them gathered, it was unlikely. So, with the highest stakes in their hearts, they redoubled their efforts and attacked him with everything they had. At the center of their attacks remained Varian. His eyes remained closed as the searing pain numbed his body and threatened to break down his mind. His skin broke down every second before regenerating and breaking down again. After countless cycles, it felt like he was just wearing a skin suit. It was a creepy feeling, one he wished he didn't have to experience. But that wasn't the end of it. His flesh was burnt, and he felt like an animal being roasted. It was scary, disgusting, and most of all, it left him feeling helpless. He couldn't make much of a move, nor could his attacks reach his enemies. There was literally nothing he could do to stop them. This was the most vulnerable Varian could remember ever being. And he had thrown himself into this situation, fully aware of what lay ahead. This was a trial for him, in more ways than one. Now his fate rested on Sia, Sarah, and Evander. Varian hated handing his fate over to others, even if they were close. Unless necessary, he would do everything by himself. But there was no other way now. Among all the options he could think of, this was the only way for them to invade Pluto. If I get out, then I'll... A lightning bolt broke Varian's defenses and exploded right beside his head, nearly freezing his thoughts. K.I.L.L.Y.O.U. His plantar power began racing ahead of the rest of his abilities, followed by his body and lightning powers. The others were also progressing at a fast rate, but compared to the first three, they were significantly slower. One thing was clear: if Varian did manage to come out of this alive, just by the virtue of all the growth he suffered in these short but extremely intense minutes, he would no longer be in the league of a peak level 9. Formations or not, when he barged in next time, they wouldn't be able to freeze and target him. But if he didn't escape, then everything would be for naught. The Abyssals hoped it would be the case, but the notifications ringing in their ears informed them that the level 9s of the human army had barged in. They still had some formations they could use, but it wouldn't stop those level 9s. Archduke, 4 of us will go and stop those intruders, a level 9 stopped his attack and proposed. 3 members gathered around him and looked at the Archduke for permission. Before the Archduke could even speak, Varian's golden silhouette shook, and a strong shockwave hit everyone. The dark silhouette in the golden light moved and raised its fist. Attack! Hold him down! The Archduke shouted, and the 4 level 9s resumed their attacks, barely managing to keep him frozen. Realizing that Varian almost escaped, cold sweat rolled down the foreheads of every abyssal. The Archduke swallowed their saliva and stared at Varian's silhouette with even more hatred. But they noticed something, a tiny detail that everyone else had ignored. They couldn't see his face. But his dark silhouette in the golden light, almost like a shadow, had a smile on it. It seemed to say, "I'm not trapped with you. You're trapped with me." The Archdukes panicked and tried to send a bunch of their colleagues to deal with the human level 9s. In their original plan, Varian would be killed in seconds, and then they could leisurely deal with the rest of the humans. But what the fuck? This guy just refused to die. It had been minutes already. The plan derailed, and the Abyssals only managed to send 3 level 9s to stabilize the situation. But they, too, knew it wouldn't be enough. Instead of becoming a certain victory where all the human invaders would be wiped out, this had turned into a race to see which would happen first. Could they kill Varian before other human level 9s arrived? Or... Boom! A formation exploded in the distance, and the psychic power attacking Varian vanished. Sia, a weak but confident smirk sounded, followed by a wave of psychic energy that swept over the Abyssals. In the next moment, a lighting awakener clutched his head and knelt. A woman in a black bodysuit appeared behind him and swung her shadow dagger into his neck. Before the Archdukes could attack her or stabilize the situation, another explosion occurred in the distance, loosening the space around Varian. Sarah, the hoarse voice grew more confident and proud. The space around an abyssal on the fringes froze, and a white light spear pierced his heart, ending him. Then the silhouettes of Sarah and Sia blurred as they tore through the level 9 abyssals. After Varian drew all the attention and forcibly kept the level 9s occupied, they landed on Pluto, broke through the few powerful formations they faced, and navigated through the illusions to reach Varian. Even though they had their fair share of injuries, when facing the level 9s that were still afraid to stop attacking Varian lest he escape, they were killing machines. If left alone, every other level 9 except the Archdukes would be dead. Then, they'd team up with Varian and end them. Realizing the danger of leaving these two alone, the Archdukes turned to attack them, despite the risk of letting Varian free. They rather hoped the monster was too injured to act, which he was. After the attacks on him stopped, Varian couldn't even float in the air and collapsed from the sky like a torn parachute. Instead of fighting the Archdukes, Sarah and Sia appeared beside Varian and held him carefully. The space around them fluctuated, and they disappeared into a familiar ghost ship. Don't let them escape. The Archduke's cries were left unanswered as Boo tore through the fog and shot out of Pluto. Sia's vision blurred as tears pooled in her eyes and flowed down her cheeks like a broken dam. Varian had just fainted after being placed in the healing pod, while Boo injected him with the best healing medicines they had. Var. Sia choked, her fingers brushing against the glass that stopped her from touching Varian. He was completely burnt, looking more like a skeleton with a bit of flesh than a living person. It was terrible. She couldn't even imagine the pain he had endured during those long, cruel minutes. Sorry. Sia lowered her head and cried. I was late, otherwise, you wouldn't have suffered this much. So, sorry. Boo wondered if it should give Sia an anesthetic. Clearly, her left arm bone was broken, and the injuries on her abdomen were bleeding profusely. One of the attacks had been dangerously close to her heart, making one wonder how recklessly she had rushed through the formations. As Sia's cries continued over Varian's state, Sarah sat quietly on the other side of the healing pod. She silently stared at his burnt face as it slowly regenerated back to a semblance of normal. A few minutes passed, and Sia's sobs still went on. Finally, Sarah sighed and said, He'll be fine, Sia. He's been through worse. I can't keep watching him like this. Sia buried her face between her knees and muttered, It hurts. It does. The lid opened, and Varian got back onto his feet. He appeared fully healed but was also completely naked. As he touched his ribs, he winced. Fuck. It does hurt. A lot. Sia looked at him with grievance but didn't want to start an argument in the current situation. Boo, Varian waved his hand, and the ghost ship headed back to Pluto. The fog was gone. The human army, led by a few level 9s, was now attacking the abyssal and undead army of Pluto. Surprisingly, the Archdukes and their surviving team of 5 level 9s were searching for the ghost ship instead of participating in the war. In just a few minutes, a lot had changed. But the most striking change was the epic battle at the center of Pluto. Xander and the undead leader clashed, stirring up storms and creating earthquakes with each punch and kick. In just a few seconds, they circled around Pluto and returned to the starting point of their conflict. It was a mind-blowing battle of two giants. However, upon closer inspection, Xander was heavily injured and relentlessly pushed back. The only thing holding him up was his stubbornness to yield. Varian's eyes narrowed at the scene, and he teleported to the exit door. The undead leader is stronger than expected. I have to go. Wait. Sia called from behind. Drink the damn potion. At least, it'd be an assurance. Sarah stared at Varian with a scorching gaze, urging him silently. Varian sighed and shook his head. The only immediate benefit from the potion is its huge energy. It will push my paths beyond peak level 9. But I still haven't figured out a way to handle my sovereign state problem. So, if I take it now, I'll become a sovereign in maybe 3 paths and lose the rest. What's more? His voice grew solemn, and an air of depression filled the air. If the Abyss Emperor comes, I might need it. It's the best potion you ever made, and it might help me step into celestial rank once I'm ready. With that, Varian jumped out of the ghost ship and appeared in front of the Archdukes and the 5 level 9s. Coward. Kill. Ignoring their provocations, Varian swung his sword and teleported to the undead leader. Sarah and Sia appeared in front of the Archdukes, looking at them with indifference. Bitches. You'll pay for this, arg. A thin red line spread across the bodies of the Abyssals, and all their legs were severed in a blink, spilling thick blood into space. Varian's attack targeted their legs, specifically the part below the knees, which they instinctively defended less. Thus, the sword slash effectively struck and handicapped them all. Sarah and Sia didn't miss their opportunity and unleashed their attacks. Taking down these level 9s would be easy now, but it would still take a couple of minutes to finish them. In those few minutes. Boom! The earth split, and the smoke cleared with the swing of a simple sword. The undead leader clutched his bleeding arm, glaring at Varian, unable to hide the awe and surprise in his eyes. How? How did the boy grow so fast? Varian gave him no respite and continued slashing his sword with lethal intent. Xander retreated into the ghost ship and fainted, while his youngest apprentice began to drive the enemy he couldn't defeat around Pluto, destroying formations wherever he could. Boom! 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 The formations exploded into clouds of smoke and gravel. Stop! You coward! Attack me, not the formations. The undead leader fiercely chased after Varian. They were roughly equal in strength, but Varian had the upper hand. What's more, he was far more versatile and effortlessly attacked other sites while maintaining his offensive. Varian doubled over, and the unfortunate abyssal and undead army in his sights received extra attention and were slaughtered. With the help of the level 9s leading them and their own morale, the human army tore through the abyssals and undead. Time to end this. Varian appeared at the center of the concentric circles and swung his sword at the 4 coffins. You pest! I'll kill you. I'll fucking kill you. The undead leader quickly blocked the sword slash. But the space around him rippled, and a part of the attack teleported behind him. What the hell is that? There was no answer. Only the sound of 2 coffins blasting into pieces. The undead leader lost control. With a voice that edged on desperation and rage, he slammed his fist into the ground. Stop! A formation covering the entire Pluto lit up and expelled every human being, including Varian. A translucent barrier enveloped Pluto. Varian, with a serious expression, ordered the army to retreat. Regroup after 2 hours. The barrier is a tough nut to crack, but it should be doable in 2 hours. The undead and abyssals sighed in relief as they collapsed on the ashen grounds of Pluto, the ash formed from the dead bodies of the billion humans. But as they stared at Varian retreating, they had an urge to curse and cry. This wasn't ending, it was just beginning. More than half the formations around them were utterly broken, and half of the remaining were partially destroyed. With Varian and his allies cutting down so many level 9s, the humans actually had more level 9s now. Facing a larger group of level 9s, the abyssal and undead army was bound to lose. They knew it too. That's why they prayed and hoped for something to tide them through the misery of certain death. Perhaps their call was answered because just a few minutes after the retreat, an exclamation rang in the ghost ship. Sovereign Albert is dead. What? Varian jumped up from his seat and stared at the big screen flashing the news. Sia arched an eyebrow and crossed her arms, but Sarah covered her mouth and stared at the image of the stern old man on the screen. Even though their grandfather-granddaughter bond was practically absent, after going through life and death in Hortus, Sarah cherished her close ones in her family. She even hoped that after this war, she could improve her relationship with the old man. Although he never pampered her like a normal grandfather, Sarah remembered him covertly helping her whenever she fell into danger. He never smiled at her, not once. But when she asked him for help a few times, like when she wanted to search for Varian after he disappeared in the dungeon during his first mission, he didn't hesitate. So, from the bottom of her heart, Sarah wished to cherish whatever family she had left. But the news. Hearing the suppressed whimper, Sia turned to her best friend, and a look of pity appeared on her usually indifferent face. I'm sorry, Sia said, hugging Sarah gently and patting her back. Sarah buried her head in her friend's shoulder and shed silent tears. Varian, however, didn't even notice that Sarah was crying. His mind was occupied with the implications of Albert's death. Perhaps subconsciously, he did hear Sarah's cries, but he filtered them out and focused on the important matter. Varian might not have noticed it, but he was changing. Can you confirm his death? Varian asked Boo. Yes, Boo replied immediately and showed the footage from a drone. 2 figures were fighting at speeds that caused them to appear as mere blurs. Each time they clashed, the shockwaves shook the space and destroyed drones even 500 miles away. Varian narrowed his eyes. He could clearly see the figures of Albert and Sin King. An old but tough man in a military uniform fights against what can only be described as a mixed beast. His arms and legs, nearly 2 meters in length, shimmer with black scales, while his torso resembles a blue, jelly-like jellyfish. His back is adorned with a hard, red shell. Only his face, tiny in comparison to his massive frame, is abyssal. Hybrid morpher, Varian recalls, mindful of the path of the Abyss ruler. He observes the creature, a hybrid of a dragon-like being, a turtle, and a jellyfish or slime. Whatever it is, Varian notes the Sin King's incredible strength, defense, and vitality as the battle with Albert continues. Surprisingly, Albert himself is no less formidable. Specializing in speed, he is the fastest person Varian has ever seen. For every blow the Sin King delivers, Albert lands too. He can also evade most of the Sin King's attacks, and his high speed gives him the momentum to strike hard. However, these abilities alone are not enough for Sovereign Albert to stalemate the stronger, more resilient, and fast-regenerating Sin King. The final piece of the puzzle is a pair of scarlet gauntlets. Each time they strike the Sin King and injure him, he becomes slightly disoriented for the next few seconds. Yet, the Sin King regenerates so quickly that he remains only slightly disadvantaged. This dynamic has resulted in a stalemate that has lasted for decades. However, something changes. As Albert holds the Sin King's army at bay and punches him in the chest, the space beside them twists. 2 powerful fists shoot out in an instant. The space crumbles like paper, and the shockwaves from the fists, even before they make contact, destroy the drones within a 1,000-mile radius and nearly cripple the current drone. As a result, the display on the screen blurred, and Varian could only see vague figures. Thanks to his mental powers, however, he was still able to understand what was happening. The old general hadn't expected an ambush, much less one so powerful and fast. Neither had the Sin King. Albert saw the attacker's face, and a look of realization dawned on him, followed by a sigh of resignation. He could have backed away and dodged, but he didn't. Instead, he pulled the Sin King closer and attacked him with all his strength. The Sin King realized his archenemy's suicidal plan and forcibly pulled his army away, trying to dodge. But it was too late. The 2 fists struck them right in the chests. An invisible shockwave passed behind them, but the 2 men froze. Then, Albert's uniform shattered, and his body exploded into pieces. The Sin King fared better, but his turtle shell shattered, and his right arm and leg disintegrated. Still, he was not far from death. Like a deflating balloon, he collapsed. The silhouette of the attacker blurred for a moment before it grabbed the scarlet gauntlets. It ignored the still-alive Sin King and turned right, in the direction of the drone. It smiled. Looking at Julius' smiling face, Varian gasped as his brain nearly froze. What the? Julius knew Varian would watch this footage, and that's exactly why he didn't hide. He wanted Varian to know it was him. You son of a bitch. Varian spat the curse he rarely used. Traitorous dog. You need to be hanged in public. Then, Julius used the artifact of Earth's ruins, the Blink Ring, and quickly teleported back to Earth. There were 6 artifacts, and with the gauntlets, he now possessed all of them. If the scriptures were right, Julius would soon be promoted to the guardian of the Devis and attain celestial rank. Varian had no illusions about what would happen once this man reached that level of strength. He and his loved ones would be hunted down like dogs and crushed to death. But before he could dwell further on that grim future, the footage on the screen froze him. The dying Sin King fiddled with his spatial ring, and a shining crystal bottle appeared above him. Inside was a single drop of green liquid. The moment it touched the Sin King, a green shockwave swept through the space. Under Varian's horrified gaze, the Sin King began to heal. It was far from instant regeneration, but he, who was clearly on the brink of death even if he drank a dozen healing potions, was being pulled back from the edge. His shattered body slowly began to regrow, and his destroyed right arm and leg started to sprout. It wasn't fast enough to be completed in minutes, but given 2 or 3 hours, he would be back to normal. And once he healed, what would he do? Since Julius was much stronger, the Sin King wouldn't attack him directly. But he wouldn't hide his anger. The target of that wrath would certainly be the planet he couldn't conquer for decades, Mercury. Varian's mind raced at its fastest, but his heart rate slowed, and his eyes grew calm. We'll attack now, and the battle will last a few minutes. Kill as many as you can, then retreat back to Neptune, he said in a tone that carried authority. What? The voice on the other end hissed and spluttered. The formations are all destroyed. Sir Evander is still holding back the undead leader until you recover. Then, if you can hold back the undead leader, our level 9s will destroy the undead and abyssal army. This is a golden opportunity. We can't retreat. We aren't retreating. Hearing the adamant tone of the other party, Varian's eyes flashed, and he said in a low voice, Sovereign Albert is dead. I can't stay here. The breathing on the other side stopped abruptly, and even the vigorous heartbeat disappeared for a moment. Then, the sounds of gritted teeth and the familiar noise of fists clenching so tightly that nails dug into flesh rang out. Is it true? The commanding officer of the army didn't ask for a source, he asked for confirmation in a tone that seemed almost on the verge of a breakdown. Yes, Varian sighed. A deep sigh of despair came from the calm, and Varian felt that it was a man who thought he saw the end of his civilization. The situation can still be salvaged, but you have to trust me, Varian said, locking the room where Evander was healing. I need you. He teleported to the barrier guarding Pluto, his senses spreading out and wrapping around it. Then, like tentacles trying to penetrate the ground, they attempted to breach the barrier. Moments later, Sarah and Sia appeared beside him and began their own assessment of the barrier. The level 9 humans joined them a few seconds later and looked to Varian for guidance. In response, a brilliant white sword appeared in Varian's palm. The aura radiating from it caused the level 9s to flinch and step back. Sia and Sarah were also surprised. This sword was the culmination of all the powers Varian possessed. It was difficult to create, required a lot of aura, more time, and was not suitable for combat lasting even 5 minutes. Step back, Varian said, and threw the sword with all his might. Almost like a bomb exploding, the space near Varian shook, and his arm turned into a mess of blood and bone. But he couldn't even worry about it as the recoil jerked him back violently. The brilliant sword shot forward faster than a bullet, glowing with a blinding white light. It then touched the unsuspecting barrier, and the space dimmed for a moment before exploding into a wave of brilliant light. Like eggshells cracking, the barrier fractured. However, it didn't burst and quickly began to recover. Now! A light sword and a dark sword struck the barrier, followed by a few more attacks. The cracked barrier reluctantly broke away but began to recover again. Sarah, Sia, and the level 9s took a moment to recover after their strongest attacks, but a figure streaked into the gap in the barrier. Varian. Varian jumped in and teleported near the undead leader, who was staring at the broken coffins and the destroyed corpses inside with an aggrieved and raging expression. Sensing his presence, the undead leader greeted him with the strongest punch ever. Varian narrowly escaped having his chest cracked in two but paid the price with his right arm, which was about to be healed back to normal before once again turning into a mess of flesh and bone. Without a second thought, he punched the undead leader with his left hand. The punch connected with the undead's and both were blown away. Varian didn't give him any breathing space and launched a flurry of attacks. But he wasn't able to suppress his enemy as he did just a while ago. His strength rose again. Varian's eyes shifted to the death energy leaking from the broken coffins. There were still 2 more coffins, and Varian intended to destroy them as well. However, as if sensing his thoughts, the undead clapped his hands, and a powerful defensive formation, no less formidable than the barrier around Pluto, enveloped the 2 intact coffins. This only increased Varian's determination to destroy them. But time wasn't on his side, and neither was space. Fuck off. The undead performed a strange gesture with his fingers, and the space on Pluto began to repel Varian. It was as if the air around him turned solid, pushing him away. Varian searched for the formation responsible for this and cursed when he found it right next to the coffins inside the new barrier. The undead sneered at Varian, but his expression froze as a sword of light and a spear of darkness shot at him with wild ferocity. These attacks were soon followed by a couple more. With the help of his girls and the level 9s, Varian ganged up on the undead leader. There were no surprises. Even with his improved strength, he was not much stronger than Varian. Coupled with all the assistance, he was quickly beaten to severe injuries. He even lost his arm and a good chunk of his torso. Kill him. Varian raised his sword to deliver the finishing blow when a light flashed on Pluto. The undead had been silent throughout the combat, but at the last moment, he yelled in a strange language. The formation covering the coffins expanded, and the next thing they knew, they were once again staring at a barrier shielding the little planet. Only this time, it was significantly stronger than before. "It'll take a day to take this down," Varian said immediately, and he grabbed the girls into the ghost ship. Next time. The ghost ship boosted to its full speed and disappeared into the secret realms, quickly entering the teleportation formations and reaching Neptune. From there, it was a race against time as Boo headed toward the first planet of the solar system. In just under 30 minutes, they reached Mercury and caught up with the Sin King, who had recovered enough a while ago and was now flying back to the Sin Abyss with his archdukes. Facing the sturdy, 8-foot-tall Sin King, who was morphing into his hybrid form, Varian felt both lucky and unlucky. If Julius had cared, he would have noticed that Sin King hadn't died from his punch and ended him. Although Varian deeply hated the traitor, he would have been glad if Julius had killed Sin King. But no. Not only was Julius arrogant enough to leave Sin King behind, but the Abyss ruler was also fortunate enough to have a miraculous healing potion to recover from the brink of death. Still, the situation was so dire that Sin King had to wait 10 minutes just to heal enough for a normal space flight back to his Sin Abyss. If he had returned and recuperated to his peak, it would have been a disaster for humanity. Luckily, despite everything that went wrong, Varian was able to track down and intercept Sin King halfway to the Sin Abyss. The reason for catching up was less about the ghost ship's speed and more about Sin King's slowness. "Varian," Sin King said, punching out with his larger, black-scaled arms. Boo twirled like a spinning top to dodge the punch, but the scaled arms still managed to graze the underside of the spaceship, leaving long marks. The two archdukes of the Sin Abyss transformed into a lava-breathing bull and a lightning horse. The space lit up with red and golden lights as the two archdukes attacked the ghost ship with lava columns and lightning phantoms. Despite its high speed, Boo was having trouble dodging the attacks. It was designed for speed, not agility. Varian and the girls jumped out to face the attacks. "Fuck off," Sarah said, her light swords accelerated in time flow, slicing through the 12 lightning phantom horses. Just as it seemed Sarah would finish off the phantoms without resistance, the lightning horse raised its front legs and neighed. The 12 phantoms moved almost instantly and merged into 3. 9 of Sarah's light swords passed through empty space, while 3 hit the integrated phantoms. Given the phantoms' initial resilience, Sarah's swords should have easily ended them. However, thanks to the integration, the lightning phantoms only took minor damage from Sarah's attacks before neighing and rushing at her. Sarah concentrated her light mana and threw 3 swords at the phantoms. This time, the phantoms split into 100. The 3 swords took down their targets, but 97 phantoms remained intact and quickly merged back into 3. Again, there was only minor additional damage to them. This was the special ability of the Archduke's lightning horse morpher form, fusion and fission. "I hate morphers," Sarah grumbled and continued the fight. Even though the horse was sneaky and managed to avoid heavy damage each time, Sarah was able to deal a small bit of damage with each attack. However, if things went on like this, Sarah would be too exhausted before the lightning horse succumbed to its injuries. Sia's situation wasn't much better. She rained down arrows of darkness on the lava snake while simultaneously using psychic energy to attack the creature's brain, making it harder for it to respond properly. She also increased the gravity on the creature, stagnating its movements. This was Sia's standard tactic for winning a battle against a strong opponent. But it didn't work. The lava snake, which was supposed to be hit by at least 30 darkness arrows, shrank at the last minute. Then, it expanded to a size 10 times larger than before and exhaled a column of lava. The hot molten substance reached Sia in just a blink, and even though she wasn't hit yet, her head grew dizzy and blood leaked from her eyes. This wasn't just lava, it had some dangerous poison. She was confident in blocking the lava, but with the poison added, she was no longer sure. Damn it! Sia teleported behind the lava snake and raised her hand to attack. But as if it anticipated her teleportation, the snake swung its tail at her. The snake's skin seemed to be lava itself, and when the tail reached Sia, the temperature around her spiked, and her head grew dizzy. Sia threw a spear at the tail and teleported. The snake shrank again, but the spear was aimed at the very center of its body, so it still hit the snake. However, it only did a little damage. The lava snake had incredible defense. Far from these two battles, Varian stared at the Sin King with a grim expression. Even though his focus remained on his enemy, he was shocked at the strength displayed by the two archdukes. Varian was confident he could defeat one, but to kill two would take time. Mercury is infamous after all, he sighed. Sovereign Albert was the oldest sovereign, and so was his archenemy, the Sin King. It seemed his subordinates might also be very old to be this strong. Wait, what happened to the peak level 9s of Mercury? Why aren't they coming? Varian kept his gaze locked on the Sin King while he asked Boo. Albert was a great guy, the Sin King said before Boo could respond. Rubbing his shoulders, which still weren't healed properly, he added with a nostalgic smile, I wish he'd been born as an abyssal. He would have been a great asset to our empire. Varian channeled his aura and prepared for the battle. But even I don't completely agree with his methods, the Abyss ruler said, shaking his head and pointing to his two archdukes. Once they showed Albert's corpse to Mercury's best fighters, they collapsed and were killed before they could recover. Varian swallowed his saliva, realizing the mistake Albert inadvertently made. The mistake directly led to the death of the peak level 9s who would have fought the archdukes. In decades of his rule, Albert became the pillar of their belief. He was the reason Mercury's army is so hard to defeat. They're like fanatics, more so than any of their peers. But the same fanatics turned into sheep when their pillar crumbled. Boo displayed a visual in front of him. The moment Albert's corpse was publicly shown, they didn't believe it at first. But when the tremendous aura around him spread like a tide, they had no choice but to accept that their hero was dead. And when they did, something in them broke. Seizing this opportunity, the archdukes fought their nemeses, whom they couldn't defeat for decades. Now, they had a perfect chance. Even with decades of experience, these peak level 9s couldn't focus properly. To further distract them, the Abyssals began burning Sovereign Albert's corpse. This truly triggered the Mercury army. They abandoned their battles and rushed recklessly to their sovereign's corpse, including the two peak level 9s. The Abyssals made perfect use of this opportunity and dealt severe blows to their enemies. Mercury's army managed to rescue the half-burnt corpse of Albert, but the cost was the death of two peak level 9s and countless others. Varian's eyes grew cold as the screen vanished, leaving only the Sin King in his sight. Die. Varian was incredibly strong now, but not strong enough to rival a sovereign, certainly not someone in the league of Albert. Sin King was far from his peak, having almost died just 30 minutes ago. Even though he had taken a miraculous potion, he had not yet reached his full strength. However, he was still powerful enough to overpower Varian. The figures of the man and the Abyssal blurred as they engaged in the most primal form of fighting. Fists met fists, heads clashed, bones collided and cracked, and muscles tore apart. Ban. How the hell are you this strong? Sin King winced at the new injuries on his body, the most severe being a human fist-sized hole in his chest, and asked. Varian didn't answer. Instead, he infused his right fist with more lightning mana and his left with ice mana. He fought like a melee warrior but used all his long-range powers as well. You can think after you die, Varian's voice rang in Sin King's head, followed by a prickling pain. The space around Sin King's arms collapsed, and despite his powerful, scaled arms, he felt as though someone was tracing a knife on his arm, cutting open his skin for fun. An invisible force enveloped his arms, making any movement difficult, as if someone had grabbed his elbows to prevent him from punching at full strength. Although this power wasn't very strong, just around a high level 9, it annoyed the Abyss ruler. Then, something rippled around Varian. Sin King wasn't sure what it was and didn't have the time to think. Varian reached him in a blink, moving significantly faster than before, and punched with his elementally charged fists. Sin King roared against the restraining powers and slammed his fists. The space around the two froze for a moment before it cracked, allowing the tremendous shockwave to spread out. If this war had happened on a small planetoid, at least 1/10 of it would be destroyed by now. Varian was blown back several miles, while Sin King remained firmly in place. Even after being weakened by all those injuries, he was much stronger than the undead leader. "You're a monster," Sin King said, staring at Varian with a mix of pity and regret. "If only you were born as an abyssal." Before he could finish, Varian reached him in a blink and rained down hundreds of punches on the abyssal. Varian was at a disadvantage with every punch, but he was gradually becoming less so. At this rate, he would need at least an hour to match the Sin King. Varian didn't want to spend that much time, so he used the last weapon in his arsenal. "Is this the only thing you're good at, old bastard? Guess what? Even if I had the chance, I wouldn't want to be born as an abyssal. You are a weak race that's going to be destroyed by the upstart fairies." "That's right," Varian taunted. And he taunted with such a provocative face that Sin King, despite all his experience, almost couldn't help himself. The rage he felt when his race was humiliated knew no bounds, and it urged him to smash the human to pieces. But Sin King knew better than to give in to his emotions. "You still want to challenge Xanders? Have you ever looked at yourself in the mirror? Why do you know all this?" Sin King growled, a look of panic and rage flashing in his eyes. With the recent news of the Abyss Empire being invaded, he had a growing fear. As the Emperor said, they might win against the fairies. But Xanders seemed like a mountain they'd never cross. They'd win the Deva legacy and take it back to the Abyss Empire. However, fully assimilating the legacy would take decades. Would the Xanders, who were reckless enough to throw so many resources behind fairies just to invade the Abyss Empire, let them grow in peace for decades? Even with the legacy, they were likely to lose. Sin King's heart sank as pessimistic thoughts flashed through his mind. If wishes were pigs, why stop at Xanders? "You'll also replace the Jai Empire and establish the Abyssal Empire," Varian said with a mock laugh. This struck a nerve, and Sin King growled, attacking Varian with reckless abandon. But it wasn't just his words. Varian was also using his psychic power to elevate his enemy's negative emotions all along. It worked. "Got you." Varian smiled, using his enemy's recklessness to land heavy hits. In return, he was bombarded with dangerous attacks. However, Varian could take far more damage than Sin King due to his planty powers. As a result, the battle proceeded in the direction Varian intended. Sin King realized he was tricked midway, but it was already too late. "Ha! You, scheming BAS!" Sin King couldn't finish his sentence as a fist smashed into his face, nearly cracking his skull. "Genius! Scheming genius!" "Thank you for the compliment," Varian grinned, increasing the intensity of the battle, like going from a normal run to a sprint. As his injuries mounted to a staggering level, Sin King realized he was going down. A surge of grief filled his heart, which was quickly replaced by rage. "I'll take you down with me." He didn't dodge Varian's fist aimed at his head. Instead, he punched his enemy's head. Sin King wanted to kill him at the cost of his own life. Varian clicked his tongue and teleported away. "You coward. If you have the balls, fight me like a real man, Omph." A lightning palm slapped his head, shutting him up. Varian stood 100 miles away from this suicidal maniac and shrugged. I don't play with crazies. Sin King grew even more frantic as Varian did the most outrageous thing in his opinion. He resorted to long-range combat. Sin King tried to reach Varian and die together, but Varian slipped away every single time. Arg. Arg. Why? You shameless bastard. Sin King roared in frustration. Even when he was pushed to the brink of death by Julius, he didn't feel so aggrieved. Now, he felt like crying. Varian could attack him from a distance, but Sin King couldn't even land a single punch on the human. It was too much. Sin King coughed out blood in sheer anger, and his attacks began to falter. Abyssals won't win, Varian's ridicule echoed in his mind. Sin King gasped, gathering every bit of strength left in his body. Then, before Varian could teleport again, Sin King reached him. Like a star that shines the brightest before it dies, Sin King erupted with an impossible strength and punched Varian right in the heart. His fist broke through Varian's defenses layer by layer, the lightning, the ice film, the invisible telekinetic armor, the hardened space, all were gone. And he did it. Sin King's fist struck Varian right on his heart. Varian's bones cracked, and a deep fist impression formed on his chest. Blood spluttered from his wounds like a waterfall, and Varian was blown backward. This attack should have killed Varian, who had just begun fighting with Sin King. But even though their battle lasted less than an hour, Varian had a substantial increase in strength. The attack severely injured him, but it couldn't kill him. Sin King's eyes remained fixed on Varian's cracked chest, more precisely, on his heart inside the gaping hole. Varian's heart was still beating. Sin King's eyes flashed with defeat, and his body began to break down. In sharp contrast, Varian's chest began to close, and his injury started to heal quickly. As Varian recovered to his peak and opened his eyes, Sin King was on the brink of death. Their gazes met, and the world stood still. For the first and last time, Sin King stared into Varian's eyes. The eyes carried a confidence that proclaimed, even if the Abyss Emperor himself came, he wouldn't be able to win. We were wrong the whole time, Sin King sighed as his consciousness faded into darkness. Varian grabbed his corpse and disappeared. A few seconds later, he reappeared on Mercury's planetoids, which had turned into a living hell. The Abyssals were slaughtering the human army. Even though the Mercury troops fought, they had little morale. Your king, this old mutt is dead, Varian's voice thundered across the planetoids. Then, countless virtual screens lit up, displaying the corpse in front of Varian. The Abyssals paled, while the humans regained their color. This is your end, Varian said, slapping the corpse and breaking it into pieces. No. The Abyssals roared and rushed to the remains of their dead king. The Mercury army, now emboldened, took advantage and inflicted severe damage on the Abyssals. This time, they also had Varian's help. With a flick of his hand, lightning rained down, an ice storm spread for hundreds of miles. The level 9 Abyssals were slaughtered like dogs. The nearby level 8s couldn't even survive a single breath. The level 7s were killed by the shockwaves alone. After inflicting hell upon the Abyssals, Varian returned to the battle site to assist his girlfriends and was surprised. Sarah raised her arms and then pressed her hands together. A light barrier enveloped the phantom horses, compressing them. Despite splitting or integrating, the horses met the same end. They were all crushed by the shrinking light barrier and destroyed. This caused the lightning horse controlling them to cough up blood and collapse. Finally, Sarah waved her hand, and a red light enveloped the lightning horse, burning it into pieces. Sia's battle was also nearing its end. The lava snake shrank to dodge Sia's attacks and spat lava at her. This time, Sia managed to drive a spear into its body. The snake tried to expel the spear by shrinking further, but Sia was quicker. She couldn't control the darkness spear through gravity, but once the spear entered the snake's body and was enveloped in its flesh. Sia's lips curled up, and she used gravity on the flesh surrounding the spear. The flesh wriggled and then exploded, launching the spear forward. The spear shot like a rocket, spreading darkness mana and weakening the lava snake as it passed. Despite the lava snake's efforts, in just a few seconds, the darkness spear tore out of its head and ended its life. Varian looked at his girlfriends, feeling his chest swell with pride. If not for all the blood on you, I'd have kissed you both on the spot. Sarah rolled her eyes, while Sia threw him a flying kiss. Before Varian could even catch it, Boo popped up. Go kiss the Demon King. No, Boo means go kill the Demon King, Master. Without Julius, he's going to destroy Earth. Varian cursed Julius' mother, grandmother, and great-grandmother in a single breath. A few minutes later, the ghost ship headed to Earth and stopped in front of the injured Demon King. Ah, shit, here we go again. Demon King clutched his limp arm and took deep breaths. Blood still poured from the gap between his right shoulder and arm, making it look like a badly attached extension. It seemed as if someone had ripped it away and then stuck it back together. While the healing potions worked to completely heal his arm, each wave of pain surged his anger higher, turning it into an unforgiving tsunami. Injuries were common, and pain was fleeting. But looks like you aren't in good shape. How about you call it quits and go home today? Varian's voice came from the ghost ship in the distance. Demon King ignored the annoying human, his chest heaving up and down as he recalled Julius's gaze. That look of utter contempt, as if he was staring at a lump of trash. No, it was a look of undisguised mockery. You fools, did you really think I'd obey your pathetic race? At least, that's what Demon King felt when Julius suddenly attacked with far greater strength, nearly ripping his arm apart. Before he could even counter, Julius landed 2 seemingly casual punches to his chest and stomach. That was it. Demon King, the sovereign of the body path, with a physique praised as the epitome of perfection, writhed in pain and helplessly cowered before his archenemy. Despite Julius being on their side, Demon King never trusted him and even treated him with contempt. Yet, as he floated in space, bent in pain before that very human, death seemed like a solace. When he finally recovered and looked around, Julius was gone. Realizing that Julius didn't even bother to finish him off, Demon King experienced the greatest humiliation of his life. In a fit of rage, he decided to find that bastard on Earth and seek revenge. It did occur to him that he'd just be sending himself to death. But the Demon King didn't care. He wanted to die in battle rather than live by his enemy's mercy. That's why he wanted to seek revenge. But I had a brawl with one of your friends, and trust me, it didn't end well for him. That confident voice rang again, striking a nerve with the Demon King, who had just had his self-confidence crushed. Even though Varian didn't mean it, the Demon King felt as if the young human was mocking him. No. I am not a weakling. I am strong. I know my strength. I am. The Demon King's eyes grew wild as he clenched his fists. His killing intent spread out like a raging flood, enveloping the ghost ship and declaring his intent. Varian's voice wasn't pleased. There is one less Abyss King in the solar system from today. Why are you so eager to push it lower? Ha! The Demon King opened his mouth in surprise, then burst out into a fit of disbelieving laughter. You conceited weakling, you're not even a sovereign. You can't even catch one of my punches. How blind are you to issue threats to me, the king of Demon Abyss, the sovereign of the body path, the greatest warrior of all 8 abysses? In the ghost ship, Varian stared at the crazed Demon King and frowned. This idiot had gone nuts. There was no doubt about it. He's so offended by it. Why? Varian narrowed his eyes. Considering that Varian had learned about Albert's death, traveled to Mercury, fought Sin King for a considerable time, returned to Earth, and his arms still hadn't recovered, it should be proof enough of how badly the Demon King fared against Julius. I see. Varian sighed. There's no way out of this today. Either he stops the Demon King, or the latter will go to Earth to find Julius and destroy all the planetoids in the way. If Julius really cared about the lives of the millions of soldiers, he would have appeared by now. Worse, he could have killed the Demon King when he had the chance. Varian wasn't ready to bet millions of lives on Julius's humanity. Focus on your recovery. I'll try to stall him, Varian said and walked to the exit with heavy steps. But before he could open the door, the girls grabbed his arms. You're not going anywhere, Sarah said, gripping him with both arms, her firm gaze locking with his. Even with a heavily damaged arm, he's too much for us. Sia hugged him tightly, as if trying to hold him in place. Her worried eyes both pleaded and declared, if you go, you'll die. Even if we both join you, the end result won't change. There's just no way we can come out on top of this, Varian. This is beyond what we can do now. Their actions and words made Varian pause and rethink. He had been in a mode of unending fighting. From Neptune to Pluto, Pluto to Mercury, and now Mercury to Earth, he had fought strong opponents and ended them. After all these battles, he was stronger than any peak level 9. What's more, he had not only fought a sovereign but had killed one. Perhaps that's why he didn't hesitate to battle another sovereign. That would have been a huge mistake. Even with his arm out of commission, the Demon King was an experienced sovereign. And unlike the Sin King, he had already healed enough to exert a significant portion of his strength. Varian might not last 5 minutes against him. In those 5 minutes, he certainly won't reach the strength of a veteran sovereign, even if the latter is currently weakened. It's not that there's no probability, but it wouldn't exceed double digits. To win in this situation, Varian would have to hope his enemy makes some mistakes and exploit those mistakes to prolong the battle for at least a few hours, finally killing him. It's a gamble with his life, and a bad one at that, since it depends not on how well he performs but how poorly his enemy does. As these thoughts flashed in his mind, Varian took a step back but immediately moved forward again. His voice dropped low. If we let him go, the soldiers, tens of millions, will die. There's nothing we can do, Sia said without hesitation. If you can save them without risking your life absurdly, then go ahead. But if you step out now and get yourself killed, you'll take me down with you, you'll be killing me. Sarah had a helpless expression as she nodded. You can't fight a war you can't win, at least not one that serves no purpose. Even if we 3 go and die, nothing will change. That's not what General Scad thought. If he did, Mars would have ended that day, Varian countered. Maybe, Sarah said, putting her hand on his heart and looking into his eyes. But Varian, not everyone is a hero. Not everyone can be like General Scad. Some people are selfish, they'd rather protect their family than save millions. I used to hate such people, but now I've become one of them. Varian looked at her in shock. You know what will happen if you step out. But I won't stop you. But then you shouldn't stop me when I follow you. Now, choose. Sarah and Sia gave him an ultimatum, the lives of his family or the lives of millions. Varian leaned back into his chair and closed his eyes. He had fully recovered from the battle with Sin King, yet his body felt drained of all strength. He weakly glanced at the screen floating in the air. One of the border planetoids was being ravaged. Every few seconds, the entire planetoid shook. Even from space, Varian could see cracks spreading across the continents and clouds of dust covering large swathes of the planetoid. The damage was on an unprecedented scale, visible even to those in space. For those on the ground, it was hell. The human High Awakeners roared as they abandoned any thoughts of defense and attacked the monster that was punching the human part of the continent out of existence. Endless attacks filled the sky as every human fortress on the planetoid targeted the Demon King, who stood on the ruins of one such fortress. "Heh," the Abyss ruler snorted, and his figure blurred. He appeared in front of another fortress and punched. The barrier that had protected them so far crumbled like paper, and his fist reached the fortress. Before he even struck, the shockwaves from his punch exploded the level 7s and level 8s into pieces, killing them. The level 9s tried to fight but were no match for his insane speed. With a simple sprint, he moved between them in a blur. The level 9s stood still, their eyes still staring at his previous position, vigilant. Without a second glance, the Demon King jumped to the next fortress. A few seconds after he left, a red line appeared on their necks, and their heads slid off. Then, the fortress itself exploded, and the surrounding area cracked apart for hundreds of miles, revealing a giant crater. From outer space, a dark patch appeared on the green continent. Then, 2, 3, and in a breath, a full dozen. Yes, this is it. This is power. This is strength. Crushing a human head, the Demon King smiled from the bottom of his heart. The High Awakeners in the fortress also died. The army retreated from the fortress and stared at him with despair from the mountains 100 miles away. Yes. That's it. Fear me, you lowly human race. The Demon King roared with frantic eyes and punched out. The shockwaves from his fist exploded the mountains and killed 30,000 soldiers in an instant. Even their bones were shattered into pieces, and their blood was blown away by the fierce wind, spreading across the continent. Very soon, the Demon King reached the last standing fortress and laughed. Varian. Why aren't you stopping me? Come on. Hearing that name, the soldiers in the fortress looked up at the sky with hope. Their eyes, filled with the despair of inevitable death, glowed, if only a little. Come here. Fight me, the Demon King sneered. I will give you a full 5 minutes. Save your little bugs. Then, he turned to the fortress commander, who was staring at him with a desolate gaze. You. If you don't believe me, you can broadcast this message to everyone. Varian can surely reach here in 5 minutes. The fortress commander gulped and nodded. He had no hope of his troops surviving, but if Varian came, maybe he could create a legend. Like always, maybe. The whole Federation watched the Demon King wait in front of the last fortress. Each second felt heavier than the last. The hope in people's hearts turned into impatience as the deadline drew near. 4 minutes, 3 minutes, 2 minutes. The soldiers in the fortress eagerly stared at the sky, begging, praying, and crying. When only the cold wind answered their prayers, they looked at the sky and sighed. With only 1 minute left, the light in their eyes vanished, replaced by something dark and cold. People watching from across the solar system broke down into bitter tears at this moment. A sense of sadness spread across the fortress. When no one expected it, a level 3 veteran stepped forward and pointed his hammer at the Demon King. The veteran was old, definitely over 100, yet the level 3 elder spoke steadily to the powerful Abyssal, whose strength he could never hope to match. When I was a kid, you came, destroyed my city, my family, everything. I hid in bunkers, ate rats to survive, and did everything to join the army. I have no friends except my comrades in arms, no home other than the battlefield, and no family but my race. You can kill me, Demon King, but you can never crush the spirit I poured into my race. Maybe it's Varian or someone else, but you'll be crushed one day. You can kill as many as you can, but we will take back everything that is ours and repay you for every single death. The atmosphere changed instantly. Soldiers calmly walked out of the fortress and stood in an attacking formation. Level 9S, Level 8S, and Level 7S took the forefront, facing the Abyssal ruler. The commander unsheathed his sword and pointed it at the sovereign Abyssal without hesitation. The Demon King narrowed his eyes, and the aura around him fluctuated. These gazes held the exact same confidence as Varian's, as if he were wrong, foolish even, and destiny was on the side of the human race, not his own. The old man walked to his position in the formation, but his voice rang clear. Do you think we were afraid of death? No, bastard. Each one of us knows that becoming a soldier means accepting death. But if possible, we don't want to die. We didn't want to miss our glorious future. After so many wars, we want to witness the era of peace. We want to salute the flag on Pluto. Many of my friends have children and grandchildren. So, they want to live to tell the tale and watch them grow up without the threat of genocidal alien thieves. But do not doubt our resolve to face death for a second. In our lives, we are the swords of our race. In our deaths, we will be the inspiration of those who come after us. Spears hit the floor, swords clashed against armor, and hammers slammed the ground. The symphony of weapons was matched by the battle cries of the final 10,000 soldiers of the planetoid as they bravely marched against the Demon King. Die! 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 The Demon King punched the entire area into a deep crater, slaughtering every soldier. The scene was broadcast across the solar system. Instead of fear, even the most common humans only felt anger. They promised themselves that if they survived this ordeal, they would do everything to destroy the Abyssals. As the ripples of the event spread, the Demon King accelerated forward. In under an hour, he destroyed more than 10 million human lives. After feeling bored from the killings and finally healing back to his peak, he reached Earth. Varian closed his eyes, unwilling to watch the horror that would be unleashed. Sarah and Sia hugged him tightly from the side. Sarah and Sia wept softly while Varian covered his itchy eyes. Watching that danger approach their blue planet, their hearts nearly sank. All their memories would be destroyed before their eyes, and they were powerless to stop it. Billions of lives would be lost. Varian hoped Julius would come out and stop the Demon King now that he was attacking Earth, but there was no sign of Julius. Even Boo reported that Julius was missing from all monitoring. There was no hope. Witnessing this so powerlessly was the greatest torture for him. Each second felt like a year as the Demon King effortlessly slaughtered the forces on the moon and wiped out the planet guards on the space stations. None of the defense systems stood a chance against him. Finally, the Demon King stared at the unprotected Earth with a cold smile. As the tragedy was about to unfold, a figure shot out of the ghost ship. It was someone Varian never expected. Xander. Varian's heart sank as he called his master by name. Standing between Earth and the Demon King, Xander looked fearless. "Oh. It's you, lost puppy." The Demon King recognized the famed High General of Earth and scowled. "Is Julius so arrogant that he sends a mere High General to fight me?" His voice exploded like a storm, resounding across Earth. Chaos erupted on the blue planet as every man, woman, and child wondered, "Where is our sovereign?" So many lives had already been lost, and even Earth was about to be attacked. So, where the hell was their guardian? The Xanders call themselves the Guardians of Earth, yet where was their leader when he was actually needed? The public grew resentful, but fear still dominated their hearts. The figure on the large screens on the street, the Demon King, seemed to be the agent of death. Just a punch from him could kill tens of millions. It was not a matter of if, but when. With death staring them in the face, the citizens collapsed. Even before anyone died, the spirit of the Earthlings began to wither. Some hopeful individuals called out in the streets, yelling that they were going to live. They pointed to the former High General, Xander, and said he would save them. But those words brought no peace. Realizing that their best hope was only a peak level 9, the people panicked even more. Chaos reigned supreme, and the streets turned violent. Amid this chaos, the safest place on the planet, the Guardian Islands, was flooded with dignitaries from all over. As they saw it, the private islands of Earth's first family were the only sanctuaries during this catastrophe. Sovereign Julius had not appeared yet. Perhaps he was injured, or perhaps it was something else. But he surely wouldn't let his family die. Moreover, as his family, they could contact him even though no one else was able to reach him and get to safety. This line of thought was the reasoning behind the actions of all the members who rushed into the Xander estate. Unfortunately for them, the Xanders were the most clueless bunch. Where is Patriarch? He was fighting the Demon King an hour ago, and then he disappeared. How? Where? Check all the drones. The administrative building was rocked by panic and loud cries. No one knew what was going on. The Vice Patriarch position had been filled after Julius himself executed the former Vice Patriarch. But when the enemies arrived, the Vice Patriarch collapsed under the pressure and locked himself in his room. The dignitaries who stormed into the estate thought the Xanders were simply refusing to call Julius. Worse, these Xanders didn't even lead them to the safe place where Sovereign Julius was currently located. Things quickly devolved into violence, and the Guardians' Islands, known for their tranquility and stability, were now in flames. "What is your confidence?" the Demon King floated toward Xander, asking with a curious but also despising gaze. "To think you can stop me even in your dreams, you weakling pest." Evander didn't bother to speak. He simply used the method he had won from the fairies. After being nearly beaten unconscious by the undead leader, he had figured out the next level of the technique. Wait, the vitality in Evander's body condensed in an instant, and the aura around him exploded. Evander punched the unsuspecting Demon King, who was too close for his own good, right in the gut. His fist struck with more power than any level 9, slamming into the tough abdomen of the Demon King. The abyssal ruler was blown away, his insides shaken by the violent punch. Blood leaked from his mouth continuously, and he felt as if he was about to vomit his insides. Evander quickly followed and threw another punch at his temple. He wasn't going to miss this chance. But the Demon King was already prepared. Even though Evander did his best, the only reason the Abyss Ruler got injured was because of the surprise element. If he had anticipated Evander's strength to be at the sovereign level, he would have easily blocked Evander, as he just did. Ha! The Demon King wiped the blood from his lips and held Evander's fist that tried to push through his hand. A sharp sound preceded another fist reaching for his stomach, and this time, the Demon King met it with his own. The sound of bones cracking echoed, and blood sprayed from Evander's left fist as it met the Demon King's attack head-on. The sound continued as Evander's left fist, still in the Demon King's grip, turned bloody from the increasing monstrous pressure. "You're strong," the Demon King said, staring into Evander's eyes with a burning gaze. Evander struggled to free his hands from the abyssal's grip. But not enough. The Demon King roared and slammed his head into Evander's. The space around them seemed to compress and explode, a dangerous shockwave originating from them and spreading across the moon, raising the defensive structures in its path. Evander retreated at full speed, even as his head throbbed with pain. Using the moment the Demon King attacked, he managed to free his hands and exploit the momentum of the attack to jump back. But things weren't going well. Blood from his forehead entered his eyes, painting his vision red and blurry. It was just a single headbutt, but it nearly killed Evander. Even though he had reached the sovereign state, Evander had no confidence in defeating this foe. "Julius sent a sovereign this week to fight me," he thought. "He's mocking me, trampling on my dignity." The Demon King clenched his fist and roared, "Julius, you'll regret this. I'll kill your dog and destroy your home." The Demon King shot forward, and Evander raised his arms in defense. But the abyssal passed him and reached Earth in a blink. "No!" Evander rushed after him, but his speed was a bit slower, and that made all the difference. With a resounding sound that echoed across the planet, like 1,000 claps of thunder rumbling at once, the Demon King shot past the clouds and crashed straight into Guardian Island. The earth shook. The famed islands broke into pieces and sank into the ocean. Every person on the island turned to broken bones and blood. Even the renowned Guardian Palace, the symbol of Xander's majesty, crumbled and exploded. In just a breath, an irreversible change occurred. The world would never be the same. Huh! Floating above the remains of Julius' home, the Demon King gazed around in confusion. There were only pieces of bodies, blood, and broken materials surrounding him. His archenemy, the man who had humiliated him, was nowhere to be found. "Julius!" The Demon King looked around in rage. "Julius, answer me. You pathetic coward. I killed everyone in your family. Every last one of them. Come out and avenge them." Powered by his incredible chi, the Demon King's words spread across the entire planet. People were still reeling from the sudden earthquake, and the entire world was in chaos. But upon hearing those evil words, everyone fell silent. The Xander family was no more. The Demon King waited. And waited. The reply never came. "Fine. Then I'll tear down your plane. Suddenly, someone grabbed him from behind and yanked him out. 3 powerful attacks struck him simultaneously, and before he knew it, the Demon King was back in outer space, facing 4 people. Let's end this, Varian said with a determined expression. Why did you stop hiding, you rat? The Demon King stared at Varian with a mocking smile. Not afraid to die anymore? Varian shook his head, showing no anger, and pointed to Xander. With his strength, I am confident of defeating you. Xander, who was pouring a healing potion onto his fists, shuddered at Varian's words. He felt like a tank in one of those games, colloquially, the meat shield. Once that connection was made, Xander couldn't stop thinking in that direction. Sarah and Sia were far away, fighting with their long-range powers. Varian, while in close combat, wouldn't be the primary force against the Demon King. That role fell to Xander, who would take the brunt of the damage. Xander glanced at the earth and then at Varian before shifting his gaze to the Demon King. Unlike Varian, he couldn't stand watching the earth be destroyed. So, even though he had no chance of winning, he rushed out. But with Varian and his small team joining, Xander saw a glimmer of hope for victory. For how long can you maintain this power? Varian's voice sounded in his mind. Long enough, Xander replied, not giving a direct answer. Varian wanted to ask if it was a risk to his life but decided against it. Whatever the case, knowing it now wouldn't change anything. Even if there are 10 of you, you're going to lose, the Demon King sneered and shot toward Varian. Even with his improved strength, Varian had a hard time teleporting away. Thankfully, Xander appeared in the middle and engaged the Abyssal in battle. From afar, a curtain of light and a veil of darkness shot out, enveloping the Demon King. He broke them with a punch and refocused on Xander. But the barriers reformed and attacked him again. Not only that, a sudden torrent of attacks flooded him. The gravity on him increased, though it didn't affect him much. His mind felt as if it were being poked by needles as 2 psychic attacks tried to disturb him. The biggest attack of all, 2 shining swords composed of multiple powers, struck him during his battle with Xander. Xander was wrong. Varian, despite only fighting from close range, wasn't going to physically engage the Demon King. It was a very risky move given his current power. Thankfully, Varian used his plenty powers on Xander continuously, accelerating the man's regeneration to the point where he could at least fight the Demon King. As their figures blurred and they engaged in a brutal brawl, it was clear that Xander was losing, but he was at least able to engage the Demon King now. The spaceships and space stations within 1,000 miles were ripped apart by the violent shockwaves from the battle. You little bastards! Attacking from afar, the Demon King roared and punched at Xander. The space around his fist tightened, and a force literally gripped his fist and slowed him down. As if that weren't enough, the space behind his neck fluctuated, and an ice sword, coiled with lightning arcs and propelled by telekinetic power, appeared out of nowhere. Fuck! The Demon King forcibly turned slightly and punched the sword with his other hand. At the same time, his punch connected with Xander, cracking the human general's hand bone. But using this opportunity, he punched with his other hand. The Demon King couldn't respond in time and took a hit to his gut, on the exact spot he was first attacked. Staggering back, he clutched his bleeding wound and scowled. As he opened his mouth to curse, darkness enveloped him, blinding his senses. Exactly at the same time, light arrows rained down, and the shining swords created by Varian also attacked the Demon King. Xander took the opportunity to launch another attack. Demon King channeled his chi and punched out. The darkness surrounding him dissipated like a cloud of smoke, allowing him to clearly sense the attacks that were about to strike. Despite his bulky build, Demon King moved with insane agility, dodging Varian's swords, slapping away Sarah's light arrows, and blocking Xander's attack to his head. Apart from a few minor injuries, Demon King was unscathed. While they managed to land a couple of hits initially, as he grew accustomed to their tactics, he became increasingly difficult to injure. Meanwhile, Xander's condition, despite healing from potions and Varian, continued to worsen. Even if he could maintain the strength, his body couldn't keep fighting like this for much longer. With no other choice, Varian decided to take the risk. Die. Demon King launched a flurry of punches at Xander, aiming for his vitals. Xander countered, and the two figures blurred as they moved at high speeds. Wherever they went, powerful explosions rocked the space, followed by strong shockwaves. In the middle of the fight, after dealing with the surprise attacks, a fist glowing with a mix of colors punched Demon King from behind. He turned around quickly and punched back, sending the attacker flying for hundreds of miles. As he tried to chase after him, Xander intensified his attacks, pushing himself to the limit to stop the abyssal. Far away, Varian's arm hung limp as blood sputtered from his crushed fist. His fingers and palm bones were shattered, and even with his planty powers, healing was a struggle. Worse, Varian felt his arm might fall off his shoulder at any moment, so he held it in place. For the next 5 minutes, the battle continued as expected. Even with the three of them giving their best, Xander was suppressed by the Demon King and pushed toward death. In the 6th minute, Varian attacked the Demon King again. The Abyssal expected the human to have learned his lesson after the failed attempt, so he didn't give Varian special focus, only responding at the last minute with a casual punch. Yet, the result was the same: Varian's arm was crushed. The battle seemed hopeless. Varian, like many Earthlings, grew up hearing the horror stories of the Demon King. A being of unfathomable power, restrained only by the Sovereign of Earth, was the nightmare of his childhood. Sometimes, the horror stories went too far, speaking of a future where the Demon King triumphed. In that grim future, even the last sparks of hope died out. It wasn't originally a children's story, it was a cautionary tale for adults that emerged shortly after the Abyssal invasion, warning them of the fragility of their planet, race, and civilization. Oddly enough, this horror tale, which even adults avoided, was Varian's favorite childhood story. The stark contrast between his life and the grim tale made him appreciate the greatness of peace and the duty of those who built it, including his father. His late father and the Demon King were the most important reasons Varian became who he is today. It's futile, the Demon King's voice rang out as he treated Xander like a punching bag. You're all too weak. Call Julius. If we could find him, we would have done so long ago, Varian said, appearing from behind and delivering a roundhouse kick to the Abyssal's waist. A bone-cracking sound echoed before Varian was blasted back. The gnawing pain in his leg threatened to overwhelm his consciousness, but he held on and continued his long-range attacks. The Demon King's damaged arm was starting to regenerate, but it was still far from fully recovered. Varian, stop this madness. We need to retreat, Enigma's cold voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Since Sia could freely touch him, Enigma often let her take over and spend time with Varian. Now that Sia could also use darkness power, Enigma rarely appeared during battles. Yet, she unexpectedly showed up at this critical moment. Varian's gaze didn't shift, but his spatial sense already found the woman in black. Sarah fired a few shots into the sky, indicating she wanted to do the same. Boom! 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 The space shook as explosions occurred throughout the region. The two figures continued to move at high speeds, continuing their fight, though one was quickly growing more injured. At this rate, even Xander would fall sooner or later. Once he did, they'd be sitting ducks for the Demon King. It was only logical to retreat at this point. It would also give Xander room to retreat. Varian thought hard and was about to agree when he glanced at the blue planet from the corner of his eye. Even though he always said he prioritized his life over others and firmly stated that he wasn't a hero, at that moment, Varian realized that a part of him always tried to be one. I have to do something. Varian glanced at his status screen and took a deep breath. Let the madness continue. He attacked again and was beaten back, this time his second leg was the victim. With 4 limbs injured and bleeding, Varian looked like he was about to collapse at any moment. Enigma appeared beside him and grabbed his shoulder. End this madness. Varian teleported away from her and said, No. I have a chance. He teleported to the Abyss King and punched with his right hand, which was also the first to be injured and had now recovered. The Demon King responded in kind and broke his arm again. But Varian didn't give up. He kept attacking despite being injured every single time. It was as if he didn't know the meaning of giving up. The results didn't seem to change as he was blown back every single time. Not once did he manage to withstand an attack without breaking his bones. But only Varian was acutely aware of the ridiculous changes occurring in his body. The Demon King was the sovereign of the body path, and his chi was the perfect catalyst for Varian. As they fought continuously, Varian's progress in the body path skyrocketed. From the mid-stages of level 9, it crossed the peak and now raced toward the very edge of the level. His planty path, though slightly slower, also advanced. As a result, Varian's recovery sped up to an insane rate. Now, even a completely broken arm became functional in a minute, allowing Varian to fight the Demon King far more frequently. This was the only change noticeable to the onlookers on Earth. Varian was still beaten back with the same intensity and suffered the same injuries every time. What they didn't observe was that Varian was gradually reducing the physical strength he exerted with each attack, yet he still sustained the same injuries. Over time, even those injuries began to diminish. His other paths also began to flourish under the intense combat. In the past, Varian fought Enigma when she was stronger to achieve rapid growth. However, he often hit bottlenecks, which ultimately delayed his progress. He understood the reason for these bottlenecks long ago. In a test match, no matter how hard he tried to simulate a hostile environment, Enigma wasn't going to kill him. This assurance lingered in the back of his mind, preventing him from pushing himself to his limits and beyond. In real battles, that feeling was completely absent, allowing Varian to grow at a much faster pace with little to no bottlenecks. The Demon King continued to exchange blows with Xander when Varian appeared behind him, sword in hand. Finally, I got you. The Demon King kicked Xander away and punched back in an instant. Caught off guard, Varian raised his arms. A light layer in a darkness veil covered his arms at the last minute, enhancing his defense. Yet, the Abyss Ruler's punch broke through his arms and struck his head. Varian's skull cracked, and he felt his consciousness growing dark. The next punch followed. If it hit his head, he'd be done for. Varian used the last bits of his consciousness to accelerate the time flow of his body. Even at that higher speed, he teleported. Still, Demon King missed Varian by just a hair's breadth. When Varian teleported beside Sarah, the shockwave from the punch exploded over his head, causing more injuries to his already damaged skull. Sarah grabbed his arm and continued to pour all her attacks, while Enigma grabbed his other arm with an enraged expression. "Father, withdraw. We can't win," Sarah shouted as they entered the ghost ship. Evander heard her words, and his eyes flashed with confusion. His body was riddled with injuries, and he was bathed in his own blood. His mind had long since stopped working normally, and now he was fighting purely on instinct. So, his concussed head took some time to process Sarah's words. When it did, he shook his head resolutely. "And never. I'd rather die here." Evander started burning his vitality recklessly and continued the fight. For so long, he had tried to keep the backlash under control, as Varian said they had a chance. But since there was no chance of winning anymore, Evander decided to inflict as many injuries on Demon King as he could before his death. Boom! 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 The explosions continued. In the spaceship, Varian, held by Sarah and Enigma, gripped their hands and launched a synergy. The world went white before Varian found himself staring at two divine spaces. Each space contained glowing prisms, the divine paths. As he observed long ago, each face of the prism represented an avenue. Each face was divided into lanes based on the divine path, and each divine path lane was marked with levels. The origin, the representative of the individual, stayed on the level line of their divine path lane. Unlike normal people, hybrids had three origins. Sia's divine space showed her current state, she had an origin on level 9 of the Mind Path in Sage Avenue, one on level 9 of Gravity in Creator Avenue, and another on level 9 of the Darkness Path in Ruler Avenue. It was similar for Sarah, although having 3 origins didn't create 3 separate selves of her, unlike Sia. Still, what Varian saw upon closer inspection was certainly novel. Their origins were pure. Any individual's origin typically had 3 components, each pertaining to the 3 avenues. The path they awakened in depended on the most dominant component. Essentially, they had 3 affinities for the 3 avenues, and the highest affinity avenue would be the one they awakened in. Sage Avenue itself had 3 paths: body, mind, and morpher. The affinity towards Sage Avenue had 3 separate affinities towards each of these paths, which determined the final awakening. However, Varian noticed that their origins on each avenue were completely pure. Sia's origin on the Mind Path had an affinity only towards Sage Avenue. Sarah's origin on the Gravity Path had an affinity only towards Creator Avenue. Varian turned to his own divine space. He had only one origin, but it appeared in multiple places at once, precisely, in 8 lanes. The problem that always plagued Varian was his ascension to the celestial rank. Ascension to the celestial rank was essentially binding one's origin to a single avenue, fixing the path to that one road. Hybrids, with multiple origins, could continue to have multiple paths. With only one origin, Varian didn't have that choice. However, he could continue to follow multiple paths within the same avenue. For instance, if he chose the Sage Avenue, he would retain the body, telekinetic, and plan 8 paths upon ascending to the celestial rank, while the others would freeze at level 9. With the Creator Avenue, he would retain space and time, while the Ruler Avenue allowed him to retain lightning and water. No one else had the option to have multiple paths within the same avenue. Only he did. But having multiple paths within an avenue wasn't enough for Varian. After the hard work of raising so many paths to level 9, he wasn't ready to forsake them. Therefore, he had been searching for a solution since he first learned of the problem. There were no predecessors to guide him, he had to navigate the darkness alone. Only now did he finally find a path. As his origin linked with Sarah's and Sia's and their synergy reached a new level, he gained a detailed insight into their origins. This is the way. Splitting my origin into 3, no, into 8, no, I have 2 mind paths, so it's 7. He recalled the progression through the celestial ranks: body, mystic, mind, spirit, morpher, famine, space, space-time, time, lightning, fire, light, energy, water, earth, darkness, matter. Unprecedented in the history of the universe, he could reach all 8 celestial ranks. Divine rankers would kill for even half of the paths he had. But Varian had no idea how valuable his opportunity was. Not to blame him, even celestial rankers wouldn't fully comprehend it. Still, it would remain an opportunity if Varian didn't figure out a way to retain all his paths. Thankfully, the unexpected insights from Sarah's and Sia's origins allowed Varian to gain a great understanding and lay the foundation for his own way. Externally, the synergy quickly healed Varian's wounds and nourished him back to his peak. Not only that, it also pushed his paths a step further. Ha! Varian gasped as his eyes snapped open. Sarah and Enigma collapsed onto their knees, taking deep breaths. The synergy began and ended abruptly. Even though their injuries were healed and they grew stronger, it was very uncomfortable. Varian gave them an apologetic smile and jumped out of the spaceship. "Please," Sarah whispered, sensing Enigma wanted to pull Varian back from the battle. Enigma's chest heaved as the image of Varian collapsing in her arms, his head bleeding, flashed in her mind. She felt beyond angry at him for fighting even after nearly losing his life. That anger was also directed at Sarah for asking her to fight so that Xander had a chance of surviving. Fine. Still, there's no choice. Enigma dashed out. Let's all die together. Or live together. Sarah followed. The synergy lasted only a few minutes, perhaps that's why it was so intense. But thanks to that, Xander was still alive. Somehow. However, with an arm ripped out and a leg crushed into paste, he was just a few blows from death. "Father!" Sarah cried out, placing a light wall in front of him. A darkness wall followed right behind. "You came back? You want to die that much? Good, good." The Demon King sneered. Unlike before, he now had some serious injuries on his body. Just as he vowed, Xander had damaged the Demon King at the expense of his own life. It's a pity that, even with those serious injuries, the Demon King's strength was still in the sovereign state. "Julius Dog, this is your end," the Demon King declared, slamming his fist. It broke through the barriers of light and darkness and headed straight for Xander's head. With blood pouring into his eyes and clouding his vision red, the injured general could barely see the attack. But even if his vision were perfect, his betrayed body refused to move an inch. Xander's throat was filled with the sweet-tasting blood, and his consciousness grew heavy and dark. Even at this moment, he tried to burn his vitality to continue fighting. Protect Earth. The oath he swore when he became a soldier echoed in his mind in an endless loop. He vowed that day, and today, he would uphold that oath. Erg. Xander channeled the technique, hoping to ignite the remaining vitality. But his vitality had already been depleted. Whatever was left was barely enough to sustain his life, and his body instinctively resisted using what little remained. Xander only hated that his body chose survival over strength. But as death drew near, Xander felt his mind at peace. At least, those three were safe. And he. Even though he knew this would be the outcome, I regret nothing. Xander stared ahead with the gaze of a warrior. The ash-colored fist, now drenched in red blood, approached him like lightning. But before it could crush his head, a hand, glowing in multiple colors, caught the fist. Boom! Varian stumbled back as his bones cracked and his hands bled. "You!" The Demon King gasped, his expression horrific. This strength, even though it was significantly lower than his peak, the strength Varian just displayed was equivalent to Xander's when the fight started. If it were another Xander who came to fight, the Demon King wouldn't be so bothered. But this was Varian. And a Varian as strong as the former Xander. Besides continuously growing stronger and becoming increasingly hard to defeat, Varian also possessed a cheat-like planty power that healed his injuries very quickly. The Demon King gulped. Varian's injuries healed at a visible rate as he launched concentrated attacks on the Demon King. The Abyssal managed to block every single attack without taking any damage. Despite sustaining several major injuries from Xander and being weakened, Varian was no match for him. As the fight continued, the Abyss ruler realized that his worst fears were coming true. Varian's strength was growing, not as fast as it did in the previous fight, but certainly not slow. Wait, his slow is what normal level 9s need months to achieve. His growth is messing with my common sense. Unease filled the Demon King's heart as Varian's achievements flashed through his mind. He always clashed with stronger enemies, battled through impossible fights, and came out on top. The Demon King felt like he was in one of those many achievements. For the people in the future, this battle might be one of those many in Varian's record. That's exactly why I have to destroy him at any cost. The Demon King's eyes grew clouded with killing intent, and he shot toward Varian at his fastest speed. The space behind him shook as the shockwaves from his movement destroyed the satellites orbiting the moon. Varian was prepared for a long battle, but he instantly knew something was wrong when the Demon King's fist burned with a scarlet glow. His mind detected a blood-colored bracelet that had appeared on the Demon King's wrist at some point. It was melting away at a rate visible to the naked eye, and as it did, it increased the Demon King's power. Oh fuck. Varian's body froze as a mental suppression filled his mind. The bracelet began to melt faster, and the pressure on his body intensified. With no time to teleport, Varian raised his arms in defense. His powers formed a complex cocoon and wrapped him defensively. The Demon King grinned with a savage smile. The blood bracelet wouldn't fail him. It's a single-use treasure sent by the Abyss Emperor. Once activated, it would increase his strength by a notch and exert pressure on his enemies. But the most sinister aspect is that, once the attack connects, it would start corroding the enemy. He just needed to attack Varian deep enough for the bracelet's special feature to eat him alive. He's weak enough now that I can push my fist into his lungs. That much of an injury would allow a corrosion so intense and quick that his death would be certain. Die. The Demon King's silhouette, moving at speeds dozens of times faster than sound, collided with Varian's cocoon. The world froze for a moment before the cocoon unraveled, its intricate layers forcibly torn aside by the Scarlet Fist. The fist broke through Varian's arms and reached his chest. Yes. Yes. The Demon King's eyes glowed with relief. He had done it. Varian was over. His lungs would be corroded, followed by his heart. No matter how much he could heal, it would be futile. I made history. The Demon King's eyes froze as he felt an extra resistance over his fist. A wall of light, followed by a layer of darkness, and an invisible gravity wall repelled his fist. Even an annoying prickling pain appeared in his mind. Individually, these defenses would have been inconsequential and done little to impede the Demon King's attack. In fact, even if Sarah and Sia combined their attacks, they wouldn't have been able to block the Abyss Ruler's punch. However, what they were now facing was a punch that had already broken through Varian's defenses. As a result, the layers of defense set up by Sia and Sarah slowed the fist and weakened it even further. When it finally struck Varian's chest, only a few ribs were broken, and he was mostly unharmed. Of course, the scarlet light began to corrode his injured chest, trying to destroy his body. But since it was a surface injury, Varian easily expelled the foreign aura from his body and quickly healed back to peak condition. Why you? The Demon King finally shifted his gaze to the two women assisting Varian from afar. From the start, he had neglected them. Their attacks were good for a peak level 9, but they meant nothing to someone of his caliber. They had improved significantly since the last battle, but they were still too weak for him to take seriously. Yet, it was these two, the ones he had dismissed as useless, that made the most important difference. If they hadn't been present, his fist would have injured Varian deeply, and the corrosion would have easily killed him. The one-time opportunity he had was gone. The Demon King's chest heaved as he looked at Sarah and Sia with burning hatred. In his eyes, only they remained. They must die for what they did. And not in a merciful way. The Demon King shot toward them in an instant. Arg. I'll kill you. You pathetic lowlives, you filthy bitches omph. A fist appeared in his path, and he ran straight into it. The world turned purple and green as blood spilled from the Demon King's injured face. You aren't insulting them and walking away alive, Varian declared, moving forward. The Demon King responded with all the strength he could muster. Even though he was extremely reluctant, Varian prevented him from reaching the two girls. As the battle proceeded, the Demon King's heart sank. Varian was nothing like Xander. He fought with pure strength while simultaneously trying to drive a sword made of lightning and ice into his heart. He even used illusions to confuse him and gain control of the battle's rhythm. Normally, using illusions in a physical fight against the Demon King wouldn't work for the simple reason that these fights were so fast and intense that a psychic needed not only the current position of the fighter but also their future position to cover it up. In simple terms, the new illusion would be shown to the enemy while the original body would actively be hidden as it moved forward to fight. Since even the best psychics couldn't predict where their ally was going to move in the next second, they couldn't create those illusions. But as a man with both physical and psychic powers, Varian could. However, it was still exceedingly difficult for him. Despite facing thousands of battles, he hadn't been able to do it. But another path helped: time. Varian's mind speed increased relative to his body and did all the heavy lifting for the illusion. Why? Why do you have both body and mind powers? The Demon King roared as he punched Varian right in the head. But his fist passed through empty space, and the space beside him shifted as the real Varian appeared and punched out. The Demon King scrambled to defend himself but was still slightly late. Varian's fist struck his side, shattering every single rib on his right. Not only that, every organ on the right side of his torso was smashed into a pulp. Arg! Before he had any respite, a lightning bolt smashed through those injuries and began frying his insides. The Demon King's momentum began to falter as the fight continued. A legend was being written. The Earthlings were stunned as they watched the unbelievable battle. A while ago, the Demon King was aggressively attacking Varian. But after just 30 minutes of fighting, Varian managed to land a critical shot on the Abyssal. The injuries the Demon King had sustained due to Xander also played a major role in that turnaround. Otherwise, Varian would have had to fight for at least 3 hours to achieve the same balance. Thanks to Xander's selfless work earlier, Varian was able to launch a successful counterattack on the 31st minute. Since then, the rhythm of the battle quickly changed. Varian transitioned from playing defensive to becoming the Demon King's equal. Then, he began suppressing the Abyssal. The whole transition was so surreal, as if it were a scene from a legend. How could the great evil that always threatened Earth be suppressed so easily? The children watched Varian's figure on the huge screens with sparkling eyes. Their gaze was filled with adoration and yearning. As Varian beat back the Demon King, the children recalled the horror stories of the Demon King. The great evil of the legends was losing. Only a hero could destroy the evil. My hero, a little boy yelled at the screen. I want to be like you when I grow up. Me too. I will be strong and save everyone. I will be stronger than you, hero. Hee hee, let's fight then. And I will help hero from behind, just like them. And I will be like that old man from before. I will fight so hard against the big evil. The cute voices of the children were filled with yearning and innocence. They didn't understand nor could they comprehend the implications of their words. But a seed had been planted in their hearts after watching this legendary battle. Even though their minds were young, this day would forever be etched in their memories. And this day would be a significant point in their lives. Sover. Unlike the children, the adults saw something else. Our ninth sovereign. An old man raised his arms and yelled in joy. He even began to dance in the densely crowded streets, without a care in the world. The bane of the Demon King. The savior of Earth. Ha ha ha. With the ninth sovereign, this war will end. Joy spread across Earth. On one hand, as Varian pushed the Demon King closer to death, people were glad that the biggest threat to Earth was disappearing. On the other hand, Earthlings were ecstatic that the war itself, no, even the abyssal race itself, would soon be a thing of the past. To a civilization like Earth's, an extra sovereign made all the difference. War. Victory. Peace. War. Victory. Peace. War. Victory. Peace. The Earthlings began to chant the famous slogan of Earth's armed forces. Since they imbued their voices with aura, their shouts crossed Earth and spread into space. Hearing the famous slogan, Varian's lips curled up. War to destroy our enemies. Varian raised his hand and punched. The Demon King tried to raise his arms to block the attack, but his limp arms refused to move. Varian's fist broke through his chest and emerged from his back. The Demon King gasped, feeling the new, fist-sized hole in his chest. Varian's arm, still inside the Demon King, glowed. Terrifying arcs of lightning shot out from his arm and coursed through the fragile insides of the abyssal. Then, bone-chilling ice winds followed. Arg! The Demon King cried out as an unimaginable pain shook his entire being. Victory be ours. Varian slapped down the Demon King, forcing him to kneel. And with your death, he pulled back his bloodied hand, which shone with a pure white light. He punched the Demon King's head. Peace will arise. The Demon King's head exploded like a watermelon, and his stiff body collapsed. A generation's nightmare, the legendary Demon King, now a headless corpse, knelt at Varian's feet. The earth was silent for a moment before cheers erupted from every street. The planet itself seemed to come alive as the ecstatic laughter rumbled across the space, as if it were celebrating the joyous occasion. Varian exhaled deeply as his telekinetic power expanded outward. The drones recording him were destroyed in an instant, and the distant telescopic cameras were hacked. Varian staggered back as the suppressed injuries on his body were finally released. Blood spilled from every corner of his body, and fatigue set in. But simultaneously, his planetary power began to work at full speed, and the injuries began to close at a miraculous pace. "You could have taken more time and ended it with fewer injuries," Sarah's voice sounded as she gently held him from behind. "That scarlet fist he used first could have killed you." Enigma's voice was filled with suppressed anger, but her touch was equally gentle. "You could have died." "I know," Varian leaned on them as his body gave out. "If not for you two, it would have been very dangerous. Yet, you still fought him with such aggression. What if he had another trick up his sleeve? What if he couldn't fill in the gap this time?" Enigma's rebuke continued. Sarah didn't stop Enigma, letting her speak her mind. That scarlet fist had scared her too. Varian smiled a bit helplessly. Who would have thought that the silent and expressionless Enigma would speak so many words in a row and be so upset? From the first time they actually met on top of that abyssal castle, a lot changed. She changed, and so did he. As his thoughts drifted, Varian's eyelids grew heavy, and his vision turned hazy. Fainting finally, Enigma's sigh sounded beside him, as if she had expected this all along. Fighting a powerful enemy, winning but injuring himself too much, and then fainting, this was a normal Tuesday for Varian. Even though the opponent this time was the one and only Demon King, it still felt normal. "I finished it fast because..." Realizing he was about to faint, Varian opened his mouth to explain. "Shoo," a gentle whisper stopped him, and Enigma's voice softened just a little. "I know." Varian's lips curled up slightly, and he allowed his body to fully fall into her embrace. He slept with an exhausted but relieved smile. Enigma looked at Sarah with a helpless expression. "Can't you persuade him to not do these things again and again?" "If I could, I'd have done it long ago," Sarah said as they moved back into the ghost ship and gently placed Varian on a healing bed. Enigma sighed. Sarah smiled at her and wanted to say something, but she considered the ongoing war and decided to talk it out later. "Let him have a good rest," Sarah brushed Varian's hair and gently kissed his forehead. "When he wakes up, the world will be welcoming the new sovereign." The Abyssals panicked as a piece of news spread like wildfire. From the lowest mobs on the field to the highest rulers in the castles, everyone was in a state of chaos. Varian had killed the Demon King. Although the Demon King was not at his peak strength and had significant injuries, he was still a sovereign. To kill him meant Varian possessed the strength of a sovereign. Madness. Thunder King slammed his throne, staring at his colleagues in the virtual space. Sin King was too weak to fight, but what the hell happened to Demon King? How did he lose? How dare he lose? 2 seats in the virtual space were conspicuously empty, belonging to the deceased Sin King and Demon King. Their absence was jarring, a stark reminder of the horror that had unfolded in just a few hours. "Humans now have an extra sovereign, Water Queen, Venus's arch-nemesis," said slowly. Her sky-blue armor seemed to flow like liquid water around her, yet it was solid and elegant. "They're celebrating his ascension. These bastards think they've already won. What will happen with an additional sovereign?" Fire King crossed his arms. "I will scorch Jupiter sooner or later." Hollow Queen and Thunder King echoed similar sentiments. "I can't stand those human celebrations. They're at war." Thunder King gritted his teeth. "We're at war with the fairies. Our empire is struggling so much. We waged a holy war for our future. But they..." His chest heaved as his anger manifested in a lightning storm around him. His voice laced with thick killing intent, he said, "They don't know it, but they're celebrating while the Abyssals in our homeland are suffering and dying. They are celebrating our end, which is also the end of the homeland. There was clear frustration in the rulers' voices. Even though their emperor kept things hidden until now, the news was slowly leaking out. With the way things were going, even Hayden didn't bother to cover them up any longer. The Abyss Empire was losing. Fairies were marching toward their capital. The entire abyssal race might perish in this war. This was a lot to take in for the abyssal rulers, who were already growing frustrated with humanity's resilience. The war that should have ended in a week stretched to a month and a half. Then came this dreaded man, whom they deeply feared. As the conversation continued, the emotions of the abyssal rulers grew more intense. But none of them uttered Varian's name. They didn't dare. It was almost like a taboo. They went around the problem again and again, never reaching any solution. They were all accustomed to the silent leadership of Sin King. As the oldest member of the group, he usually took the big decisions. Oddly, they even missed the Demon King. Despite his issues, he was first or second on their list of the strongest. With both of them gone at once, there was a clear void in the leadership. Despair Queen covered her face and continued to remain silent. But as time passed, she realized this wasn't going to end anywhere. Varian. That one word caused the noisy room to fall silent. The abyssal rulers stared at each other before fixing their gazes on the Despair Queen. He reached the sovereign state, or somehow, gained that strength, she said, pursing her lips and staring at her peers. Demon King was weakened, so Varian's sovereign strength is still not as strong as ours. But without any doubt, he's in our league now. They tried not to show their feelings on their faces and failed. One by one, the abyssal rulers began to slap their thrones or destroy the showpieces in their studies. If not for this being a virtual meeting, perhaps they would have fought against each other just to cool down. After 5 full minutes of venting, everyone sat back with more serious expressions. I'm not trying to despair, but I can say this is pretty much it, the Despair Queen sighed. The war is over. The humans have won. The Hollow Queen tapped her chin and stared at the ceiling. Maybe we should negotiate with them for a piece of legacy? There was a rumbling chuckle. Or we can join Pinkies and become friends. You can't be serious. If there's any possibility of goodwill, our first invasion crushed it to the last grain. Humans might agree to a truce now, but once they grow strong enough, they'll slaughter us like pigs. Then what do we do? Despair Queen clenched her fists and slammed them on her throne's armrest. Who is confident in killing him? A deep silence followed as the abyssal rulers looked at each other, then lowered their heads and sighed. I can. The virtual space expanded, and an abyssal figure appeared, paler with completely dark eyes and a bizarre temperament. You, Despair Queen narrowed her gaze, noting the shimmering black light on his body. The undead leader sat calmly, filling the room with newfound confidence. You have advanced, Thunder King gasped. Correct, he said and clapped. The virtual part of his side expanded, revealing 2 coffins. In the incredulous gaze of the abyssal rulers, the 2 coffins exploded, and 2 new undead emerged, walking out with steady steps. Unlike the undead leader, these 2 had blank eyes and clearly lacked any agency. But the shimmering black light on them. 3 sovereigns, Mirage Queen muttered in shock, her lips curling up unconsciously. If this is a mirage, then please don't disturb me. But she knew it must be true. Even with all the treasures the Abyss Emperor sent, it took the undead so long to harvest those coffins. It was only fair that creating sovereigns or at least animating their corpses would take so long. An extra sovereign can decide a war. But 3. The undead leader smiled so widely that the corners of his lips reached his ears. 3 will crush all your hopes. Humanity was still celebrating when disastrous news struck. Sovereign Ares was besieged by the Thunder King and an undead sovereign. He was quickly losing and might die at any moment. Michael Charon, the ruler of Jupiter, was also targeted by the Fire King and a puppet-like undead whose strength reached the sovereign state. Vian of Venus faced the same dire situation. All the celebratory mood disappeared as the populace stared at the giant screens from the streets and homes in despair. In the outer space of Neptune, a golden light flashed, and an explosion blasted apart an asteroid a quarter the size of Earth's moon. Floating in the middle of the debris was a bloodied blonde man. His armor was torn, revealing his torso and the hideous scorching injuries. His right chest was burned to the point that his bones were visible, and his liver was charred black. A new lightning blast had even managed to puncture his right lung. Resisting the horrendous pain that threatened to engulf his consciousness, the man channeled his mana and stared hard at his enemy. "Not so tough now, are you?" The Thunder King stared back with a cocky smile. "Nothing a good beating can't solve. If not, then two." The undead leader appeared beside him, showing off his fist drenched in fresh, warm red blood. "We should finish him now. This battle has dragged on long enough." The Thunder King summoned a lightning spear but couldn't hide the reluctance on his face. The undead leader also wanted to toy with his prey more but nodded and clenched his fist, pointing it at Sovereign Ares. That bastard fainted after killing the Demon King, thinking all the problems would be solved once he woke up. But when he wakes, humanity will already be wiped out. With a burst of roaring laughter, the Thunder King threw his lightning spear. The weapon split into 2, then 4, and soon into thousands of smaller but sharper lightning needles. They surrounded Ares, leaving him no room to escape. Then, they rained down on him faster than any bullet. Sovereign Ares ignored the blood spilling from his mouth and forcibly channeled his mana. He shouldn't be doing this now. His body wasn't able to fight anymore. He needed rest. He had to rest. Arg. Fighting against the heavy injuries in his body, Sovereign Ares summoned all the mana he could. The pain was excruciating, causing tears to well up in his eyes. It felt like digging a knife into his arm and peeling his skin back with bare hands. As the last vestiges of his mana worked, Sovereign Ares transformed into a mass of lightning. Elementalization was costly but offered one benefit: most of the lightning bullets shot through him as if he were just another block of space. Only a few caused his lightning to nearly falter, and even fewer shook the mass of lightning that Ares had become. This was why Thunder King divided his spear into thousands of smaller needles. Ares wouldn't surrender. He'd fight to the bitter end. Such a move was expected. But so what? How many brave warriors from the losing side had sacrificed their lives heroically in every war? The history of civilization was filled with such heroic deeds from the losing side. Ares was going to be one of too many. And they'd be the winners. The survivors. "Winning is everything," Thunder King said, waving his hands. Tens of thousands of small lightning bullets surrounded Sovereign Ares. Despite the onslaught, the protector of Neptune struggled. But the attacks just kept coming. Like a beast in a cage, Sovereign Ares thrashed around, shot over and over. Eventually, the elementalization of Ares ended, and he turned back to his human form, collapsing into a fetal position. His body was covered in hundreds of small scorch marks. The mana in his body was drained to the last drop, and his life hung by a thread. "We'll climb to the peaks of greatness on the backs of your corpses," the Thunder King declared, stepping on Sovereign Ares' head. With a click, the general of Neptune perished. Mars and Neptune had both lost their rulers. The battle was captured by drones, but as it grew more tragic, the military shut it down. The outcome, however, was unmistakable. An air of despair once again filled the human federation. Shortly after, more bad news arrived. Sovereign Michael Caron and Sovereign Vian were also being pushed to the brink. The only saving grace was that the undeads were very mechanical and inflexible, giving the sovereign some breathing space. If they were facing the undead leader, they would have long perished. With Sovereign Ares dead, both the Thunder King and the undead leader were now free to target their next victims. Whichever sovereign they chose would be doomed. The sovereigns were anxious, feeling an invisible sword hanging over their necks. However, contrary to the fears of the sovereigns and the public, the undead leader and the Thunder King did not rush to another planet. Instead, they did something worse. They attacked Neptune. The planet, home to 7 billion, was struck by a catastrophe. Despite the army initiating an emergency evacuation after noticing the undead sovereign, evacuating such a vast population in such a short time was impossible. Only 2 billion people, barely 30% of the population, managed to escape to other planets when the abyssal ruler and the undead king attacked. Following them was the bloodthirsty abyssal army. What unfolded next could only be described as carnage of disastrous proportions. Entire cities were destroyed by lightning storms. Streets were littered with corpses. Homes were crushed. The lights on the planet went out, and even from outer space, the red patches on the planet were jarring. The abyssals slaughtered to their heart's content. Men, women, children, and the elderly, there was no distinction, no mercy, no empathy. It was a brutal massacre to which any words would fall short. For 3 full hours, the abyssal army kept killing. They played games and conducted competitions as they raced to see who killed more and who killed better. Gut-wrenching screams reached the sky and resounded across the planet. Schools were destroyed, libraries demolished, and great museums celebrating the heritage of human civilization were burned. The lightning rain across the planet slowly drowned the modern, developed, and beautiful Neptune. The horrifying massacre was broadcast by the abyssals across all planets. They were both informing humanity that Neptune had fallen and using the videos to demoralize any further fighting. While they might have failed or succeeded in their attempt to demoralize, they made every human watching the horrors shed bitter tears. Even the sternest of people closed their eyes and ears. The cries of children among the corpses of their parents were cut off by the sound of bodies burning and the young screams of dying children. Children were killed in front of parents, parents in front of children. Watching their loved ones die, the cries from the survivors were heartbreaking. The human mind, despite all the great wonders it has imagined and built, is ultimately limited. It's easy to imagine a bedroom, then a house the size of 10 such bedrooms. It's also possible to imagine a football stadium, place yourself in it, and experience that vastness. But what about an entire city? An entire country? Or even a planet? Humans can't comprehend things beyond a certain scale. They'd be sad about the unfortunate death of a young person, cry for a fire in the street that killed a family, and mourn for the deaths of an entire street due to an irresponsible attacker's actions. But what about the death of an entire city? An entire planet? If people are so sad about 1 death, 10 deaths, or even 100 deaths, what are their feelings about 1,000,000 deaths? 100 million deaths? Or the death toll on Neptune, which has reached 3 billion. Despite being a peak level 9 psychic, even Sia couldn't comprehend such a massive scale of death. It was just beyond her. 3 billion deaths was a lot, and that was obvious to everyone. But what was not obvious was the death and destruction represented in those 3 billion deaths. How many tragedies, how many orphans, how many heartbreaks? There would be a number for each, but they could never tell the tale of the tragedies. Just experiencing a tiny bit of the tragedy was already taking a huge toll on Sia and Sarah. Stand in the squares. Give space to everyone. Hurry. In one of the military compounds, thousands were rushing into a large circular formation. The soldiers remaining on Neptune maintained lightning walls between the masses and the teleportation formation to maintain order. There were several doors in the lightning walls, and only through these were the masses allowed to pass through. Teleportation formations were a delicate affair, and attempting to teleport more than their capacity could not only kill the people involved but also destroy the formation. In this critical hour, the soldiers who remained behind wanted to save as many lives as possible. So, they took the tough measure of maintaining lightning walls to control entry. "Arg, please, let me in, arg." As in the past 2 hours, someone tried to pass through the lightning wall again and fainted. The soldiers behind the wall didn't spare the fainted man a glance and continued to direct the masses into the formation. "Don't spread panic." The leader of the small army group warned the people standing in the 2 formations and clicked a button. The formations glowed blue, and the space around them twisted. The next second, they were all gone. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the masses outside the lightning wall burned with hope. In line. Get in line. The soldiers yelled and sped up the process as fast as they could. But unlike the people, there was no hope in their eyes. The 50 soldiers, including the one general who chose to remain, were the ones who wanted to die. They had lost their families in this sudden invasion and sought revenge. And that's what they were going to do. But Sarah and Sia appeared and assigned them, along with many other soldiers who were going to clash with the invading abyssals, into the teleportation formations. Originally, these formations had run out of space stones and were abandoned. However, the two girls somehow produced a heap of space stones and got the formations running again. As a result, the people fled from the rampaging abyssal army on Neptune and rushed to the few teleportation formations. Sarah and Sia remained concealed in the sky, secretly guarding the 6 military compounds, each housing 2 formations. A transfer occurred every minute, and each transfer teleported 500 people. That's 6,000 people per minute. The invasion began 3 hours ago. Their rescue operation started 2 hours ago. So far, they have saved around 720,000 people, nearly a million. But the streets were filled with crowds running everywhere to escape the hellish abyssals. From the sky, it looked like packs of dense ants, moving all around. Less than 1/10 of them were heading toward the military compounds. Help! Take us in! Everyone on my street is dead. The cries in the crowd continued as they headed for the only beacon of hope in this hour of darkness. And there were other cries, cries of joy. Die! Die, you pests! It's a kill for all. Your death is the new beginning. The abyssal soldiers roamed the streets wantonly, and whenever they stopped any human, they killed them brutally. Sarah and Sia used sneak attacks to kill a few abyssals that were too bloodthirsty. But they didn't dare to go overboard and kill too many, as that would alarm the High Awakeners among the abyssals. If a level 9 or even a level 8 visited this district, it would be all over. Thankfully, the Thunder King was letting his army have a feast and didn't bother to clean up the cities. That was the only reason this evacuation was possible. But soon, all the districts would be cleansed of humans, and the abandoned military compounds would be attacked. Sia sighed deeply and focused her mind once again. There is a way to safety in the abandoned military compounds. Hurry there. Now. Her voice resounded in the minds of the crowd on the nearby streets. They looked around in confusion, then at each other, and then they ran. They ran as if there were no tomorrow, because if they didn't reach safety, there would be literally no tomorrow for them. Sarah kept her eyes closed and monitored the High Awakeners in the city. They were destroying the military bases, which were built with strong defenses. Flattening them was taking time, even for the High Awakener abyssals. But that time would run out soon, and they'd be patrolling all the districts in the city. We don't have time, Sarah sighed. But her attention wasn't on the terrifying pain from her knees or the blood spilling from her body, weakening her further. All her attention was on the little baby she held in her arms. The woman pleaded to the soldiers behind the lightning wall, "Please. I beg you." A few kind souls gave up their positions, even in the adverse conditions, and the woman was finally able to enter. But when she did, the soldier arranging everyone in the formations stopped her and said, with an uncomfortable face, "Ma'am, your baby is dead." What? The woman gasped and checked her child. Her son, only 2 months old, wasn't breathing anymore. Somewhere during her rush, he had passed away. She had guarded him carefully. Even though her legs had been severed by the abyssals, she managed to escape and find some prosthetics. Then, she rushed back home as soon as she could and took her baby. The abyssal soldiers spotted her several times on the street and nearly killed them both. It was only thanks to her desire to protect him that she made it this far. But when she learned her little son was already gone, something in her broke. "Ma'am, you can still go in." "Ma'am? Ma'am." Plop. The woman collapsed onto the ground, and the coarse cloth covering her back flew off. The soldiers sucked in a breath of cold air as they watched the hideous wound on her back. From her back all the way to her lungs, everything inside was burnt. It was a miracle she had even been able to run this far and talk. A miracle made possible because she wanted to save her baby son. But the moment she learned he was no more, she lost the strength to live. Some in the crowd cried, while others cursed her for wasting precious time and putting their lives at risk. In the farthest compound, a one-armed man rushed into the lightning wall, holding an unconscious woman. A burnt smell emanated from him, and with each step, blood spilled from the large open wound on his shoulder where his arm was missing. But the man didn't seem to feel any pain. He handed the woman to a female soldier and bowed. "Please send her to safety." Then, he turned around and ran off. "Don't go out. You'll die," a soldier shouted. The man stumbled, struggling to balance with his new center of gravity, but he immediately stood up and continued running into the blood-soaked streets filled with corpses. Only his weak but stubborn voice lingered in the air. "I'll bring my daughter back." The people lowered their heads and sighed. The man knew it was risky, but he still went back. As they expected, he didn't return. After finding his daughter's body in her school, he collapsed, and the building was destroyed by an abyssal. The evacuation continued as time trickled by. Sarah and Sia witnessed selfless deeds, tragic moments, and acts of heroism. Ordinary men and women, who had never fought in their lives, rushed into streets filled with abyssal predators to find their sons and daughters. They could have chosen to join the formation and seek safety. But they wanted to save their loved ones or die with them. While many left to bring their families back, only a fraction returned. Even in the most adverse times, these precious bonds didn't break. It was perhaps the greatest symbol of human nobility. However, this adversity also revealed how low humans could stoop to. A young man and his old father were quickly walking through an alley, heading towards a military compound. A mocking chuckle sounded from behind, and an abyssal soldier jumped into the alley. The son and father's faces paled. And suddenly, the father felt a force in his back, and the next thing he knew, he crashed at the abyssal's feet. "You!" The father stared at the receding back of his son with pained eyes. The man had never shed a tear in the past 30 years, but today, he couldn't stop the hot tears from flowing down his cheeks. "Why?" he asked, staring at the silhouette of his son in the far distance. "Why?" Even as the abyssal spear pierced his stomach and twisted his insides, he continued to stare ahead blankly. The abyssal took joy in his misery and drove his spear into the old man's heart, ending his life. "If you asked me, I'd ha." The son got past the lightning wall and returned to safety. But after the elation of survival, he clutched his head and broke into tears. He'd never be able to forgive himself. If this was the apex of selfishness, then there was also the opposite. A young grandson, only 16 years old, was carrying his grandfather on his back as he ran through the streets. The young boy had several cuts on his school uniform and was bleeding from his abdomen. Since he was carrying another person on his back, his abdomen was strained, and blood was spilling out with every step he took. It was painful for the young boy, and tears were rolling down his cheeks with each step. But even then, he continued to run, carrying the old man. He wasn't really his grandfather but a janitor from his school. However, the old man had been kind to him. When he was bullied and cried alone in his room after school hours, this old man, whom he had never known, approached and consoled him. If not for those kind words that evening, he would have quit school and never had the life he did today. "See child, please." The old man, no, grandfather's weak voice sounded from behind. Leave me alone, I beg you, kid." The young boy gritted his teeth and refused to even entertain such a thought. "Grandpa. I'll save you. Please believe me." The young boy's cries attracted others who were running in the same direction. Even though he was fit, carrying another person slowed him down significantly. As they ran past him as fast as they could, people advised him to leave the old man and run alone. At least you can survive. You both will die like this. Kid, I saw an abyssal heading this way. Hurry. The boy didn't give up. He ran, squeezing every bit of energy he had. When they reached the last alley before the compound, a red silhouette flashed in front of him, and an abyssal soldier, drenched in human blood, appeared. The boy's face paled, and tears pooled in the corners of his eyes. The old man saw the situation and sobbed. It's all my fault. My fault. I should have just died. The abyssal relished in their misery and swung her sword. The young and old died side by side, just a few hundred meters away from the compound. If the boy had run alone, he would have reached safety. Choosing to help despite the crisis was selfless. But this wasn't a movie. In real life, good isn't always rewarded, and evil isn't always punished. Varian sensed a scream for help. It was a woman's voice, certainly not Sia's, Sarah's, or anyone he knew. It was weak, and her words were incoherent, as if she was speaking while trying to drink water. No, he recognized that type of speech. When blood rushes from the throat and you still try to speak, it sounds exactly like that. Who? Varian tried to shout. But the darkness around him remained silent, as it had been since he fainted. He couldn't see or touch anything. Everything was dark and void. Somehow, he was still awake. Varian thought he had fainted from the injuries inflicted by the Demon King and waited for his body to heal. Even though healing wounds caused by a sovereign was difficult, the major challenge was expelling the Demon King's strong chi from his body. Back in the ruins, when Julius attacked Enigma, no matter how many healing potions he used, she didn't heal. He had to remove the destructive aura from her. He struggled during that time, but now, he didn't feel any doubt about whether his body could expel the chi. 30 minutes, and I should be awake. Varian started counting to avoid feeling uneasy in the darkness. But the time limit he set had passed, and he still couldn't feel his body. Even after another 30 minutes, nothing seemed to change. What the hell? I'm pretty sure my time count is right. After gaining the power of time, he had an almost intuitive grasp of the flow. Even if he wasn't awake, he knew at least an hour had passed. Varian tried to feel his body again, and after several attempts, he realized it was already healed. The problem came from his soul. It was as if the connection between his body and soul was stretched taut, preventing him from waking up. Soul. There wasn't anything he had done to result in this, right? As he replayed the recent events, Varian's mind locked onto one. Synergy. Synergy was supposed to be a slow and cautious technique. It improved the strength of the participants in every session, but it couldn't be continued forever. If that were the case, why would he even bother to train? He could just synergize his way to the top. While it's a wonderful technique with great benefits, it's strict in how it should be performed. The number one rule was proper care. But when he was carried to the ghost ship, he was on the verge of fainting. Left with no choice, Varian grabbed their hands and started it abruptly. And once he got a boost in strength, he ended it abruptly. Even as he discovered the secrets of the origin, he was in a hurry about Xander's situation. The moment his strength felt sufficient, he rushed out. If they were more accomplished in this technique, the backlash wouldn't be this severe. But they're still in the beginner stages. Varian paid the price for his actions by staying conscious without control of his body. After another hour, Varian felt his body senses return. He couldn't even open his eyes or stand, but his nose picked up the thick, bloody scent in the air, and his superhuman hearing captured the painful screams. Help! My baby! My baby is not dead! A hysterical woman screams. Mother! It hurts! It hurts! A little boy's cries. It's all right. We're almost there. We'll be fine, just a minute, we're almost. A man's heartbeat stopped as a woman breathed her last. One by one, the noises in the city, the cries, the screams, the requests, the curses, all made their way into his mind. With his eyes closed, the effect was amplified, and Varian felt as if he were thrust into the middle of a crowd, with everyone whispering to him. Please. Please, save him. He heard the desperate pleas of an old woman, her tears rolling down her cheeks and splashing the ground beneath her knees. If there is anyone watching us, I beg you, let my sister be safe. She's only 10. Take my life instead. He heard the sounds of a young man banging his head on the floor, along with the sound of blood gushing. Varian's eyes remained closed, and he still had no control over his body. However, the corners of his eyes grew wet. He was becoming more regal, thanks to his increasing power and responsibility. But at that moment, all he wanted was to console the dying and save as many as he could. After hearing those wails, he didn't really think much. All he knew was that a large number of people were in pain. If necessary, Varian vowed to be more ruthless than anyone else. But hearing those screams, he felt a heavy burden on his shoulders once again. One day, not so far in the future, he would be making decisions that would lead to deaths. Millions of deaths. He had already caused a lot of deaths on Mars, but that seemed like child's play compared to what was to come. As humanity grew, the scale of deaths would only magnify. But for now, Varian just wanted to help. Even if he couldn't do much, he wanted to save one more life and stop one more cry. If he were calmer, Varian would have thought about the root cause of this tragedy. But now, his emotions were influencing him. And if all the cries made him feel pain, some voices that popped up made his blood boil. Die. Die, you incarnates of Zion. The sound of a heavy axe splitting an old man in two. You're the reason so many of our kin died. A lightning bolt electrocutes a little girl. If only you hadn't resisted, we could have prevented so many deaths. The sound of a sword hacking a corpse a dozen times. You don't deserve to live. The deep voice of an abyssal as he crushes the head of a young man who tried to fight back. Varian's vision goes white before he gasps and wakes up. Varian glanced out the window and saw a city he didn't recognize, engulfed in flames and ruins. Humans were running in groups on the streets, hunted by the abyssal soldiers. A few military compounds were teleporting batches of humans to safety, but there were too many left. Varian walked out of the ghost ship and stepped onto a residential building. A thick stench of blood and corpses assaulted his senses, nearly causing him to retch. Fucking hell. Varian closed off his sense of smell and glared at the city with red eyes. An explosion in the sky caught his attention. A bright light flashed, then darkness claimed it. The light was dispersed by a swarm of lightning snakes that soon exploded. Sia and Sarah were fighting a group of level 9s. They were clearly losing, but from time to time, they'd glance at the humans rushing into the military compound and continue fighting. Their bodies were riddled with injuries. Sarah was bleeding heavily from her arm and abdomen, while Sia had a deep wound on her shoulder. It should have been a hit to her neck, but she had luckily dodged. Varian exhaled the breath he hadn't realized he was holding. Then, his aura flared. The 3-story building he was standing on exploded, and a multitude of colors washed over the street like a tsunami. Varian kicked the ground and shot up into the sky faster than a rocket. The shockwaves sweeping the ground turned the street to powder. Haha. Come on. As long as you keep fighting, we won't touch them. High in the sky, an abyssal laughed as he threw a lightning dagger. Along with him, his team of 20 more level 9s did the same. The attacks reached the girls. They blocked most of the attacks, but 3 managed to break through their defenses. Sia nearly lost her arm while Sarah's left hand was pierced, burnt, and went numb. Another abyssal sneered, "You bitches secretly sent so many humans to safety, but do you think it makes a difference? Their death is just delayed." His words elicited approval, and another round of attacks reached Sarah and Sia. The injuries on their bodies increased, and they looked at each other. Should we retreat? If we fight any longer, it will be too risky. The thought of retreating flashed through their minds again, but suddenly, the scream of a mother reached the sky. Arg! Please. Not my child. No. Sarah's heightened senses saw a woman holding a bundle. Sarah's face paled, and her body shook. Even though she had seen it all before, she couldn't bear to look at the tragic and horrific sight. Do you want to retreat? Abandon those poor things? The leader of the attacking group smirked at them. Those poor fathers, mothers, brothers, and sisters. Are you going to abandon them all? Sarah bit her lip until it bled, her eyes glaring at the abyssals with burning hatred. If this was any other group, even if there were 20 level 9s, she and Sia would have slaughtered them. But these 20 were strong and elite members of their race. Ow, so scary, the abyssal leader mocked her, his face twisting into a hideous smile. People like you are the reason so many of my kind died. You bastards. You kept fighting us for more than a century. Don't you like fighting? Then come on, keep fighting. His words seemed to trigger every abyssal present. Rage surged through them, and they all attacked the two with tremendous vigor. Their lightning mana combined to form 2 lightning spears. Neptune's sky was covered by a golden light. Sia and Sarah barely dodged the lightning spears. But the weapons turned back and began chasing them. They dodged again and again, but the spear was getting faster. Sia's face paled, and she grabbed Sarah's hand, ready to teleport. They're done playing. This is a killing blow. The abyssals taunted, dared, and threatened them all at once. Don't you dare run. Face the attack if you aren't cowardly bitches. If you run away, the spears will fry the people below. As if responding to their words, the ground suddenly exploded. An entire street was blown to bits. Sarah's hand struggled slightly, but Sia pulled her closer and glared at her, mouthing a name. Sarah sighed and stopped struggling. The corners of her eyes turned wet, but she nodded painfully. Her extended sense instinctively reached out to the ghost ship to check its condition. There's no safe place like the ghost ship, especially for Varian. Even if anyone found and attacked while Varian remained unconscious, Sarah had faith that Boo would do everything in its power to protect him. But to her horror, Sarah couldn't sense the ghost ship. She tried again, but Boo wasn't there at all. Before she could say anything, the space around her twisted, and they appeared where the ghost ship should be. Boo! Sia yelled, but there was no response. Oh damn! The lightning spears shot at them, and they teleported at the last moment. Boo! Where are you? Sia yelled, her calm, anger, and worry evident in her tone. Sia. Boo stammered. How is Varian? Sia asked, even as she and Sarah continued to teleport to dodge the lightning spears. Master. Boo's voice grew quiet. Sia's heart sank, and an ominous premonition grew in her heart. No, don't you dare say that. Where the hell are you? He went out, Boo said in a low voice. For some reason, the sounds of large explosions echoed in the background. He woke up. Where is he? Sia gasped, unable to hide her anxiety. Boo gulped audibly and answered, above you. Sia raised her head and glanced at the sky. Lightning spears were hurtling toward her and Sarah. The abyssals stood high above, watching them with disdain. Suddenly, a multitude of colors washed over Neptune like a tsunami. Then the world grew still. The lightning spear froze in mid-air before breaking into tiny sparks. The abyssals exploded into pieces of blood and bone as they blankly stared upward. Sia followed their gaze and saw him. Varian stood in the sky, his eyes filled with a killing intent she had never seen before. Neptune seemed to freeze in time as the cries of the people paused. The boisterous laughs of the abyssals and the sounds of their weapons sinking into flesh also stopped. The sky turned white as the sun itself was overshadowed by a white sphere. Everyone stared up, eyes wide and mouths agape, as a multitude of colors flashed from the white sphere, flowed out, intersected, and joined together to form a phantom. A giant stood in the sky, taller than anything or being humans had ever known. My people, The voice was solemn, but there was a deep pain beneath it, grieving for the tragedy. The giant waved his hands, and Neptune's sky lit up with colorful clouds made of pure aura. Golden lightning clouds, blue ice clouds, translucent telekinetic clouds, and more. They spread across the planet and positioned themselves near the abyssal army, which had just paused its wanton slaughter. A man crouched in a ruined street, tightly hugging his 6-year-old son. An abyssal held her sword up. The abyssal kicked the man, and he crashed into a building, breaking his bones. Thankfully, his unconscious son didn't sustain any serious injuries. "What the fuck is that?" the abyssal woman frowned at the giant. The giant's face, built from colorful aura, was unclear. But for some reason, it felt very familiar. "Wait, is that?" The abyssal's heart nearly leapt to her throat, and she stumbled back, forgetting to breathe. The fear abyssals held toward Varian was far greater than the adoration and respect he received from humans. He was their devil, the being who had single-handedly destroyed all their great plans and was indirectly responsible for their current state. As a mere level 6, the female abyssal warrior never had the chance to fight Varian. If she had, she wouldn't be alive. Even then, she heard stories and saw videos from those horrifying battles. She had no idea how a single creature could possess so many powers. Nor did she understand the insane stamina of this one man. It shouldn't even be possible. As her thoughts swirled, she instinctively slammed her communicator and reported, "Captain, Varian's phantom is here. We need to inform the Thunder K. They'll be here in 10 minutes. They asked us to survive until then," her team captain said in a hushed tone, his voice going low. 10 minutes? Are they crazy? We'll die." The call was cut off, and the female abyssal felt a shiver down her spine. Ignoring the golden cloud in the sky, she stared at the giant and then back at the human. Her hand holding her sword trembled slightly, but she gritted her teeth. "It's only one man. You're just one man." With swift strides, she reached the father-son duo and raised her sword. The man hugged his son tightly and closed his eyes in pain. A pop sounded in the air, followed by a sizzling sound, but the sharp sensation of his skin being cut never arrived. "Huh?" The father opened his eyes and saw lightning enveloping the abyssal, electrocuting her. In just a dozen seconds, her ash-gray skin turned black and red, and blood spilled out like a broken dam. "Wah!" The abyssal woman dropped her sword, curled into a fetal position, and screamed in pain. As lightning ravaged her body, she stared at the sky with an unbelievable gaze. "How?" Across the planet, more than 100,000 abyssals collapsed, all asking the same question. "How did you find us all? How did you manage to attack us all? We're spread across the entire planet. Even for a sovereign, these attacks are too much." With Boo's guidance, Varian launched the remaining attacks and paralyzed the last abyssal on Neptune. Most of the Thunder Abyss army and Undead army had moved to Uranus, leaving only 100,000 here to clean up the planet. "Varian, these are the level 8s, Sarah said. "And the level 7s, Sia added, pointing to 2 heaps in the street. "We incapacitated them as you asked. But we should move on to other planets. Torturing them would take too long," Sia noted. "There's no torture. They'll die," Varian said, waving his hand. The heaps of High Awakeners, crippled to the point of being unable to muster a sliver of aura, were scattered across the cities and fell into the streets filled with people. The crowds were startled and ran away from the abyssals. "My people," Varian's voice called out, making them stop. "Arise." Some of those fleeing stopped and turned to look at the abyssals. "Who did you lose today?" His voice was deep and earnest. "Your parents? Children? Lover? Do you not feel the sorrow of their loss?" These words halted most of the running crowd. People stared at the sky with tears pooling in the corners of their eyes, some already shedding bitter tears. Most were pale, exhausted, and bleeding from injuries, minor or major. The only reason they kept running was the fear that once they stopped, their bodies would collapse. But Varian's words made even them stop. The pain they had tried to suppress exploded like a volcano, and the last scenes of their loved ones flashed before them, being hacked to death by a laughing abyssal, electrocuted into a black mass, crushed into a lump of flesh, or choked to death in desperate struggle. The hearts of the survivors were flooded with grief, and Neptune wept. If you feel sad, if you feel sorry, then raise your hand and kill the ones who did this to your loved ones. Varian's voice was harsh and unforgiving. You are killed because you are weak. But they are the weak ones. Go. Raise your fist. Grab a sword. Do anything. But take revenge. In a street, a few men and women broke away from the crowd and walked toward the abyssal that collapsed in the middle of the road. Looking at the enemy, covered in red blood, their bodies shook in fear. But they pushed forward and towered over him. You. The abyssal stared at the humans looking down at him with a bloodthirsty gaze. He tried to channel his aura to kill them and escape, but his body didn't listen. Instead, the pain coursing through him intensified. Kill. Varian's voice sounded like the devil's mantra. Avenge those you lost. Prevent others from losing their families. The abyssal writhed on the ground, his face flashing with terror. A haggard man with a deep wound on his shoulder grabbed a piece of stone. A woman holding a broken schoolbag snatched a knife from a nearby home. An old man lifted his walking stick. A young girl, only 15, took out the blade she used for science class. No, stay back. The abyssal wriggled as these ordinary people, who used to fear him, approached with their makeshift weapons. Across Neptune, the 100,000 abyssals screamed as the humans slowly raised their weapons against them. The stone, the knife, the stick, and the blade all fell on the abyssal at the same time, splashing his blood on their bodies. Yet, he didn't die. Even though crippled, he was still strong. Such vitality, however, was not a blessing. They won't die easily. Inflict as much pain on them as you want. Tear them, burn them, do whatever you wish. Show them hell. Varian's devilish voice echoed, followed by the agonized screams of the abyssals. Varian bowed his head in front of the remains of a broken corpse. From time to time, lightning arcs crackled around it, singing the glory of a great warrior. If possible, Varian would have spent an entire day honoring him, but there was no time now. The ghost ship slipped into the secret teleportation formations and headed to Jupiter. The current situation was disastrous, to put it mildly. Mercury had lost its sovereign. Venus' sovereign, Vian, was under attack by not only her archenemy but also an undead sovereign and was well on her way to dying. Earth's bastard was missing. Mars was fine, but Jupiter's Michael Charon was besieged by his archenemy, the Fire King, and another undead sovereign. And Uranus. Varian took a deep breath to control the burning anger in his chest. The army stationed on Uranus planetoids, the space guards, and planetary guards, more than 20 million, all dead. Fuck. Varian clenched his forehead, and his nails dug into his skin. After finishing off Neptune, the Thunder King and the undead leader headed there. Then, they started a brutal slaughter. Despair Queen stalled Sovereign Irene and, in front of her, the Thunder King and the undead leader killed the human army in the most brutal ways. Varian glanced at the screen floating above and saw the video of Sovereign Irene crying as she watched the horror before her eyes. She tried to stop them. She really did. But she alone couldn't stop 3 sovereigns. For a kind person like her, this was the greatest torture. Cry. Cry more. Despair more. You bitch. Didn't you foil my plans with that bastard before? Today, I'll revel in your tears. Despair Queen chortled with maniacal euphoria. Please, let them go. The leader of Uranus begged. Please what? Thunder King laughed as he launched a huge lightning bomb on a planetoid. The 200,000 soldiers stationed there tried to escape but were electrocuted and collapsed. They spasmed violently as blood leaked from their bodies, and violent pain coursed through their veins, destroying their nerves and burning their sanity before death claimed them. The undead leader was even worse. With a single, offhand strike, he left them severely injured, then made the undead feast on them. The Abyssals never ate humans, but the undead were a different breed. The screams from the soldiers as they were eaten alive shook the sky. Before he knew it, Varian was staring at the screen with eyes that seemed to spit fire. Even if they beg, there will be no mercy. Not even a single Abyssal will be alive, Varian swore. I'll go to their homeland and burn it to ashes. The Abyssal race will cease to exist. A red mist filled the ghost ship, and even Sarah and Sia, who fought by his side the most, flinched at the tyrannical killing intent. It was filled with an anger that words couldn't convey, a volcano waiting to erupt. Biting her lip, Sia waded through the killing intent, feeling as if her skin was pricked by icy cold needles. She placed her hand on Varian's shoulder, causing him to flinch and almost lash out, but his fist stopped an inch from her neck. Varian stared at her face and froze. The red mist in the ghost ship disappeared, and a deep sigh escaped the man's lips. I'm sorry. Sia stopped his lips with her own and pulled back. With a smile, she said, on behalf of all the survivors of Neptune, thank you for saving and avenging them. Varian felt his heart ache with guilt. No, you shouldn't be thanked. If I had woken up earlier, it's not that you didn't want to, but you couldn't, Sarah said, walking over to him with a weak smile. Please, don't beat yourself up. Sarah and I tried so hard, but we were about to give up. But you saved them. Thank you. If not for you, they... Sarah choked up, and tears spilled from her eyes like rain. She buried her head in Varian's shoulder and sobbed. Varian patted her back and sighed, his eyes growing red. The carnage on Neptune was heartbreaking. No matter how many times he told himself that an emperor should be ready to face these horrors with an iron heart, he couldn't stop the grief welling up in his chest after witnessing the horror firsthand. The sadness, tragedy, and grief were overwhelming, and even tears of blood couldn't erase the sense of loss. Even though he had only witnessed the carnage for a few minutes before stopping it, the images were seared into his mind. He couldn't fathom what Sarah and Sia were feeling after everything they had endured for those 3 hours. The cries of men and women, children and the elderly still rang in his ears. The cacophony of their screams as they ran for their lives and the agonized yells as the Abyssals brutally killed them played over and over in his head. The cities were littered with corpses. Entire schools were burnt, the charred remains of young children still in their classrooms. The parks were damaged, the broken bodies of the elderly, who had come for a simple walk, scattered unevenly. The shopping districts were filled with the severed torsos of young men and women. Varian pressed his eyes shut, trying not to imagine it. But one image he couldn't escape haunted him. It was a hospital destroyed by the Abyssals. They slaughtered everyone inside. In one of the wards, there was a pregnant woman. Her throat was slit, but she died trying to protect the baby in her womb. Her womb was split open, and the baby, not even born. Arg. Before he knew it, Varian was hugging Sarah and Sia as a muffled sob escaped his lips. Tears rolled down his cheeks as pain, grief, and anger boiled within him. Out of everything he had seen, this hit him the hardest. That one image, that baby. Varian's body shuddered, and he closed his eyes, letting his emotions run free for once. When he opened his eyes again, he would be the cold-blooded war machine willing to do anything for victory. But for now, for this brief moment, Varian allowed himself to cry. And as he did, he promised the Abyssals with utmost certainty, "You will regret this. Irene won't be a problem. Even without us, Despair Queen will hold her off well. But Varian, I can't be at ease if that bastard isn't killed." Thunder King bellowed. The undead clenched his jaw as Varian's face flashed in his mind. A tingle of fear he didn't want to acknowledge shot up his spine, and his mind flooded with the ridiculous things Varian might do if left unchecked. Amid the undead's contemplations, the teleportation formation activated, and the space around them twisted. Right then, his bracelet rang with a message. Son of a bitch. The undead cursed and tried to get out of the formation. It didn't yield. So, he punched down. The space stopped fluctuating, and cracks appeared on the formation before it went off with a purr. The hell? Thunder King nearly punched him in the gut. He's not on Neptune anymore. The undead swiped his bracelet, and a hologram popped up. A sea of red flames lit up the dark space, surging like a tsunami and burning everything in sight. The metal scraps, debris, asteroids, and even the remnants of corpses all melted away under the unforgiving fire. The red fire collided with a dim blue flame. The flames fought each other, trying to devour one another, like two snakes slithering, expanding, and contracting, trying to swallow their counterpart. In the background, a human with wings of fire was fleeing. Even as he exerted all his strength, shimmering dark blue icicles chased after him. He dodged most of the attacks, but some struck him in the shoulder and back, forming a thick layer of ice. Even a peak level 9 would have frozen to death from that ice, but the man's body lit up with flames, and with considerable effort, he managed to melt the ice. However, doing so drained the fire mana that he could have used to power up his blue flames and combat the Fire King's red flames. Now, not only was his own sea of fire growing weaker, but he was also taking injuries, however small. In the past 3 hours, he used every healing potion he had, preventing his condition from deteriorating into a dangerous state. But the potions ran out a while ago, and the injuries were starting to accumulate. At first, it didn't feel like much, just a small cut on the arm. His healing abilities would take care of it. But then came another cut nearby, and then another, and another. Before he realized it, his entire back was filled with cuts, and blood was literally flooding out of his body. I told everyone something like this was going to happen, Michael Caron said, a pessimist to the core. But when his worst fears came true, he was calmer than everyone else. If I'm going to die, I might as well take down these two with me. He glanced at his archenemy and then turned to the simpleton zombie, which once again fired a bunch of icicles at him. Thankfully, this creature didn't have much intelligence, or he would have been dead by now. Grand immolation. Michael Caron's body lit up in flames, and a strong wave of fire swept out from him. Turning into fire himself, the Sovereign dashed forward. In a breath, he grabbed the zombie and dragged it to the Fire King. The zombie growled and shot him with icicles. They passed through his fiery body without doing any harm, proving that the zombie was indeed stupid. I can kill 10 of you in my elemental form, but I can't afford to maintain it while I'm fighting this son of a bitch. Michael Caron cursed as he stared at the Fire King, who was suddenly looking at him with apprehension. As expected of his archenemy, he figured it out. But Michael didn't give him any time. Like a bullet, he broke through the sea of flames and reached the abyssal ruler. Wait, the space went dark as the red and blue flames were almost instantly sucked into the Sovereign. The flames were compressed to a dangerous point, along with Michael's own aura, and reached a tipping point. The space shook as a blinding explosion rocked the nearby planetoids and spaceships. Bright red fires, intertwined with blue, soared across the sky, swallowing everything in their wake. At the center of the explosion, the simpleton zombie Sovereign was burnt to ashes. Michael Caron was on his last breath, but his eyes were full of regret as he stared at the heavily injured abyssal in front of him. Ha! The Fire King gasped, blood spilling from the many injuries all over his body. He only survived because Michael's aura was significantly lowered by the battle. If not. The Fire King shook his head and stared down at his enemy, teetering on the edge of death. I have the last laugh. Michael Caron had no strength left to even reply. His vision was growing dark, and his consciousness was slipping away. But the regretful look in his eyes changed just before he breathed his last. Instead, he died with what almost looked like a smile. Huh! The Fire King's senses screamed danger, and he tried to jump away. But his injured body slowed him down, and an ice spear pierced through the back of his head, exploding his skull into pieces. Varian regarded the Sovereign, who died with a peaceful expression on his face. That look, he definitely saw me in the last moment. He didn't know what to feel. If he had been a second earlier, this man might have been saved. If he had been a second later, he would have died with the regret that his sacrifice was in vain. Never mind. I can only do what I believe is right. Varian threw the abyssal and zombie corpses into a compartment and carefully placed the late sovereign's body in a special room. Master, the Thunder King and the Undead have left Uranus and are heading towards Neptune, Booz said in a hurry. Master, the billions on Neptune aren't evacuated yet. They're in danger. They won't go after Neptune, Varian said confidently. They'll come after me. Upload a video of this battle to the meta-net. Just as Varian predicted, the Thunder King and the Undead leader abandoned Neptune and rushed after him, not with the best intentions. Varian revealed his target. I'm going to Venus. Come stop me if you can. The two sovereigns knew Varian was revealing his location to stop them from attacking the planets. But even if they knew, they still did what he intended. Varian would rather not see another planet suffer a massacre, while the two would rather not see any more humans alive. With this unspoken consensus, Varian reached Venus after a few minutes, only to find the Water Queen slaughtering the human army on the planetoid. In the distance, a woman's corpse, half-eaten by a zombie sovereign, lay on the ground. Varian felt his insides churn at the horrific sight and yelled, "Stop!" The zombie stopped, not because it obeyed Varian but because it sensed new prey. The space around Varian twisted and cracked like a broken mirror, as if countless sharp blades were poised to cut deep into his skin. "Fuck off," Varian growled. His space power surged, and the cracked space restored to normal. A lightning bolt appeared behind the zombie, ready to strike it in the back. But the undead vanished and reappeared far away. With a swipe of its hand, the space around Varian's neck tightened, as if someone was choking him. Varian tried to loosen the hold with his space power, but it wasn't enough. He had to use his physical, lightning, and telekinetic powers to finally break free. "Ha!" he gasped, his eyes locked on the zombie. "You're so dead." The space behind him turned white as bone-chilling ice spears lunged at his back. Water Queen smiled smugly, believing she had ambushed him perfectly. But her smile faded as the spear passed through Varian as if he were an illusion. The moment the thought crossed her mind, she felt a presence behind her. Instinctively, she covered herself in an armor of ice. But Varian's fist, glowing with the light of multiple powers, shattered her defenses and punched her. Looking into the cold eyes of the young man, Water Queen realized something. I was waiting for him to be locked up by the zombie so I could ambush him, and he was waiting for me to relax after my ambush so he could strike. This son of a... Her thought process was cut short as a searing pain coursed through her body. The snapping of her ribs sounded like a horrifying yet sweet orchestra, and she was thrown back as if hit by a truck. Arg! Shining waves of dark water wrapped around her, both protecting her and slowing her descent. Water Queen clutched her bleeding abdomen. The wound was like a hole in a dam, spilling her blood endlessly. Gritting her teeth, she manipulated the water content in her blood to seal the bleeding. As she prepared to retaliate, a shockwave hit her. Then another. And another. Water Queen's eyes shifted to the blurring figures that appeared and disappeared, teleporting at a ridiculous frequency. The Abyssal Queen tried to lock onto Varian and support the zombie. Her eyes turned ice blue as she poured her heart and soul into the task. For the sake of her ego and the survival of the Abyssal race, she had to kill him. The blue mana in her palms condensed into a small disk. It shot forward and split into hundreds of thinner disks. Each disk spun at an insane rate, searching for the target. After a few more blurs, Varian appeared near one of the disks, just as it reached him before he could teleport again. This time, he wasn't an illusion. The disk sliced through all his defenses and reached his skin, about to tear it to pieces. Water Queen's lips curled up, and her heart pounded in her chest. She imagined the red blood splashing from Varian as his face contorted in pain. The remaining disks were already on their way to attack him. Soon, they would drown him, and soon, they would kill him. And. Huh. Water Queen's eyes nearly popped out as she watched her spinning ice disc clash with Varian's skin and shatter into pieces. What the, arg? She tried to sidestep but only managed halfway and screamed as a spear of darkness pierced her abdomen, near where Varian had punched her earlier. Almost immediately, a cluster of light orbs exploded inside the cavity of that wound. Turning around quickly, she saw two human girls rushing back into a spaceship, no, the ghost ship. The Water Queen's face paled as she realized she had been tricked again. She had focused all her attention on Varian, which allowed these girls to stage a sneak attack. I'll kill you. She lashed out a water column at the fleeing spaceship and locked her senses on it. If they dared to show themselves again, she would know. Water Queen, the ocean of fear, the end of Venus, the flood of apocalypse. Varian muttered as he appeared in the distance and punched out. A millisecond later, the zombie appeared and was hit in the face. The zombie staggered back, unable to respond for a moment. This time, it didn't teleport immediately. That small window of opportunity was enough. Varian slammed the zombie with his space and time powers. Sia's gravity and Sarah's time powers also joined in, converging on the unfortunate zombie. Even with the strength of a sovereign, the zombie now needed a half-second to break free of the influences and teleport. It's over. Varian laughed, placing his hands on either side of the zombie's head. His palms lit up with a multitude of colors, and the Water Queen's scream rang out from behind. Stop. The moment the zombie broke free, Varian's palms fired a dazzling light that enveloped the creature's head, and the zombie teleported. The Water Queen's ice spear shot through where Varian had just been standing. Due to his proximity to the zombie, the spear pierced right through the creature's chest. The zombie screamed and teleported repeatedly. But the light covering its face slowly consumed it, shrinking it. Like a beast gnawing on its meal, it slowly devoured the undead's head, ending its pitiful life. Meanwhile, the Water Queen looked around with caution, almost fear, as she waited for Varian, who had suddenly disappeared. No. He won't ambush me again. She chewed her lip as sweat trickled down her back, and terror crept into her heart. He had fooled her twice and killed a sovereign, albeit a zombie, right in front of her. As the silence continued in the dark space, fear gripped her. Why you? If your mother really gave birth to you, stop hiding and come. Oh, Varian appeared in front of her, and she reflexively thrust the ice spear in her hand, straight through her neck. He then dissolved into specks of light. Coward. She gripped the ice spear tighter, staring around, gulping her saliva, and straining her senses to the maximum. Unbeknownst to her, Varian was collaborating with Sarah and Sia to use light and darkness powers, combined with his psychic abilities, to create a perfect illusion. Although none of them had reached the sovereign state in their respective paths, they managed to fool one. Still, it shouldn't have worked. But the Water Queen was more panicked than she realized, and it was actively working against her. As seconds turned into minutes, Varian's illusions kept appearing abruptly before the Water Queen, only to be destroyed as soon as they appeared. Die. Come out. Coward. With each bubble that popped, her anger rose along with her fear. As she continued to fight against the harmless illusions, her attacks grew reckless. Then, puff. Water Queen thrust the spear into Varian again, but instead of bursting into light, he caught it in his right hand and punched her. Instinctively, the Abyssal Queen protected the most vulnerable parts of her body, her head, neck, and heart. Last on her list was her injured abdomen. But Varian's attack connected before she could protect herself. Arg. Water Queen curled into a fetal position as Varian punched a fist-sized hole through her abdomen. The pain, injury, and weakness collapsed her onto her knees. Varian raised his fist, about to deliver the final blow, when he sensed two familiar and dangerous presences him. Note, the last word seems to be in Chinese. If you intended for the entire text to be in English, it should be replaced with lock onto, as in the original text. The sovereigns of Mercury, Venus, Jupiter, and Neptune fell in a single day. Half of all the Guardians were dead within a span of a few hours. The special news channel, open only to high awakeners, was flashing one bad news after another. With me in retreat, there are only 3 active, Julius mused. He was in a secret realm that he privately owned. No one, not even the highest members of the Xander family, had any idea such a secret realm existed. Being the sovereign of Earth had its benefits. Come, Julius said, seated cross-legged, floating into the sky without using any aura. 6 artifacts floated around him, Mercury's gauntlets, Venus's staff, Jupiter's crown, and Neptune's sword, among others. A mysterious force enveloped him, connecting him with the artifacts. One by one, the artifacts lit up, and a golden light flowed from them into Julius. Yes, Julius closed his eyes in euphoria as wave after wave of increasing strength hit him, more addictive than anything he had ever known. The mysterious force pulled his strength forward, toward a ceiling he had yet to cross. If this worked properly, the force would break that ceiling and push him to the celestial rank. The Xander family head took a deep breath as the world around him changed. It was brighter, more vibrant, and more cheerful. It was as if he had taken off some dusty glasses he had worn his entire life, and the world suddenly seemed so much better. Every sensation was heightened. Something was changing in him at a fundamental level. Julius noticed his origin being drawn toward his divine path. They were going to merge, and then there will be final peace, Julius smiled confidently. No matter what happened, he clung to his childhood dream. It was what his father, grandfather, and even great-grandfather had wished for. They all tried and couldn't do it, but he would. And he'd also be the greatest Xander head. And I'll create a stronger civilization. We're too weak. I will lead us to glory. Julius smiled as the future he always dreamed of was finally within reach. The ceremony continued without a hitch, and the sovereign realized there wasn't much for him to do. In a few hours or maybe a few days, he'd reached that power level of his dreams. Until then, it wasn't best to interrupt what was happening. If he did, there was no telling if he'd get this chance again. So, Julius meditated for a while and then just stared blankly around. As a result, he noticed something he had forgotten on the ground, the slate. Julius narrowed his eyes at the green slate on the ground. It was the thing that had given him the knowledge of these artifacts and, in a way, paved the way for his current state. Since it was so important, he had expected it to boost him like the other artifacts and placed it with them. But that wasn't happening. The slate remained dead on the ground, as if the entire ritual had nothing to do with it. He had kept it with him since he found it in the earth ruins that day. Maybe the slate doesn't have that function. It's a carrier of information, not an artifact, Julius told himself. But for some reason, maybe because of his increasing perception and intuition, an unease crept into his heart. Shaking his head to dispel those thoughts, he motioned his hand, and the calm on the ground lit up. Multiple screens popped up in front of him, and just to kill time, Julius scrolled through them. The first news was the death of Sovereign Albert. It was a horrifying event that shook Mercury to the core. A fine old man, Julius murmured. He could have been the perfect general. Julius smacked his lips and snorted. Just too rigid. If I asked, he'd rather die than give me the artifact. So, I killed him. There was no guilt in his tone, even though Julius once trained under Albert and learned a lot from the old man. Then came the news of Sovereign Vianne. Half of her body had been eaten by the zombie sovereign. It was a gruesome death for someone so honorable. Julius stared at her deceased form for a moment before waving it off. A pity we lost a good businesswoman. Even though he said it was a pity, Julius' tone wasn't really pitying. It was strange, considering she was a friend of his, or at least she was a few years ago. But they drifted apart, for reasons he didn't really think about. Not just her, all the people he considered friends had drifted apart from him in this decade. Julius expected to feel bad about her death. But he felt nothing. It was as if his heart had a void, unable to produce the emotions one feels when a close one dies. He felt perfectly normal, as if he were watching a random stranger's death. But that's precisely why the rational part of his brain found it so odd. Why am I so casual about her horrific death? Julius tried to question his emotions, but no answers came. With another swipe, the death of Michael Charon, ruler of Jupiter, was announced. He was smiling. Did he go crazy before death? Julius muttered and checked the death of Ares. Except for a few burnt flesh and bones, nothing was left of this man who tried to rival Julius. Julius sighed. Ares was the disciple of his father and always competed with him, even though Julius left him in the dust. Despite their dislike for each other, they were close. And then Julius raised his hand to sweep for the next item. Was that it? Julius' hand paused midway. No sadness, nothing. Julius felt his reactions were completely fine and normal. Everyone dies. They died today. And as sovereigns, they died protecting their planets. There was nothing to be sad about. It was a glory. But shouldn't a person feel sad when someone they've known for so long dies, even if they had disagreements? And it's not like he and Ares were mortal enemies. They were once friends, even comrades in arms. Something is wrong. His increasing intuition and perception made it harder for Julius to ignore his own doubts. As a normal sovereign, he hadn't noticed this difference. It had always hidden from his thoughts, like a dark spot in the corner of his mind's room. Julius was aware that the path he was taking was cruel and ruthless. But it always felt right. In the long run, it was for the best. He was doing it for the greater good, for the ultimate peace. Even now, Julius fully supported his approach. He did what was right. And it felt so right. But the lack of an emotional response to these tragedies made him wonder if his emotions could be trusted. He felt fine, but his rational logic dictated that he shouldn't. Maybe because I'm under a ritual? Julius tilted his head as he noticed the golden light around him glowing more intensely. Then he swiped the last file. If anything could test his emotions, this would be it. He opened the Massacre of Neptune.